Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Plasma burst! Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Really defeat. Us against the world!
It's my turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Swear! Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
everyone, it's day 2 of the Marvel Rivals NA Invitational. We gotta swap up our duos now with someone a little cozier. What's up, duos? So great to meet you.
So good to cast together, so good to be together. If you guys thought day 1 was epic, day 2 is looking fun. We have some awesome matchups to start today, and then even crazier stuff leading into the later half. Are you excited to see some of the top competition come together here today?
Yeah, because we were treated yesterday to some pretty good matches and even some smack talk. Like, I'm seeing Shroud start tagging people on Twitter. Like, I am here for it. And also just to see how North America is going to stack up, because you just never know when a roster is going to blow up after this. I want everyone to do well. I want everyone to have fun.
Yeah, we have already some really cool storylines in the making, right? I mean, we have 100 Thieves, who other teams have even said they are the team to beat. But the 2, 3, 4 slot, we have a lot of teams saying, hey, we're the best. And I'm excited to see that put to the test as we have Sentinels going up against a prime matchup early. And it's going to be fun to watch Shroud and the up-and-comers, what Shroud-X can do in their team. And then, of course, 100 Thieves versus Fly Quest. And we talked about Fly. We saw them yesterday. What can they bring today?
Well, I hope a W. Okay, we have the most stacked matches today. A reminder that we're in the Swiss stage, and this is to qualify into the bracket next weekend. But y'all should be picking up the new skins that just hit the shop. Mr. President, salute. Loki 2025 is in the shop. He is looking green.
Yes, yeah, if you guys know him from the TVA, he was hanging out there for a long time. Now you can get him and play him in Marvel Rivals. And then, of course, we've been waiting for some more Storm skins, and the Goddess of Thunder is available now, and this skin is epic looking all around. So pick these up. I know I've got the Loki. I'll be grabbing the Storm soon after this. Man, they look great.
With how Storm is getting into the meta too, Goddess of Thunder, it's on brand for sure. And I just feel like there's a new skin out every week, and then there's drops for watching streams, and we'll shout out the watch parties so you guys can get what you need to get. And and also there's just so much content. There's patch notes hitting, the heroes are getting some changes. I just love that there's always something to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Rivals is with the skins, there's so much lore to pull from and so many different instances that we've seen these heroes. And so I'm excited. They've cooked so much with what has come out and then to come. I mean, there's going to be some really cool and interesting skins. Now, when it comes to with some of these early matchups together, we've been talking a little bit between one another, but what team are you probably most excited to watch today?
I just want to interview Hogs again after yesterday, but there's also so much content, y'all. There's not just North America as much as our heads want to be NA only. Take a look at our schedule because EMEA concluded recently. They had Virtus Pro be their champion, and then North America is, of course, going down. That's what you're watching. Read the title, y'all. We have Oceania and Asia taking place very soon. The schedule is going to be pretty packed, and you could probably find it on marvelrivals.com. If you're not going to see it on stream.
Yeah, listen, for me today, first of all, watching all the regions, really fun, really excited to see what NA is going to bring to the table. We saw what the Europe scene has. We saw Asia. The finals for Asia, it was 3-0, and then they came back and won 4-3. I mean, that's what we could expect today or moving forward in this tournament. But for me, the team that all of them have something to show, but Shroud-X, it's got to be the story of how this team came together is what I'm excited for. And here's that schedule you were just talking about, Lemon.
Oh, geez. In the upside down, we got Oceania that already kicked things off on the 15th. I'm in some different world because I'm in China right now, so I don't even know what day it is. But Oceania is going down. Asia, you always know that Asia is stacked in every esport that they compete in. But what I look forward to if you guys are really nerds and want to watch every stream, is what are the comps that everyone's running? Apparently, Asia is inventing some crazy compositions. They started off with the Venom, and this kind of this got influenced into EMEA and NA, so everyone's trying to learn from each other. But remember, this weekend and next weekend is when North America is going to begin and end.
Yeah, listen, the comps there's some crazy comps with Black Widow and a lot of Venom. And yesterday we had a bit more traditional, but my gosh, can we talk about this prize pool of $100,000? I mean, listen, we've had this grow more and more. And now this is the biggest pot that we've had with the champion getting 40,000 of it. And this is, I mean, this is what they have to play for. Glory, honor, making a name for themselves in their new org, but also the prize pool.
And 8 teams have been invited, and all 8 teams get a piece of the pie. That's what we love to see. And you just never know who's going to be invited to the next one and how they're going to stack up. We have some tier 1 orgs in North America. Like a reminder, 100 Thieves, Black West, Sentinels, Shroud's getting in the game. Like, you know, it's hype in North America. And of course, we have some underdog orgs showing up and giving a chance to some players who haven't played in any other esport. Sometimes it's Marvel Rivals is the start of their career. Sometimes it's brought people out of the retirement home, thinking of like players from Envy. But it's also cool to see Envy even get back into the game when it comes to esports. But yeah, this prize pool is massive.
No, it's probably what I love most right now about the kind of rival scene. It feels, like I said yesterday, born from today and what we have. And great mention of the couch there. Now, if you guys look, we had round 1 yesterday. You can see we had Rad going down to 100 Thieves, 0-2. Sentinels beating Nightmare 2-0. Envy going down to Shroud-X 0-2. And then Fly Esports taking down Shikigami 2-0, which brings us to round 2 today.
Guys, this is stacked. You have 100 Thieves versus Fly. That's like pretty much the best team versus what, the third best team? I don't know. Y'all got your own power rankings in your heads. But then you have Rad and Envy, 2 underdogs facing off. Shikigami, who had this mystery roster full of new names showing up against Nightmare, who are still piecing together their roster. And then Shroud versus Sentinels. Everyone go to social media right now and camp out like Shroud and Sentinel tweets, okay? Because it's gonna be fire what they're gonna say to each other today.
I love to see the smack talk. We saw it in our interviews. I want to see more of it today. And listen, you talked about kind of the off-the-couch players, and that's what I love to see. You know, you watch shows, let's say, like Survivor, and you see these people come from the couch, go to the show. It's so much real when they're there. And we're kind of seeing that with Rivals. These people were just playing on the ladder, and they got better and better. And some of these people are on an org for the very first time, a good chunk of them, and that's what's so special. I love the rawness of what we're getting in the beginning of all this. And you can see the lineup right now today in the time slots with our first round again, Shroud-X against the Sentinels.
This is just absolute cinema. I think everyone should be tuned in, especially y'all scouts. Y'all be writing them paychecks, y'all with all the numbers. Look out, because the next generation of Marvel Rivals talent is here. And this is another North American Invitational, and there's probably going to be many more around the corner. So all the teams, this is only day 2 of this Invitational. So there's so much to build off of and so much to learn from yesterday.
Yeah, listen, Rad and Envy and some of these teams maybe didn't get the best performance that they wanted yesterday, and I'm excited to see them bounce back and see how they go up against one another and see these matchups happen later. But this first round, this is where we've got some of the heavy hitters, right? And these teams wanting to play for the first, second, third, and fourth place. And listen, I know the 100 Thieves storyline. I know right now they are the favorites, but from what I watched yesterday, just about anybody is going to be able to crown themselves the top of the ladder of teams we have.
And although we have in our heads like this definitive like 100 Thieves, Sentinels number 1, number 2, I think FlyQuest could easily try and upset this, and all those results can change on its head. I think we're starting to realize that Sentinels are a beatable team, and who knows who can rise to that occasion. We have heroes from just all over the world playing Marvel Rivals in different regions. I'm really excited, and the community is getting involved too. This is not just about being a sweaty pro gamer. This is about like casuals getting into this, content creators coming into this. We have watch parties. We're gonna be interviewing guests at the start of each show to give them their thoughts on the meta, because it's going to affect your rank games, so we want to try and ask the right questions.
Listen, we're in a meta that's constantly evolving, and yesterday we saw that there was some more traditional stuff. We saw the Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier with Groot, getting some good picks there. But I feel like today we could see a little bit of something different. Again, Fly was that team to bring Dive. We got to see Dive yesterday, which was definitely a welcome treat for us and the viewers. But today, are we going to see some different pick and bans? Because if you look at the bans yesterday, a lot of Loki ban. We had some Invisible Women ban too, so it's a lot of strategist focus. But Magneto also towards the top of bans yesterday. So do you think we're going to see much difference today? What do you think we might find out there?
I think it depends on the team, right? There are some teams that have like, I only play Hela and nothing else, like botted out guys. But if you leave them on Hela, like all hell breaks loose. There are some very targetable players, but then there's teams with certain identities, right? Like Sentinels have showed us a lot of faces around the triple Vanguard, even some triple strategist from yesterday. So you really have to be studied up on your teams. And there's so many maps to get through, and to have your set composition, your set plan, and to throw that all in the garbage because of that banned pick system. So only the most prepared teams are going to succeed. And a lot of teams have brought very experienced coaching staffs to help kind of do all of that homework and to crack down on all the numbers that you like, Cozy.
Yeah, listen, if you look at what the DPS, the duelists we had yesterday, I mean, a lot of Hela, a lot of Winter Soldier, tons of Groot, tons of Magneto. But what's cool is we have some teams going with the traditional 2-2-2, and they don't see anything outside of that. If you don't know 2-2-2, guys, essentially you have 2 in the Duelist, 2 in the Vanguard, and 2 in the Strategist. But obviously Sentinels and their kind of right now defined 3 Vanguard role has a lot of people like questioning, is this something that's going to carry on through the tournament? I think we're going to see that today a bit as well. And then we even got triple Strategist yesterday as well. So a little bit of everything, Lemon Kiwi, is what at least we saw. And I don't know if we're going to get the repeat from today, but we just might.
And we just had such a lovely interview with Shroud yesterday, talking about what inspired him to make Shroud-X and sort of the charity tournament that brought forward this org, and kind of signing all these young players. And we'll talk more about his team. But I'd love to see also just, now we're in an age where content creators are starting to pick up teams. Like I'm thinking of teams like DSG, although they're not in this invitational, but in the similar vein of Shroud. And I'm hoping that our next content creator that we're going to be interviewing very soon, I want to ask him if he's going to be next to be signing an org, because I'd love to see more investment from also the community. It doesn't always have to be so corpo, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we have an awesome guest coming pretty soon. And it's been great because, you know, as someone who makes a lot of content for the game, it's been fun to marry that with this because the scene is so incredible. These players so talented. And it's almost such a different game, but the same game that you're seeing at pro level play. I mean, sometimes you look at some of these people playing heroes and you're like, I could never. But that's what makes it kind of great at this elite level of play altogether. You mentioned Shroud. Listen, Shroud-X, we're going to talk more about them later, as you said. But what I've got to say is I felt like watching Shroud, watching his team, he was like the dad that watches his kid playing sports. And it's like he wants to get in there. He can't, but he's trying to encourage them from far. He's nervous, excited. And just seeing all that emotion is how I know we're on the birth of something pretty exciting here.
Yeah, I know. I caught myself saying, oh, when Shroud was young. I mean, younger. Like, we're kind of like aging ourselves because just esports has been around for so long. But Marvel Rivals is such a new game, and it's so exciting to see just the young, the old, and everybody, like everyone knows these comics, and it's just such a recognizable brand, and it's just everyone wants to play it. And we are just making sure that our next guest can come in very soon. And I'll give you guys a hint without announcing who it is. He probably has a fly on the wall to address. There's a fly somewhere that he has to squash. There's a bug he has to squash, and we're gonna make sure that he's okay. But we also gotta fill in time so that everyone can get in their seats, because Shroud versus Sentinels, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. If you miss these matches, you're missing out on some prime time content.
Listen, we're going to talk about our predictions with our guests, but I want to ask you a little bit early. Let's talk about these early matches a tad. Hey, Shroud-X, the team that kind of went in, bunch of young guns, and then they ended up really showcasing well against Envy. Are they going to be able to respond to who is the big brother, you know, of Sentinels and what they're bringing, you know, to this tournament and the name that they have around themselves? Do you feel like Shroud-X has what it takes here to be able to take them down? Because that is going to be the first storyline that we're going to be looking at.
I think through thick and thin, they're gonna make it happen. Because like what Shroud was telling us, that they are friends beyond just Marvel Rivals. Like they genuinely enjoy hanging out with each other outside of this. And when you have that strong of a friendship, you can work through anything. Because it doesn't matter how bad of a team you are when you start. Not that I'm saying they're bad, but it doesn't matter how you start. It's how you build off of it because some teams that don't get along, they just like blow up their rosters and they're constantly going back to square one. I think this Shroud-X roster very, very talented. After that win from against Envy yesterday, which I know a lot of the Envy guys, they have a decade plus experience when it comes to FPS and competitive gaming. For Shroud-X, these young guns to come in and really show the old heads how it's done, I have a lot of hope that the Shroud-X roster can surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, and listen, after we keep talking about the fight night that they had with the Marvel Rivals fight night, we had 100 Thieves go against Sentinels, and it was 3-0 there. They lost. They have still a lot that they want to prove to themselves, and I still think they're figuring out their team identity a little bit, because they did swap from very traditional 2-2-2. Sometimes they did have the 3 strategists to more of these 3 Vanguard play, and so to see if they decide to bring that in is probably what I'm curious about the most. But listen, prediction-wise, I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. I'm going to go for the Cinderella story today. I think Shroud-X just might upset Sentinels, and I think they have what it takes. And hey, I will be losing my mind if that's what we get, but that's it. I'm going to lock it in at a 2-1.
Wow, the pitchforks are going to be at your house in 5 minutes. Okay, like you picked against Sentinels with the fan base that they have. Hogs is about to chug another energy drink on stream just to like show you up. And if we interview them, he's probably going to have some choice words, depending on if he even watched the stream or not. But Sentinels, I think, are still a strong roster. And although they've been humbled by 100 Thieves, they look beatable. I still think they are just one of the most kind of well-rounded teams. Their comm structure is really solid. And yesterday when we talked to Hogs, that was kind of the main thing they wanted to improve on. It really wasn't their comps or their ideas, but how they were talking to each other when like 12 ultimates are going down.
Yeah, listen, I'm excited to, first of all, I hope if we get Hogs to get on the interview, I mean, that's going to be absolutely top tier content in itself. That was my highlight from yesterday, almost just watching. I've talked to a lot of the players on Sentinels, and we're going to dive more into the roster when we do have our guest here. But I want to say, done a lot of even content, had them on, had great conversations one-on-one with most of them. And first, super tight-knit group, which I love. Ry Amazing and what he's bringing to the table with his in the duelist department. And then Hogs. Hogs was the most entertaining Hulk player that I got to watch. Him and Nevix just bring something super new to the Vanguard role. Aramori being the first woman on Sentinels is so cool, so incredible. I know you're a fan as well. They just have a lot of big name talent, and that's why I do like the underdog story. Who are you liking over there on the Sentinels, and what do you know about just what the special roster brings together?
I am just like the Aramori fan club owner. Okay, everyone, Aramori kittens. We got to start meowing in the chat, okay? We need to give her all of our energy today. I can't imagine how stressful it is to be a strategist player in a team that loves playing as much triple Vanguard as they do. And she inspires that next generation while also being inspired by the women that came before her. She was telling me about Geguri from another game and how that really kind of told her that it is a possible career path. And Aramori has been trying to go pro for so long and so many FPS, and she's finally done it, being the first female pro in Marvel Rivals. And she met a lot of her teammates on ranked. So you guys could be forming maybe the next Sentinels. I don't know if I'm giving too much hope out there, but you could be forming your next number one roster just by being on the grind. So we'll see how your ranked games go though, because you do have to be actually good as Aramori. And I'm excited to see kind of the storylines they're going to build in North America from that.
Yeah, it's cool. I've seen some of these players out there just in ladder, and it's fun to see them come together as a team. With the Sentinels, it was 5 of them that had been playing together since Alpha, since I was there on the Discord call when we got to see Rivals for the first time, and they were right there alongside me. And then we have Kaluj, who's the new addition to that roster, fitting there super nicely. And listen, Korova yesterday, who, if you don't know, actually means, I believe, cow in Russian is Korova. He didn't get to play Adam. Yeah, can you play just cow?
So
we can
random.
just call him cow if you want to. But he did not get to play Adam Warlock. Yesterday, so many bans targeting that. That's what people obviously know, those target bans. I think we're going to see a bit more today because now teams, they've got the tape. They've got the footage to review what they saw yesterday. And I expect there to be a bit more target bans. And when it comes to Sentinels, I do think Shroud-X could target that Adam Warlock again.
And don't worry, guys, the Yap rivals will be done very soon because guess what? Yes, I'm going to expose this. Our interviewee is finishing a ranked game, guys. That's how important it is to grind in Celestial. Okay, I'm no longer mad. I am mad respect not dropping a ranked game. You do not want to drop a single rank point. And that match must be intense for it to take that long. But now I also want to really know the result of that ranked game because it's probably going to affect their mood coming into this interview if it's a loss.
I won't spoil it, but our guest, I know the other day, tell me guys, if viewers, if you have been in this position before, you're 90, 95, 5 away from going to the next rank and upgrading entirely, and you have to win yet another game. And so I know our guest was right there. They just talked about it, and so they're not leaving the game. And I love it. I love that they're invested that much. And hey, hopefully he does bring that energy, but we are going to be able to read on their face if they did end up taking the L on the game there. But yeah. So tell me a little bit more as we wrap up on Sentinels and talk about the first teams that we see go up against each other here. What do you like from Shroud-X? As you said, young players coming together. What can we expect to see from them today?
I was excited to watch them doomed Hella. He was showing us that in the other Invitational, but he's actually flexed now to give that over to Vision. So I'm liking that the more flexible players are able to give those heroes over to people who have higher masteries in them or whatever it is, and to kind of figure out your roles on the fly. Like, yes, everyone's sticking to 2-2-2, but there's a lot of experimentation going on, especially when something obvious isn't being banned. We saw like Adam Warlock get floated a lot yesterday. So you just had like the fight that never ends with the triple strategist plus the Resurrects. Like, we had some really fun compositions yesterday. I know people have said like North America likes a little bit more Namor than other regions. What have you noticed, Cozy?
Well, listen, the highlight I saw that was cracking up at is that Shroud was watching his team have, I believe, 2 on the payload moving it, and a 3 on is always the rule. And just he was begging for there to be 3, and that's one of those moments that he kind of wish he could teleport into the game there. But with the upset, the reason I'm calling it 2-1 is I believe Doomed on Bucky yesterday was doing incredible work. Vision, your Hella, loved what we had there. But the Vanguard role is where we saw a big difference in both damage, eliminations, window, impunity. Did a great job there. And then Nuck in his interview, the Nuckster loved it. Had the vacuum cleaner in the back, shoes on the wall. Man, he was excited. He said he would quit his org just to play Deadpool. He just wants Deadpool to come to this game, Lemon.
And there's, I don't know, a lot of heroes being rumored, but it sounds like we just are going to have a non-stop content. If this many cosmetics are out, I just know there's going to so many more heroes. Like, remember when they dropped like the Thing, the Torch, and like all these heroes at once, and we're like, there's so much to learn. The meta's about to be flipped on its head, and I can't imagine the evolution of Marvel Rivals over the time span, because now we're also introducing patches. I don't know if you guys like are nerds enough to go and read those things, but like Storm and Torch are getting affected, and others. So I could love to see some Torch, although his AoE, his tornadoes of death, I'm really worried that's gonna get strong.
Listen, the patch note videos, I'm a part of the ILGG, the I Love Gong Gong Association, and Gong Gong, the way that he introduces the notes, love it every single time. And I feel like the patches, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, we didn't know if we would see a lot of Human Torch, Invisible Woman, Iron Man, these different heroes that had slight things happen to them. Cloak and Dagger instead of Invisible Woman. And we saw Cloak and Dagger. They came, and the main healing you can get now on a Vanguard is massive. And it looks like the trade-off with a little less AoE healing wasn't as big of a deal to these pro players as we thought. And that's impressive. The main question, though, is do we see Johnny Storm today? Do we see the Human Torch make his appearance in the MRI?
I'll go bald if we see some Torch today. I don't think Torch is in a playable spot at the moment, or at least we don't have the Torch mains. Maybe people just haven't spent also enough time on Torch. It's when a new hero comes out, people really want to put like a ton of hours into all the different types of compositions, all the different types of maps before actually using it in an official. So I don't want to kind of hate on anyone bringing it out in the ranked games. I promise I probably won't avoid you, but maybe Torch needs some love and a couple more patches. But also with how much AoE that he does, I want them to be also very careful. I like that the patch, like the buffs are very incremental, like small increments, so you don't have anything too crazy. But I like that you brought up the cloak and dagger change, because Aramori teaches me so much about cloak and dagger. All the videos, all the content, like she was telling me like the cloak and dagger bubble, and plus like the other strategists, you could heal through a lot of dangerous duelist ultimates just using those abilities without using strategist ultimates. So Aramori and other like really good support players are teaching you when you can use abilities to out heal things and when to use ultimates. And again, conserving your ultimates for a better situation makes for a top player.
Well, we talked yesterday about flexing into not only other roles, but within your role. And talking to Aramori yesterday, she said, hey, look, I play all of the strategists. She doesn't play a lot of Invisible Woman, but outside of that, she could play just about anything else. And it's important to be able to flex. You know, when I saw her in the Marvel Rival Invitational in Season 0, I saw her as a Mantis player. And now I've really seen that roster expand from her and kind of the entire Sentinels team. Super Gomez, I go right to Star-Lord. That is his thing. He is legendary. But then yesterday, little Magneto, little Doctor Strange. And so to see this flex role happening is what's interesting. But yesterday, FlyQuest said, we are the most flexible team in this entire tournament. And hey, that's what we're going to be seeing here in a moment, because that is some words to follow up on. And then with Shroud-X, I want to see if we do see some change from them. I feel like the first game we had was what they're bringing. And then the second game, they had a little bit of fun. And so going to see, kind of what that ends up being for them.
Well, unfortunately, our interviewee might have been boomed from their game. So you know what? We're just going to have to go through all the rosters. We've been yapping so much about them. How about some visual aid for everybody? Let's take a look at all the North America teams in case you missed how we rounded things out yesterday. First, we have Rad Esports, big fan of Chime, and just how this team missed the signups for MRC Season 0. They disbanded, and Rad recruited them all again to reassemble the Avengers, if you will, I guess. While a lot of the players got signed to tier 1 orgs like FlyQuest, so Rad are working with what they have, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Chime and friends can blossom through the tough teams that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Rad, it was probably the team I was least familiar with, and they did get the tough seat against 100 Thieves. And so this is where I want to see them today and kind of what they shine and how they're going to be playing rivals today. But yeah, I mean, listen, Hella, we've been seeing that in every single matchup, and they did well with what they did have in their play. But the Adam Warlock, that is one of the main bans that most of these teams just get rid of right out the gate. Because of, yes, the resurrection, but it's the passive, because you have to kill or eliminate the strategist twice, and that's just so much to bear on top of Star-Lord already being one of the most best instant damage heroes within the game. But on that note, let's talk about 100 Thieves and what they bring. Lemon.
100 Thieves. Now everyone's saying they're the #1 team, and yes, they've now beaten Sentinels most recently, but can they keep the crown steady? I look towards someone like Delena and Terra, aka Afrasy, the most deadly duelist duo that we have in North America. If you guys are not banning Wolverine after what we saw yesterday, you're about to have a bad time.
Yeah, listen, 100 Thieves and what they were in the previous Marvel Rival Championship. Harvey, we're not going to see the Loki. Listen, Loki shows is what his iconic character is, but they ban Loki a lot because of the triple tank comp and just what he's offering to the meta right now. They would rather not have him involved. And we did see that back-to-back yesterday, so I don't expect to see Harvey's Loki. I hope we do, but I'm not sure if that's going to come to light. And again, TTK being that controller god, so many people impressed by that. But we move on to the Sentinels, and this is the team to beat, right? This is the one they go up against. This is the 1 and 2, and this is the first true rival that we have amongst one another. Now, looking at their team, we did break down most of them here today, but talk to me a little bit about Kaluj and what you saw yesterday when you were watching this team perform.
Oh, Kaluj, put your hands up. Absolute cinema when I watch this guy on a Vanguard. He's played a similar role in other FPS. His macro game, his understanding of spacing, shield management, that's why he's the best at Magneto or Strange. And now he's been taking more of that Magneto role and even giving the Strange role to Gomez if they want to run that triple Vanguard. That's how flexible Kaluj is and why he was such a well sought out tank and why he replaced another player on Sentinels and why Sentinels Sentinels wanted to give him the paycheck. I'm a big fan of Kaluj, and I think the shining part of Sentinels is their Vanguard lineup.
Yeah, listen, hey, Nightmare used to be Sentinels. Now we have the brand new team here, and this team's exciting to watch. I mean, looking and just talking to these players, they are all lined up pretty well. And when I asked them kind of what makes your team a little bit different, they like to respond with, we're a bunch of maniacs that just escaped a psych ward ready to play rifles. And that is probably the greatest answer that I've gotten altogether. Some really fun answers in general. And the hero everyone's sleeping on, a lot agreed, Jeff. So will they bring out Jeff? I don't know. Big DPS. You can get a lot going on with Jeff when it comes to damage, but you have to be... that is a big role that I know a lot of people don't like to see on the ladder, but we could see some of that sneak into the pro play today.
And as much as I was hyping up Desui yesterday, of like I was looking for the Desui Amazing matchup on Hela, Malenia, sort of this unknown name, has stepped up in the biggest of ways. Nightmare was so close in that series because of Malenia always being on the flank on Hela, so watch out for him and how he can make a name for himself in Marvel Rivals. And speaking of some familiar names, Cozy, we have Envy. These are some old heads from other FPS games and who have come out of, like, I guess a quote, retirement. They're so excited to get back in. They're very, very mechanical, and they've known each other for such a long time. Space and Remix especially have played Vanguard similar roles in other games, and there's already this pre-built chemistry within this team.
Yeah, listen, I think Envy maybe didn't get the performance that they wanted out there yesterday. I've seen them play. They have a lot of talent, and so I'm excited to see them arc back today, what they might bring. And hey, right here, we've got Shroud-X. Now we have the black background. Right now we've got the white background, but it's looking cleaner today. Shroud, liking this logo with the outline there on the newly created logo. And here we go. We see these players we just talked about a good amount, and all of them bringing a lot. Hey, he said he will play. He will rise up if need be. Will Shroud's Hawkeye make... No, I've spectated a lot myself. I would love to see it.
He said yesterday when the team is up in a series, he may come in and show us the Hawkeye. I don't know. I don't know. And not that I doubt it. I'm just worried about who's going to be on the other side of that Hawkeye. Because as a strategist Vanguard player, I hate to see a Hawkeye just headshot me to death all the time. But FlyQuest Light, one of the few Spider-Man players that we have in North America.
Yeah, and that takes us to FlyQuest. Now, FlyQuest, again, before Euphoria, a lot of strong players here. They've been here before. The lights aren't too bright. They were in the finals last time. They did end up falling to who is now the Sentinels, as we've talked about that storyline. But listen, we saw what Light can do. If he gets to play Spider-Man, I think he's pumped. Now, we saw them play after they were already up 1-0, and I want to know if that dive comp's going to make a return. But Fly is probably the team I'm most excited to check out with the addition of Gasklin as of recently. Shikigami, what do you expect out of them today? Lemon Kiwi, and are you excited to see what they might bring in their matchup?
Yeah, this is the ultimate underdog, probably the dark horse of North America, where Shikigami had gifted their roster with the FlyQuest or something. So it's like all of their talent was gone. So Shikigami had to quickly assemble this roster. And these are some pretty known quantities in the rank scene. But can they come together against teams like Sentinels and others who have built their synergy over years? So we'll see how far Shikigami can get and if they can force any upsets.
Yeah, listen, all the teams, very talented players, and now we're going to be able to see it all come together. And it starts with what we like to call the upper bracket. The ones that won yesterday are the ones that are playing up if you did miss some of the action from yesterday. And then a little bit later on, that's when we're going to have the lower bracket. And remember, guys, no one's getting eliminated today. This is going to be all for seeding. And so there's a lot on the line. Remove the prize pool, remove it all. These are new players signed to new orgs, so they have enough to compete for just with that.
You say it's just seeding, but there's so much ego on the line. So much ego. The fact we have 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. We have Shroud's team versus Sentinels. There's going to be so much yapping on Twitter. I just know it's never going to be at the end. Because Shroudy was even tweeting at Hastro from Envy after the win yesterday. So I think egos are going to get hurt today.
Listen, our guest is here. The game has ended. And we can now welcome in J3 as our guest today.
Hey!
Jay, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. Listen, I'm sorry. I was told it was going to happen 30 minutes later, and I didn't know you guys started early. I'm sorry.
Hey, all good. I assumed it was from basketball that you played earlier that you got the cramps you're worried about. I'm like, okay, maybe did that take him down? Did you win the game though? Did you win just now?
No. Oh no, I lost this game. No, I lost. Listen, it's good because if I won, it would have been a little longer. So I'm glad that it ended how it ended. Listen, that's good.
Awesome there. So hey, listen, I know you play a lot of rivals. Celestial, you've been up at the top ranks. You play a lot of Namor, a lot of Winter Soldier, and you're dipping into some strange Invisible Woman. But kind of tell me what you expect to see out there, what you're seeing in ladder, and kind of what might surprise you today in the Invitational.
Ooh, what I see on the ladder is I don't know if they're running a lot of triple support, but I've seen a lot of triple support on the ladder, and that's really strong. But I know I don't know if Cal played today. Did Cal play today yet? Because I know he in the Twitch Rivals tournament, he did run triple support, and he was running a Luna, and he was running Jeff, DPS Jeff. So I don't know if that's still the meta, but that would be really fun to see.
And speaking of kind of what's strong and what's not strong, so you're a duelist player. Which duelist needs a buff right now? Because we saw Human Torch get some love, but I don't know if that's enough. What change would you incorporate as J3 developer?
Ooh, to be honest with you, what change would I do? That's a tough one. I feel like I still feel like Human Torch needs a little tuning. I know he just got a buff, but I really don't see him being played that much.
You're a Bucky player. You're a
agree.
Winter Soldier player. Do you think he needs a little bit of an adjustment? I know the players of him are like, no, he's fine. He's great. What are you talking about? But how do you feel about it?
I think Bucky and Winter Soldier. I think he's fine. He's a very fun character. Some might think he's overpowered, but I think he's finely tuned. Definitely a lot of fun to play though.
And I know you just had a ranked experience of all time. We talked about good characters, good heroes, but what makes a good teammate? Who do you look forward to having on your team, like sort of qualities about them in your ranked games?
People who use their mic. Communication, I feel like goes a very long way. Hey, coming from Overwatch where a lot of people don't talk, I feel like people who use their mics, and also, I know everyone has had this, but if you have a player on your team, or if you're the player who is not having a good game, that they're like 2-10 on DPS or tank, halfway into the game, or at least switch to another role, let someone else take over,
Yeah, I feel like sometimes the weakest player on the team at the moment, sometimes just asking like, what do you need? And they're like, hey, this Black Panther is destroying me. And you're like, okay, maybe I can peel a bit more and help them out or whatever it might be. Listen, we always talk about things we love, okay? I saw things that you hate. You put Lucky Charms at the bottom of a serial tier list, and it made me honestly upset at you. But let's talk about some maps that you don't like, or maybe heroes that you just wish weren't in the game. They bug you because they're either weakness or that good. What do you think, bud? Hit me.
Oh, okay. So I just mentioned Jeff. I think Luna. Okay, the other team running a triple support team comp, and one of them is Luna, and one of them is Jeff. I think those Jeff players are very annoying when they're not healing their team. They're in my team's back line doing a lot of damage and then getting their ult and just eating everyone. I think those Jeffs are very annoying.
The chilling charisma. When they get the primary fire with the ice, they just get obsessed with it. And I hope we see it today, though. That's what I've got to say.
Yeah, the only place I want to see a Jeff is Clone Rumble. I want to see 6 Jeffs in Clone Rumble, and that's about it.
We went from, oh, look, he's so cute, to everybody hating him. He was like the lead villain here. But listen, Jay, gotta thank you so much for coming in. And I'm bummed you lost your game. I hope you win your next one. And hopefully, we'll get to talk to you here again in the future. But I appreciate you coming on today.
No, thank you again. And I'm sorry that I was a little late. And I hope, I'm a fan of you guys. Lemon, I'm a big fan for a long time.
Nice to see you again.
I hope you guys, sorry to production. Love you guys as well. Thank you guys for having me here, and hope you guys, everyone enjoys.
Thanks so much, J3.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome, Jay. Love it. Love watching him, and the answers he gave was great. Hey, if we see the Jeff that he was talking about I mean, that will be the most surprising thing. Forget about upsets. If we see a Jeff DPS, that's going to be the best thing from the tournament.
Yeah, and I told you guys he had a flood. There was a bug that he had to go squash. J3, there's a bug on you. That's like the ultimate meme. But these guys are also hilarious. Shroud, Emmy, and J3 gonna watch party. So maybe he'll take a break from his ranked games to watch the pros. We got some bangers up today. Emmy's gonna tell you everything about Cloak and Dagger and all the strategists. Shroud's gonna figure out what's going on with his team, and J3 is gonna yell through everything. These are a good group of people.
Yeah, so can't wait to see. I recapped a little bit on Shroud's stream yesterday, and again, just kind of watching him watch his own team, the nervous dad energy, as I'll say yet again, and J3, and you know that's going to be a good time on the watch party. And all of them bringing something just fresh and new to it as well. But yeah, when it comes to, I don't even know how to, he was saying, Shroud was saying, just hearing the name Shroud over and over and Shroud-X was just so surreal and crazy. And I gotta say, one thing I appreciated about kind of watching some of that back was just how laid back he was, how chill the team is after they won. I mean, they're celebrating like crazy together in the Discord call. And it's like at one point when they won one match or round, he's like, "Do I hop in? Do I go in and say good job? Am I gonna over? You know, sometimes you get too excited." And I think he made the right choice and let them kind of compete and get the job done.
Yeah, he's fully invested now, and this is what, like, Shroud's first esports org. Like, that's how much Marvel Rivals has created hype. You have Envy coming out of the grave to sign a team too. Like, this is exciting. And our first match is a treat, y'all. Shroud-X, Shroud's team versus Sentinels, after all the biggest yappers that we have in North America are facing off. Let's get into the bans.
Here we go, guys, and right off the bat, we have Sentinels on the bottom, and they don't want any part of Winter Soldier. He's going to be our first ban today, and here we go. We've got Shroud-X saying, you know what? We don't need any Loki gameplay right now, and especially because that is one of the big things that highlight a triple Vanguard comp set, and so getting rid of that is already putting a massive counter against the Sentinels.
Are you going to want to ban Hela or float it, though, against Amazing, who's been one of the best in North America? Namor gets protected. So this is really interesting. Probably a very map-specific thing. Now it's up to Sentinels to decide, well, are they going to risk protecting or not the Hela? Do they want to protect one of their Vanguards? They're going to opt for the Magneto, such a core part of their front line.
Yeah, they did the Magneto save yesterday as well, and so I was expecting that today. That's what we're probably going to see. Most likely, Super Gomez, again, he did flex with Kaluj, so we might see that. They don't want any part of a Groot, though. That is not a part of their triple Vanguard comp. So no Groot right now, which definitely changes the game. Those Groot walls separating him from the strategist makes a massive difference. And there we go. Star-Lord being shut down. Not the Kurova band in Adam Warlock, but they got rid of the DPS. That obviously benefits off it and just good in its own right.
Man, trusting Vision to go up against Amazing on a possible Hela. And they're already floating it. But Doomed, I was going to say, he was diffing Amazing in some other matches. And I was wondering, because they've sort of given that hat off to Vision lately. But Doomed has been the Hela for this team in the past. I'm so excited for that 1v1.
Here we go. One of the highly anticipated matchups. I know Shroud's nervous. Shroud-X versus the Sentinels. Now, we do see the triple Vanguard, as we thought before, with Gomez, Hogs, and Kaluj on the Vanguards here. Kurova not going with Adam Warlock, even though it's available. The Invisible Woman, very important. And obviously getting those armor packs early is Amari Aramori doing right now. Now, the thing about this Vanguard lineup, though, is a lot of the DPS goes to Amazing. Very talented player. But if he does fall, that's where you lose a lot of your momentum. And so keeping him alive and him staying alive is imperative.
And that push and pull from Kurova, able to keep the backline safe. And also the way you just create a safe space with the ultimate. Now everyone's locked in, ready to go. And Hogs will be on the thing. We'll have those initial strange portals set up. But how forward do you want to be? And I see Sentinels being all in. But more of a high ground approach. And because this Namor didn't take the portal, there's a lot of safe damage coming out from Vision. 2 early picks from Shroud-X's team. And the Vanguards fall and crumble for Sentinels. And that'll be an early cap for Shroud.
My goodness, the portal's usually high ground, low ground. We had them both come together. And not only that, Shroud-X coming huge with a triple pick. Mason couldn't even get a breath of fresh air before he ended up being eliminated. An insane, fast, early fight here. And Shroud-X got to be feeling confident when you open up like that. That is a great way to get things started.
Absolutely, and now you're not going to really have time to rotate to the high ground if you're Shroud-X, but Vision's going to be on this off angle, applying that poke. There's no fall-off damage with this Namor, but charging all in. He's got a disguise on, and Hogs is ready to deliver the hands, and Nook didn't see that coming. Good freeze to buy some time, but it's a slow and not a stop because Sentinels only know the W key.
Yeah, huge early pick there on Nook. Fidel's just trying to keep things alive there as Luna for a second. Getting closer to that ult of Fate of Both Worlds, 75% dead, but goes down as well. Now Nook's trying to make his way back, but there's no more healing. And just like that, Gomez getting the big pop, taking down both Vanguard's Impunity and Window. So that was a massive way to get things started and a good turnaround there from Sentinels to get the point. 8% now to 39 of Shroud-X.
Just really good focus fire, and Gomez is only going to scale up with that energy, finishing off all the kills. This triple Vanguard is going to be so hard to shred down. Vision and Doom need to find these off angles and maybe even go on a straight up 180 flank if they can, but Window got so low, almost stepping up too fast, but at least able to shield dance as much as they can. As Shroud-X have to figure out, do they want to just go in through main or take any of these side doors? Good marking from Kaluj to see where that Hela could be to deny those angles. A toss-up from Hogs. Shroud-X in trouble. There's the Invisible Woman ultimate trying to heal Sentinels and to force Shroud-X to take the fight in or be sealed away. An Eye of Agamotto, though, from Window is going to hurt, and Vision takes full advantage.
Wow, the Moby Dick. Look at the whale. That was massive. I mean, that was an getting the pick there early on the Luna I thought was going to be a little bit dangerous, but no, Gomez comes in trying to get a little steam going. Doomed and Nook falling down, and the control's going back to Shroud-X here, but my gosh, what an insane battle. Before the ultimate fireworks could happen, we had picks go down, and that made things a little bit different than what they were expecting.
And Hogs, the thing, is so good at setting up his team. You got Eye of Agamotto, you have Magneto. The Vanguards could really take over. And it is the Magneto from Collusion, blocked beautifully by Window in the strange wall. And there's the Eye of Agamotto in the sky, but Fidel still had the ultimate to keep everyone healed up as the Luna, the goddess of death, doing just that to deliver. Rymazing versus Doomed, and Rymazing falls. Amazing focus fire with the number advantage on Shroud-X's side as they have such a solid lead.
Yeah, that was rough. Listen, they only had a couple ults used there. The Agamotto from Gomez unfortunately did not land, and so then you had to rely on the Goddess of Death that got beamed down immediately. I mean, really not even a shot fired there from Rymazing. And then to finish that off, he then got eliminated right after that. So there's a reason I said Shroud-X could win this thing. I felt like they could...
5v6.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Aramori got picked by the Hela, and the Eye of Agamotto. There's no way Sentinels can win this fight. It would take a miracle. It would take Hogs, but he's 6 feet under. Shroud-X, the coordination is incredible.
This is a thing of beauty. I know Shroud is losing his mind right now, trying to keep his composure, and the team probably as well, because this was not expected, guys. We've been talking about Sentinels. They are the team. They have won multiple championships. Came in second in the Marvel Rival Championship. Shroud-X, they did come in fourth previously, but this is a huge loss. They are ready for the action, taking Eldritch Monument first.
And on a domination, now you understand why that Namor was protected. When you have those squids on all these different walls, you just have this constant damage, able to build up that ultimate so fast, but also splits the focus because you can't let those squids live on. You have to shoot them down, and it's up to those duelists, and that's going to waste their time. And Doomed versus Rymazing. I mean, the numbers will tell a story once we go to that, but you talked about how important that ultimate lasting as long as it did. Doomed just had the backup of his team. Rymazing focused down, and we'll see if Shroud-X can be the first team to take a map from Sentinels.
Yeah, listen, Vision said his favorite hero is Namor, and he gets to play today. Doom is going back on Hela, not the Bucky, because obviously Winter Soldier is going to be banned for this match. And I think, Namor is right at home for Vision. We saw some massive plays from him. Will we continue? Because now we have the flex from Gomez going from Tank Vanguard into Wolverine, the Vanguard Slayer.
Just looking for a kidnap, gonna play with this team. try and deliver that juicy target. But now with the portal in place, Window and friends from Shroud-X have positioning on the point. Sentinels are going to have to push through a choke point. Ultimate's carried over, looking for the whale, looking for impunity to soak up some of this damage. Magneto, that's a good kidnapped. One coming in, and Gomez didn't get the full finish. Magneto ult to try and suppress Sentinels, keeps them stuck. The cap still hasn't gone through yet.
Yeah, Fidel has his damage boost that he can give to Vision to land the whale. That's a huge strategy to get these big kills. Will we see it? We've got the kidnap going on right now as we go into Gomez's ultimate. And Gomez trying to get the secure. Here comes the whale, and he gets the two-piece on Aramori and Rymazing. But Kalush trying to make some fight happen. Gomez also coming in. Gomez getting two now. It's getting close as Doom that we're trading back and forth. Doom getting two, Gomez getting two. And ultimately, it's going to be the Sentinels that are going to get this point after a slice and dice, but not if Doom has anything to say about it.
To buy himself, Doomed was like 2 HP, pops the ult so he can get an extra 1,000 and try and buy time, but it is Sentinels that cap the point. They are benefiting from this stall, and Gomez will find Doomed as soon as he pops out of that ultimate. It was so smart from Gomez to get out of line of sight from that Goddess of Death.
The trades there was insane. I mean, it was like, okay, I think this team's going to have it here. Shroud-X has it. Then, oh, wait, it's Sentinels and Gomez really coming home here as Wolverine. And this is where I like him playing. You know, the Vanguard thing is fun, but I love watching him play Wolverine as we have clobbering time happening up in another attempt of a kidnap. Window taking down Hogs, though, an important pick here against the Vanguard. And we already have the Invisible Boundary popping as well. At this point, we have no one picked out outside of the early thing.
You did force important cooldowns, so Impunity was able to self-bubble, but Window is going to match on the thing, charge in, and be the front-facing Vanguard, but he is getting poked down. The follow from Shroud-X is being a little bit split. Maybe there's someone from Sentinels flanking. Gomez does get stunned, and they need to deal with this Wolverine. Gomez has been a problem, and Shroud-X are deadly.
Window with that perfect setup of clobbering time. Did you guys see that? I mean, absolutely set the team up, stunned them all, and then the entire Shroud-X team collapsed and took them all out together. Now, that fight took a while, so 62% now over to them. And typically in domination maps, the first team to cap is the team that has the momentum. Can they flip the script here? That's what I want to see as we have Window now coming in to bring the fight a little bit to the Sentinels.
Fidel and Aramori, fate of both worlds, the Luna ults to sustain. May just be the fight that never ends. A ton of ultimates, no clear advantage, but Sentinels pushing through this narrow choke point. Try and split through both lanes as Doomed is going to rain damage from above and now has to deal with the squids from that Namor, and Vision has to disengage. Magneto ult first from Kalush. Impunity will wait for his moment and not able to burst down Fidelna, maybe because of Nuck, denying that Vision from the Magneto ult, or trying to at least get the heals going. It's matched by Aramori. That Luna ult now from Fidel's side, and all the strategist ultimates out of the picture. So you're worried about damage now fully lasting once those have expired. Doom, though, did just get stunned and won't be able to pop the Goddess of Death. Such a critical pick from Sentinels, but they'll need a full wipe. But with Gomez and the rest unleashing, this is a Sentinels fight.
A beautiful trade of support ultimates back and forth, but wait a second. Now, with it, Karova had to charge up their ultimate, and it was perfect for Aramori, just stalling enough to pop the fate of both worlds, keep their team in it, as we had the Invisible Woman Nuck from the other side get their ultimate up, and it was traded back and forth, and that pick on Doomed in Division eliminated the duelist from the fight, and really they could snowball from there. 77% now, going to Sentinels. Shroud-X, 75. What are we going to see here?
But these Vanguards from Shroud-X gotta protect what Gomez, and he steals away the Hell Witch. May not be a lady you want to be in a dark alley, but trades are pretty close. But the ults, the Whale, you don't have the Luna ult to have that one-shot combo with Vision, but it can still be the CC to toss Sentinels for a loop. We enter overtime with Sentinels captured, with Sentinels in a lead. Rymazing on the disengage. Magneto, Kalush with an important pick onto Nuck to deny the Invisible Woman ult, and this means Gomez can go crazy in the backline. Sentinels, it works out.
Nuck was so close getting that strategist ultimate. He almost had it, and that Kaluge, that ultimate, that's where everything was riding on. And the fact that he nailed that, that is absolute beauty. I mean, that was so close, but the way that Sentinels responded there, that's what we wanted to see out of today. We wanted to see if we would get a intense, close matchup, and they were like, wait now. We're not out of this thing. We know who we are, and they came back, and they responded. But here's the thing. We've got a lot of ultimates now online for Shroud-X, so they do have a little bit of firepower going in, especially looking at the support ults. Kurova here having nothing, and so interested as we look into the stats that tell the story.
Get ready.
Man, Window versus Hogs? I don't want to be a numbers Andy, but Window is doing work as just the double Vanguard setup. And of course, Gomez has been able to displace and call, raise a lot of fire alarms when you're able to steal one of the duelists away from their setups and force them to pay attention to Gomez, who's been an absolute menace.
Yeah, Hogs is really bringing a lot today. But, I mean, Window and the way that the thing has been pulling together those combos has been exciting. And if you look, they got the combo ready. They can open this fight with huge ultimate fireworks. And will they hold on to it? We'll see as the Snowflake goes on to Doomed there. And the Snowflake tell it really hard to take down with that consistent healing as they take the top path. Both teams taking it, about to clash.
6 ultimates from Shroud-X. You're throwing if you don't win this. It starts with Kaluge, but Fidel falls from a beautiful shot from Amazing. This is going to be tough to come back from, especially with only 2 strategists being played. It's up to Nuck to choose the moment carefully to pop the boundary. The Goddess of Death, Doomed is looking for picks. Shroud-X have been CC'd, and Sentinels are throwing almost every ultimate at them. And finally, those eliminations follow through. Sentinels finish what they started.
Yeah, I was hoping to see them not use their ultimates after the early pick. I mean, listen, Sentinels are taking out the strategist early, and that is what's kind of throwing everything off. We have a few ultimates to go with Doom getting the pick on Gomez. A little bit of momentum as they're pushing into the point here, but they've got to make a statement as they do have the combo with Clobber in time. They do have Luna's damage ramp up. They've got the Whale. They can make something happen here. And if we look at the strategist ultimates for Sentinels, really it's only Invisible Woman close in Kurova. So they've got a big setup here that they can put together.
And just the orb is forcing Doom to reposition off that high ground and Vision. First blood again. The Whale on top, and maybe even this Magneto ult that could have been canceled. Either way, Sentinels are stuck, not able to start a fight on a good note because of this darn Namor.
Yeah, the King of the Seas is now Vision. I mean, I've seen tremendous Namor play from Vision today. I mean, yes, the Squids, they do some, but man, he is nailing the Tritons in just beautiful play after play. Definitely loving Vision here on Namor today. We saw a lot of Hela yesterday, so it's cool to see the swap here and just how flexible these teams are. Now, looking up, we do have Kurova with their strategist ultimate, able to put the invisible boundary up, and Gomez ready to try to steal and get a clutch Vanguard kill. And Fidel has the strategist ultimate as well, so here comes the clash.
I was gonna say, that wall is really getting it, but Window is just so angry. Drops down to half health, just flew off the map. Good space creation from Sentinels, but the high ground's being dominated by Shroud-X. This is poke that is hurting Sentinels in the end, but the invisible boundary is gonna deny that line of sight from those duelists. All the strategist ultimates out, pretty much used at the same time, so the resources are pretty even. Everyone was nicely grouped up. Doomed is pretty low, needs to get into that Goddess of Death form, but again, the picks continue for Shroud-X.
Nuck with the force push off the edge, and Gomez trying to keep his passive jumping off. Doesn't want to burn the passive, it looks like, and they all just jumped off to follow. Nuck with a massive force push. Being able to take Kaluge out was incredible. Hats off to that. That was awesome to see, Nuck.
Now getting off the Wolverine, Hela, and Namor being utilized from Sentinels. But Shroud-X, they've been having the high ground. Sentinels want to deny just that. Power position, they get to dictate the fight. Big ultimate, Goddess of Death. Will Doomed really be able to thrive during that chaos and not be taken out of that form yet? Goddess of Death, initial poke. Kaluge, very, very low. Gonna use the Magneto ult so he can heal back up. Doesn't get a burst down. Wasn't fed enough DPS. And Kaluge is just getting knocked out cold. But he also needs to contest. It's overtime in favor of Shroud-X, and this could be the first map loss for Sentinels in this Invitational, and Doomed has some space. He's gonna fly into the action. Invisible boundary being used from Kurova, so they have a bit of a base to work with. Some time for respawns to get back. You're missing Rymazing, but Gomez will make up for it with the eliminations.
Yeah, wow. Super Gomez here just making up, because as Rymazing fell there, that was a massive early pick, and they already used Hogs' ultimate clobbering time, but Gomez getting another pick on Doomed as well. But Window trying to respond with their clobbering time, setting up the combo, and at the last impunity trying to get an important pick here on the strategist does not land, and at this point it's anybody's game as both Fate of both worlds are open. We've got the ult coming from Rymazing, and he gets one pick, then two picks now. Can he continue the snowball? It's looking like it, but Shroud-X does have some room because they are down only at 43%. Sentinels has the point. They're gonna have to reset here, and if you look at the ultimates, it's pretty tied up with really Gomez having a bit closer to the Goddess of Death.
These Lunas are so neck and neck in terms of the timing. 1 or 2 seconds difference could be the end of Sentinels, and they were able to sustain through that. Now they hold the choke point. You see where the Hela and Namor are taking positions, really forcing Shroud-X to go cross-eyed, trying to keep up, but that's a dangerous poke. Some poke damage into Doomed. He will be healed back up, needing to generate now some ultimate. Shroud-X, no, they only need one fight win to take the map, but their Vanguards are at half health, and Sentinels need to finish off these kills, and the CC shuts down Window, and Sentinels now have built up to some important ultimates, but Shroud-X know they have time. They need to gather all 6.
This was the Gomez I wanted to see on the Duelist. We've seen him a lot on Vanguard, and now it feels like he's back home. I mean, some clutch plays here as we've seen back after back. Now, the strategists, there've been some double ults happening, and I want to see if they're able to kind of reel things in here, as we do have a TP coming in from Window. They're going right into the point with the invisible boundary happening right away. We've got Doom going into Goddess above here. Nuck also running out there, stows that boundary. And here it is. This is going to come down to who gets that first imperative pick. Is it going to be Sentinels? Is it going to be Shroud-X? This is what we've come here for. An insane match so far.
And Fidel gets the Luna ult 5% faster than Aramori, but Sentinels didn't die. So Aramori's going to be able to give that sustain through the later parts of the fight. And don't forget about the damage. And it's Super Gomez to you. What a comeback from Sentinels. They take map number 1.
Super Gomez, Rymazing locking in at the end there. And my gosh, could that have been anybody's map? And they claim it 2-1. I mean, I've got to say, I thought Shroud-X had it multiple times, but the last few fights there is what it came down to. And really the use of the ultimates and the strategist ultimate staggering. But oh, wow, this is what we came here for. Let's take a look at the stats here, break down what we're seeing with the eyeball test, and look at the healing. My goodness, Fidel with 42,000 down there. Aramori, care of doing what it takes. What do you see out there?
It's not about who uses the ultimate first, it's who uses it last. And Aramori with the late Luna ult, the damage boost for someone like Gomez, and the Luna ult just instinctively kind of gathers everybody up and is such important stat buffs, whether it's the insane heals or the damage. Sentinels, they may get humbled in some of these fights. They may go the distance. Even yesterday, it went quite far, but Sentinels still ended up sweeping, and they'll still be on series point now. But what an effort from Shroud-X, especially Doomed versus Rymazing on the Hela. But then we had some Namors that had to be swapped in. That was a doozy, Cozy.
Yeah, listen, Doomed, Vision, they had themselves a very, very good game. And I want to highlight how good Namor was playing there with Vision, or Vision playing with Namor. But did you see 16 final hits from Gomez? Locked in, really got the job done. And I gotta say, I said it was gonna be 2-1 with the upset. Shroud-X, I saw it there, but now they'd have to do some craziness happening. And I know, listen, as I've said before, it's tough in domination. Really the first to get the point. There's so much momentum because of how ults kind of snowball into the rest of the fights there. And after that beautiful push from Nuck, I thought things were gonna really snowball the opposite direction for the Sentinels. But being able, they've been here before. They've been here before. They know if they're down, they're not out, and they showed it right there.
For sure. And just kind of thinking about the results from yesterday, if you missed it, Sentinels did sweep Nightmare, but that domination went to round 3. That domination was intense. But Sentinels, they're a team that never give up until the map is over, and for that to kind of that insane comeback in terms of the score on the final round. Whew, a lot of teams can make Sentinels sweat, but a win is what matters at the end of the day. And important swaps of abandoning that Wolverine, as you were pointing out, and just going to that mirror. And I'm wondering, is that Hela going to continuously be floated? Is it going to be Rymazing versus Vision? Are we going to see more Namor in the future? It all depends on what map Shroud-X are going to want to next.
Hey, if I'm Shroud-X, I believe. Point to the sign. Believe. Because they showed it there, and that's what I want to see as we head into our next match. And they get to pick the map. They get to pick the map, so we're going to find that out. But let's go ahead before that and check out some of the highlights of the match that we just watched. And we'll go check those out right now.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Plasma burst!
Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Living to feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine.
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Are you not entertained? What a map 1, and this is only day 2. This is only the first match, and we have 3 more after this. Sentinel go all the way to round 3 against Shroud-X.
I had to have a glass of water after that because, my gosh, are you not entertained? This is why I thought it would be competitive. And hey, I've got to say, it's March Madness happening right now. It's the underdog, the Cinderella story. And that's kind of what I was hoping we might potentially see. And really what I think Sentinels did is make the strong adjustment, having Gomez swap into the duelist role. And we saw, going into hella mode, just taking out snipe after snipe. And what I want us to look forward to here in the next matchup, those that maybe don't watch as much the pro scene, be watching the strategist ultimates and how they stagger those, because in this last match, there was a lot happening all at once, the ultimate fireworks, and I want to see kind of the ultimate usage, because that's what it's going to come down to here in potentially the final match.
Yeah, they were all popped at once, or sometimes a bit staggered, and Sentinels came out on top. And you're bringing up the Hela and the strategist. Even Doomed was trying to pop the Goddess of Death while in the invisible boundary, while there was 2 in place. And when there's 2 in place, I know it gets confusing. You really have to decide, do you want to stay in your own, or do you want to push the enemy invisible boundary? And to go into the enemy invisible boundary, to go and burst down Doom like that, like Sentinels are built differently, and they're going to have to face, though, Shroud-X's best map, because they're going to have the choice of where we're going to next.
And here's the thing. The Thing play was magnificent. We saw some great clobbering times. I thought Hogs did a great job there. Really showcased the importance of, honestly, he was kind of a bit of a DPS thing at time, really wanting to use the AoE punches when needed. And that's the thing, when there's so much Luna ultimates happening, Fate of Both Worlds, you need to be charging up the next ultimate. And so you're just continually doing the big punch that does get that AoE damage happening. But I've got to say, from performance to performance, all of them played really well. And I know that was kind of Shroud-X's team to lose there a bit, because they had it at one point. What was it? 74% to like 44. It was closing in. I think it was even past that. And so they just got to reset. All right. Leave it behind. We have a new match right now about to happen, and they can do it. But are they going to do it as we get to our next match here?
And I thought, like, the Vanguards especially, although we didn't see all 3 from Sentinels all the time, but now the 2 were so good at dropping below, kind of getting to half health, not dying, which was stressing me out to see these tanks go forward sometimes and drop that low. But not dying is so key there, because of the support ult charge that you're giving to your Luna and your Invisible Woman. Because again, the timing, the seconds that you can have that ultimate matters. And those tanks, because we have so many veteran sort of Vanguard players in this matchup, they know how much risk they can take versus the benefit, and it paid off, in my opinion.
And here was the big difference from what we saw yesterday, the day before that, is typically if Rye Mazing went down and got eliminated, a lot of that firepower went away. But we saw today, Doomed and Amazing would kind of fall one after the other. But then now Gomez was backing up that duelist and DPS role. There was multiple fights as that Wolverine on the first map or second map, that one would go down, but the other would snowball after that. And they didn't have that. And that's why, yes, the 3 Vanguards is cool. And I think it's definitely an interesting comp. But I love this attack because you're able to rely on and not put all the weight for Amazing, tremendous duelist. But that's definitely what I saw there. And listen, Doomed, the Bucky was banned. Are we going to see another ban there? Because we saw him just dominating on the Winter Soldier yesterday. And Vision, if he can play the Namor, as I called him. He's the new king of the seas in my eyes because he did a tremendous job there. Great whales, great tridents, good player.
And even just comboing that with Fidel's Luna ult. And that's something you guys can take into your ranked games. The Luna damage boost plus the Namor ult can one-shot. And you just saw how many multi-kills Vision was able to get. And it's just great chemistry. And I like that Shroud-X's team comes in with not only something to prove, but in my opinion, are proving it. They are such a solid team to be able to push Sentinels to that distance, to their absolute limits, to a point where I thought Shroud-X was going to win that whole time, but you're hoping that these young players can stay also mentally composed. It's not just about how to win, but also how to lose and move forward from those points. So now with our map coming up, I want to see Shroud really full send it and maybe even force a map 3 in this best of 3.
And listen, if you were confused why a couple players were jumping off the map, what was that all about? Well, in that match, there's a lot of room for that to happen. And so Wolverine not using his passive, something Team Captain taught me, great player, to not use that and take it into the next fight. That's the thing to do. And then the thing jumped off as well. We're heading into our next match, Clintar. And this is going to be a great matchup. Will we see the same bans? And again, are we going to see the Winter Soldier ban come from the Sentinels to start? It's Groot, which was their second ban.
Yeah, Sentinels just know exactly what Vanguard composition they want to curate, where the strategist lineup was a lot of the Invisible Woman, the Luna. Sentinels yesterday even featured some triple strategists. They've shown the triple Vanguard. Shroud-X have been a lot around the 2-2-2. You deny the Loki, you protect the Vision. I'm excited. Doomed and Vision could either trade off on that Namor role to go up against Amazing. And I like that Gomez got off the Wolverine and went to something else. And now the Star-Lord being protected, Sentinels want to build a comp around that.
Yeah, now this is probably going to be an Adam Warlock band is what I'm going to see with that protect there. They kind of need to lean into that, and there it is. That's what I thought. Kurova, obviously, you can't be given that comp. It's just too good, especially on Clintar here. But Super Gomez, I expect to potentially see him flex into that, but I think that was more or less them hoping that they could potentially get away with it. Looking Namor for the Vision, that's what we saw last time, but looks like he's locked back into Hela, and this is the role that we saw Shroud-X yesterday. And this worked out. Let me tell you, Doom on Winter Soldier. If you missed out yesterday, you guys hear it in your sleep. I hear it again, and Doom's ready to do it again.
Not again. Oh my god. And that means we're going to have a Cloak and Dagger support line once Aramori swaps to that, obviously. And that's one of her best heroes by far. And Fidel can show us how it's done too. And with the buffs that Cloak and Dagger have gotten, there's a lot of heals that can be pumped out. And you can't underestimate just how much they can amplify the damage with the wall.
Yeah, can I point out Hogs playing Venom? I've seen Hogs play Venom on this map a lot, and that's why we have potential. I don't know if Aramori is going to stay as Rocket, but Rocket being a good healer for dive, so we could see that. Gomez is flexing into the Star-Lord. If you came for it, you're going to see it. But Cloak and Dagger, quick fix there as we have Amazing going to Magic. Dive comp is about to happen. I could not be more excited to see how they close in on this point and address the situation.
So against a melee brawler like that, you can also just outposition it and hope to poke Magic down. So it's easier said than done, of course. And Doomed also doesn't want to accidentally pull that Magic in, because that's where she wants to be. And the poke vanquishes that Magic. And now Sentinels have to decide if they felt confident enough to take that 5v6. But their initial damage, they're not happy with it. They're going to have to wait for this Magic.
Doom wants another. He's like, give me more. Hey, sometimes you don't have to overcomplicate it. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Magic's great against Strange, being able to go through that shield. But guess who's good against Magic? Winter Soldier able to get that pick early. That slows everything down for them. Doom trying to get a little bit of space here as Hogs is going to be aggressive on that Venom. Diving in, that's what they want to do best as Star-Lord Gomez coming in hot. And then we have the follow-up by Hogs. Can they get it killed? No, Hogs going low. Now Magneto versus Magneto. Eric versus Eric. Impunity versus Kalush. And Impunity getting the first elimination here, which is going to slow things down and have the capitalization as Gomez going down to Window going off, taking down Hogs. And this is going to be Shroud-X's defense holding strong.
Yeah, with this double Vanguard with a Magneto and a Venom, like Kalush is trying to keep up with where Hogs was and try to bubble him. Now he swaps to the Thing, and this is something they can kind of work better in tandem because this Bucky pull is going to force Sentinels to fight at these inconvenient moments.
Yeah, absolutely here as the team's now going down Main Street, not afraid to take the main alley, and Window going to have to hold the position strong. Hogs did flex over to the Thing, and that's going to put a lot of stress on Doctor Strange, but Vision taking out the Hogs before he can do anything. Thing goes down to Vision. It's a beautiful headshots we see there, and again, they're going to have to back out. You take Main Street, great, but if you lose a pick early, you got to get out of there. Now, we have a lot of ultimates coming up here. We do have Super Gomez and the Legendary, but it's a little bit of an awkward point to go ahead and pop that. So we're going to see how they utilize these ultimates as almost everybody has one.
And because of this Invisible Woman barrier that's in front of this Hela, Vision can keep holding these positions, and it's going to take a lot to dislodge them. Galactic Legend, though, and what a response! It will be the Invisible Woman barrier to deny that line of sight as Sentinels set up their own base. And now Sentinels are going to try to be aggressive. Shroud-X are losing a lot of space. They get it back with the Eye of Agamotto. It only stuns Collusion, maybe Hogs, and they're fine with that. Aramori is going to place all of the cloak dashes for the extra heals with the ultimate, and you have Amazing, Goddess of Death. If there's a recontest from Shroud-X, it's first the Goddess of Death from Vision that's going to be poked down. Amazing's going to try and match that.
Yeah, wow. I mean, the Eye of Agamotto there was tough. Really, they were all on the high ground there. Sentinels is going to be taking this fight. It looks like they are contesting. They're trying to do their best to keep that point. They have just a tick left before it's taken. There's 60 seconds left on the clock. Kurova now taking down Impunity, and it's looking like it's going to be outmatched here. Aramori taking down Window, and here they fall. Now, that Eye of Agamotto, it was just tough here because a lot of them on the high ground trying to help, but that kind of exposes Window by himself, and we saw that Amazing closed that window down really quickly as Agamotto went off. Didn't get a lot from it. And listen, the ultimates, they've been used up. Can the Sentinels lean into this aggressive push as Gomez is going to have to back out, get a little bit of healing as now Shroud-X is regrouping and trying to push up, not letting them get too much of that point.
A lot of that time did get drained from Sentinels. It took them a while to cap, so they gotta make up for it. They gotta pick up the pace, and momentum has to be built from this upcoming fight. And Hogs is gonna be the setup man, one of the best vanguards in North America. The pull to bring Gomez back down to earth, and the finishing blow from Vision. Advantage for Shroud-X, despite the Invisible Woman barrier from Kurova, giving them a ton of heals. What's remaining of Sentinels still stands, and you got the Magneto ult to burst down and to pull Vision possibly into it, and at least to stop the rest of Shroud-X from moving forward. Sentinels have all the picks, and the progress continues. Shroud-X will do what they can. They have Window getting healed back up to full, which could be an Eye of Agamotto opportunity, but a Magneto ult first. Galactic Legend from the offense. It's chaos, Cozy.
Yes, my gosh. And the walk back's a little bit shorter, so Shroud-X has the advantage here. But the Agamotto, yes, landing, but not getting what they wanted from it. Gomez taking down Vision now, and we have Kalush taking down Fidel. So we have one support down, and really just for ultimates, Amazing can be able to pop it if needed. But taking down Doom with the snipe, Window doing a little bit of what he can right now, but at this point, just trying to stall to the best of their ability. Nut goes down, Impunity goes down, Window goes down, and just like that, the cards fall. And after that Bucky hook too, I thought it was going to be looking pretty, but it ended up falling even though they walked with a shorter back and they could get their supports back a little bit faster.
And just to get progress throughout that whole fight, to get that many ultimates out of Shroud-X, this could be a snowball that turns into an avalanche. What's most important to me is Sentinels had a full team CC. All of Shroud-X were stunned, possibly by Hogs in that moment. He's an absolute bulldozer. Gomez, his confidence is being picked up. Look at him on this flank, paired up with his Hela. There's a lot of problems for Shroud-X to address, and they gotta try and kill these duelists. And Doomed, one problem has been solved. One more in the air with the Magneto ult from Sentinels is eating a lot of that damage that Doom was trying to deliver, and Sentinels will continue their reign.
This is a very good part of the map for Super Gomez to do his thing on Star-Lord. It is so hard to hide from Legendary here. They've already used the ultimate of Invisible Boundary to try to protect it. Nuck does not have one. Now, Fidel only has the Eternal Bond left to protect from anything that might happen, but we have Amazing that can just go into the Goddess of Death, and that's probably going to close things out. It's so hard to make this last push, trying to get through one of the choke points here, and we're going to see if they can successfully get through here. And Vision trying to do what they can. We do have Hogs being interrupted mid-clobbering time, and he goes down. Not only did he lose half the ult, but he also goes down to Vision, getting the pick here as the Eternal Bond is going to be coming out from Aramori. Great ult there to keep things steady and allow the ult to be built up for Shroud-X as Vision takes down one, now two with a window. Doom making it three. Impunity, everybody's getting a piece of the pie. And down goes Sentinels in that fight. Huge fight to win. That's a tough position to be in.
And you're at the bakery when someone like Window is on your team with a fantastic Eye of Agamotto to put the cherry on top of that fight to fully wipe Sentinels. And that's going to take so much wind out of their sails. A minute left to push the last few meters. And their only ultimate is really this Amazing Goddess of Death. And Gomez with the Galactic Legend, I'd like to see him go on an aggressive flank. And Shroud-X are going to have to deal with it swiftly. They'll have the Invisible Woman ult to try and deny that, but in the neutral fight, you always got to be worried about the Bucky pull. Gomez starts with the Galactic Legend. There's the Invisible Boundary to limit that, and Sentinels are pushing the limits. There's the setup, the bowling pins, knocked down. It's a strike for Hogs. He's after the Vanguards. He's after a paycheck, and Sentinels have created such good progress from this.
Wow. That came down to who landed the combo, and Hogs was able to get the clobbering timeout, able to capitalize it on it. Because listen, Shroud-X, they had it. They had so many ultimates right there to try to slow things down. I will say that was a good hold. I want to say that was a good hold. 13 seconds left on the clock. Of course, they don't want it to be 0-3 right now, but overall, not only was it crazy that Shroud-X was able to keep things at bay there and take over the point yet again, hard thing to do, but even crazier that with the ult advantage going to Shroud-X, Sentinels, they were relaxed. They had Hogs built up after he did lose his ultimate, setting up the play and then ultimately finishing out the point.
Yeah, Sentinels to be able to retake that the payload just that far in, very incredible to see, because at some point you just can get poked down just on your approach towards the objective. And really good neutral fights utilizing that Bucky, just kind of how difficult it was for Sentinels to even get the ball rolling on the initial point capture, all thanks to that Bucky. And I like that Sentinels, they're humble enough to swap off of things that are not working, whether it's the Wolverine in the previous map, the Magic that was getting poked down here, and now I think Sentinels have the secret sauce to go all the way and sweep this series.
Hey, it was fun to have the Venom at first, but the Hog switch into the thing was beautiful, and I think it put them in an uncomfortable situation. Strange with the shield. It could just be awkward at times, and I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. The 2-2-2 has returned. All right, Amazing Gomez being on the duelist right where they need to be. 11,000 damage, 16,000, 13 kills, 16 kills. They're doing great and carrying a lot there in some of it. And altogether, we're going to see how they approach this defense now, because, listen, it was a little bit of a tough point to get at first here, as it looks like they might just go down Main Street. They've got the portal available to TP, but listen, they're probably not going to be using that. That's not going to be like you see down in the gold ranks here. We're in the pro plays as they're looking to go up Main Street. Kalush trying to get an early pick and some poke damage.
It's always good to not only build up your own ultimate, but your strategist ultimate as well. And you have the thing kind of guarding these doorways, making it as difficult as possible, just being a human wall in himself. But Vision versus Amazing is the 1v1 of a lifetime to watch, but it does get traded by Gomez. Spin to win, one strategist down, and this offense can't really keep trucking. It is getting some equalizing picks though, so maybe it's not over for Shroud-X.
Oh, and Window just missed that AoE on the support strategist, getting away just barely the Invisible Woman, but taking down Hogs Vision now closing in on Gomez after the trade earlier, and beautiful pickup. I know Window wanted that AoE kill so bad with the Maelstrom there, but overall, great fast point. 5 minutes on the clock. We've got an eternity to push this thing, but the fight's going to be taken in closer than we saw earlier because there's not the spawn from point happening. It's a little bit closer this time as Window trying to build up the rest of that ultimate. Ultimate's now still at bay. We haven't seen anything because that was a quick capture point here as Shroud-X is still feeling confident as they're bringing in the point or the payload up the hill here.
Yeah, neutral fight could be strong if Doom gets a good Bucky pull, but you also don't want to accidentally pull a Vanguard forward, but Hogs is just hitting the uppercut on these Vanguards, and Window is getting really close to the enemy team, and it's an Eye of Agamotto that gets stunned up! That is terrible! And Nook pulls the invisible boundary to heal everyone back up, so does Karova, but it's the Gomez playground with the Galactic Legend to catch anyone outside of those boundaries, and Sentinels get a clean team ace.
Oh my goodness, the ultimates there, they were set up for the bat, they got the fastball, they were trying to hit it, and just like yesterday, we saw Doom going again, and he only got one in there who's just about to trigger again, but then he ended up falling out in that Agamotto stun. That was the savior right there. That's what saved that push from happening. Honestly, good response after getting the point given really fast from the Sentinels here. But Windows still has the Agamotto. It came back online after the stun. Vision, Goddess of Death, and there's no ult ready right this second, although we're about to have Goddess of Death from Riot. Amazing.
Sentinels got to be careful where these strategists position. They do not want to be caught by that Eye of Agamotto from Window. But Shroud-X could get some free progress if Sentinels do not contest this payload. But now approaching Gomez, going on a flank and trying to build up that ultimate. Wow, Amazing! Oh my god, he's pounding. This is insane work from the Hela. This is the Amazing we know and love.
That clobber in time from Hogs was absolute perfection. I mean, the way he just got a full stun, and at that point, Amazing just bing, 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 we're able to just pick the rest off. That was beautiful from Hogs there, and Amazing sweeping them up as they fall. Now, we do still have the ultimates ready to go, though, so not much out of that outside of Hogs using his. Gomez almost being picked here.
That was dangerous, and Gomez even gets bubbled by his Magneto, and this has been back-to-back fight losses for Shroud-X. They at least have a lot of time to work with. They did cap the point faster than Sentinels. Has to be up to this Eye of Agamotto. It does stun up the tanks. Amazing popped before the Goddess of Death could come out. Karova heals, and so does Fidel. You got the dashes from Aramori, but do you have a fight win? Sentinels are starting to lose hold of this payload, but they're only down by one, but it's a critical strategist. Will they have the resources to sustain against Shroud-X? This front line from Window and friends is cleaning up the eliminations, and Shroud-X finally get progress.
Fidel, beautiful pick there on the strategist, and Window giving everybody a little bit of the piece of the pie there as he was trading target to target. Now he's going to try to portal close them here, or at least get some peeking. Here he goes. He's going to close them off. This is a beautiful strategy a lot of teams like to use. They're unable to go through here. It's going to slow them down a little bit here as they're trying to push through this little bit of a choke that can be awkward, and he knows where they're probably going to go. That's this backside of the point as our last match, or our last battle here before the second point is taken, is about to commence. They're kind of staying at the door a little bit. We're about to see if the push happens, and here we go.
Yeah, Nux still has the invisible boundary, and Sentinels don't have the same options. Magneto ult will break Sentinels out of this choke point. Space for Hogs to operate. Amazing now pops into the air with the Goddess of Death. It's going to be focused. It's going to be blocked. Galactic Legend. I don't know if you can block this. Gomez will be unleashed, and Sentinels hope to hold back Shroud-X with 90 seconds left for them to push point B.
Now, luckily, that boundary was up for them to kind of default into. Window being aware of that, and now we have Doom taking down Kalush, and Gomez trading a little bit, but Vision taking down Hogs as well. And at this point, Doom's going to be able to do his thing. The again is happening. Amazing up at the top, trying to stay hidden. Gomez up in the sky as well, and he's trying to pin it down. Doom, Vision, everyone collapses, and they do get this next point. Now, I have to say, I would have wanted to see that Legendary come out a bit later because they were able to default from the invisible boundary that they had previously for the Goddess of Death there. But beautiful capitalization there on the point.
I want to shout out Nuck too, using the shield while Doomed got knocked up by Hogs. That may have saved Doom. That may have allowed that Kraken impact to come out and finish off the fight. Shroud-X, 2 minutes to go to the end. They want as much time as possible, but they also need to finish the map. Let's start with the first objective, but this poke is insane. Hogs got bubbled, brought back up to full, thanks to Kurova's ultimate. It's matched by Fidel dashing around, but Window is a menace on the front line, but these tanks are so healthy from the Sentinel side. Gomez has to go X Games mode on this galactic legend, and he plays with this team. He goes forward. Window is stunned, but this bubble 2 from Fidel is allowing everyone to heal through that ultimate. Now you got Kalush up next. The Magneto ult does not burst through. Doomed is low. Kraken impact wants he's healthy to try and carve through this front line, which seems untouchable. But Sentinels, they're crumbling one by one.
Going in blind with that again, and here's the story there. Hogs went down early because Vision was poking, so Kurova had to use their boundary early, and then they were out of ultimates at that point to support, and we had all the ultimates over for Shroud-X with also the strategist ultimates, so absolute beautiful timing there as they did have to use the ultimate a bit early. Vision, great pulls here. They're trying to finish off the point, though, here.
Kurova got down to like 2 HP and got stunned. Window knows they're weak, and it's salting to the wound, but the Gaia Bakamoto didn't land, but you know what does? Some pretty good dart damage from Shroud-X. These time banks are gonna be so close, and Shroud-X still have to deal with some people contesting from Sentinels. Respawns are close, and you can't fumble, you can't choke if you're Shroud-X, and actually all 6 from Sentinels are coming back, including an emergency Captain America, which is gonna be so difficult to brawl against. And Window did just get kidnapped. Shroud-X respawns aren't that much further. Shroud-X may not be able to finish this.
We saw an appearance from the first Avenger trying to get to that point here. Impunity and Co. trying to finish it up strong at this point, trying to delay it. And listen, I've got to say, Window ramped it up heavy there and made sure the window is wide open to win this thing. After all, 1 minute on the clock, 1 minute and 10 seconds. This is going to be a close finish.
10 seconds is what separates both these teams. And now my voice is going out next, Cozy. I'm going to need water next. But also the difference of time banks decides who's going to be attacking first. Who is going to set where that finish line is.
Man, that was an impressive last battle on the hill there. I mean, if you look at how it happened, first of all, Captain America, if you guys are wondering why the quick switch, he's the quickest hero to get back to the point. Trying to put a little bit of pressure there, trying to keep this thing alive, but able to make sure that they had the advantage there. Really, they were trying to keep things going with the internal bond and stall a little bit. But I've got to highlight the strategist play from Shroud-X there was phenomenal. Right, amazing, locked in. So we have just equal footing on both halves right now. And we see Shroud-X on defense yet again. This is what we started out with. And I would say we had a little bit of a slow start. It was a dive comp to begin with from the Sentinels to get this thing kicked off. But let's see how they decide to attack the point here on the next attempt.
It just got so dicey at the end when Shroud-X had the initial team fight win, and then respawns were coming back. It came down to that Kraken impact. Insane stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, they are putting up an impressive fight regardless. And Super Gomez being on that Star-Lord, this is a great map. But Right Mason has taken the role now. He's back over. So they're actually going back to the triple Vanguard. They've been playing 2-2-2. They're going back maybe to surprise them. They're going with the top portal. It's obvious, but it's not because they were not expecting it as they're trying to shift strategies at this moment. All taking the high ground here with the triple Vanguards. A lot to deal with. They don't have the Wolverine or anything to slow this down. And Hogs is coming in saying, hello, friends. I'm here as the battle's commencing. Impunity getting some damage early. Doom trying to get that hook on the thing, trying to get the finish kill. He does get him down to low health, and he does get the pick on Hogs to slow them down. Massive hit there, but Super Gomez doing what he does best, trying to get the damage going. Huge heals happening, keeping everybody up at bay, and they're deciding, should they retreat? Should they stay in here? Super Gomez going back for a little bit of healing, but the pressure on from Doom, taking down Magneto. Now Gomez goes down, and the triple Vanguard was slightly surprising, but Shroud-X was still ready for it as they finish off Hogs.
Yeah, it started off with such a good portal, but now these strategist ultimates got earned too late, 5 seconds too late from Kurova and Aramori. There's going to be a lot of stall created, but the people that can capitalize this are simply not around for Sentinels. So not getting that first third tick for Sentinels will dictate that Shroud-X have a potential of winning this map in the next round, or we could also draw. So That's tough. Like I said, I like the initial portal because you just never know where that Hela is going to be setting up. And that Hela neutral fight, if she could get that first pick, it could have been over from Sentinels before they even knew where the objective was. So it was a good macro play, but the fight broke down and Sentinels couldn't get it done.
Beautiful defense there from Shroud-X. I mean, honestly, the triple Vanguard, I understand the call there, but for them to be ready for that potentially is insane. And they really, honestly, Doom getting the pick there on Hogs early. And at that point, the ultimates are charging up. Window had his ultimate ready to go, and it's tough. They're having to swap to Spider-Man, trying to get to the point with the overtime clock. They've got 1 minute and 10 seconds here. Or the draw. I mean, this is going to be tight. Let's see what kind of comp they're going with here. It's looking to be very, very similar, and this is going to be close. I'm excited to see if Shroud-X can capitalize and get the point here.
Yeah, these neutral fight win conditions, the kidnap from Gomez on the Wolverine, bringing it out since that domination, to Doomed on the offense who can get some early pulls. If you even just see like a Wolverine lurking around, which is going to be changed to the Star-Lord, same situation, still can be squishy, still a good elimination for Doom to try and pull in. Same thing with Rye Amazing, but I don't think we'll be in arm's reach. This is all coming down to pretty much the only fight that Shroud-X have. And teleport could be an option if they want to go from behind, but it will just be a front-to-back approach from Shroud-X.
Yeah, Shroud-X was able to get this point pretty fast last time, actually really fast. And so I know there's some nerves settling into Sentinels here. We do have to have them back on the 2-2-2. So we do have Gomez back on the this Star-Lord as the pushes are happening early. Thing taking a lot of damage early, and Rye Amazing taking the high ground here, trying to pick off the other Hela in Vision. Does pick him off, in fact. Now Nuck trying to run away, going invisible, running for their lives there, and Rye Amazing wants it. He smells it, the hunt, and oh, there it is. Nuck was not expecting the full commit of a follow-up. Window trying to defend his teammate there. And just like that, they're going to have to back out for a second, reset for their last chance of a fight, with the ultimate charge being about equal for each team, with the Cloak and Dagger Fidel having 91%, Airmore 98.
Just for Rye Amazing to be like a fly on the wall, literally, I was like, what is he looking at? Like, you can't really have a good line of sight there. Knowing that Vision was going to push there is a next level read. The teleport, the last fight, couple of seconds, someone has to touch. It's the Vanguards in place. It's Vision with first blood. It's one strategist down and not a lot of healing for Sentinels if this goes long. And already, this defense has been pushed off the objective. You only need 33%, and Shroud-X have done it!
Oh my goodness, the portal, the pick there from Vision. Are you kidding me? That was beautiful. We got the 4-3. There's no draw today. It is 1-1. And this is about to be such an intense matchup. Shroud-X, Shroud, congrats on the win there. That was huge. Sentinels gonna reset here. But you got to go back and look at that 2-2-2 lineup and what they put together here. Looking at the stats, I mean, check out the team effort from Shroud-X. Looking across the board here, Sentinels played a great game, but it all comes down to that last moment, and Shroud-X capitalized.
Yeah, Shroud-X having those two chances because they went for just the neutral fight at the beginning and used the portal second. That's that extra fight, and the extra 10 seconds always helps, and also being able to attack second. Shroud-X just approaching, knowing where Rye Amazing was, getting after him, but also just a clear zone. Like, Shroud-X got one pick and all of Sentinels got off the point, and to try and retake that space is so difficult. Really up to Kalush and Hogs to lead that. Something was pressuring them back, trying to find the only support or strategist that was left from Sentinels after one of the strategists got picked that early. Such beautiful play and clutch potential coming out of Shroud-X, who had something to prove and are the first team to take a map off of Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, can we talk
Invitational.
about the 40 burger from the elimination standpoint of Vision? I thought Vision really showed the clutch gene there. I mean, absolute getting that pick. I mean, everybody played a great role, but getting that pick on the Aramori, taking down the Cloak, and that was so much bigger than people think, because that's what allowed that point to collapse there. I've got to say, there were so many big takeaway moments there. Tons, in fact. And let's go and check them out. We got the highlights ready for you guys.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out.
Village defeat. Us against the world.
Light and the shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
That clone rumble looked ridiculous, and we're having ourselves a rumble for this North American Invitational. Shroud-X, the first team to take a map off of the beloved Sentinels. It went the distance into the final round. That last 33%, and that one pick from Vision was everything.
I mean, listen, if you were expecting David versus Goliath, that's what a lot of people thought. This is no David. Shroud-X showed today who they're made out of. And I've got to point out the biggest game change there at the end. Aramori, unfortunately, the portal came fast, and Vision was able to get that pick as she's trying to get behind cover before she could use that ultimate of Eternal Bond. And that was the key difference of that final kind of point there. And honestly, an incredible play from Shroud-X there. What'd you think of it?
Vision, I think, carried a lot of that domination prowess, and I think was a huge reason they even went to round 3 when he was on the Namor, showing just how mechanically incredible he is to get support picks. That is the win condition. Can you hit like back-to-back headshots to remove a strategist? That's hard to do, and Vision pulls it off, and that forced like red alerts for Sentinels, because you could technically turn around a 5v6, but Sentinels panicked and got off the point, maybe forgetting, or I don't know, communication broke down because what was I gonna say? Shroud-X only needed 33%.
Yeah,
you don't even need to win the fight, you just need the zone.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely, the window having the ultimate, the Agamotto there, maybe they did not want to get Agamotto all together at the end there, but to me, listen, I love the players on Sentinels. I've talked to Gomez, Amazing often. I would consider them almost friends. And to see what I'm seeing is a little bit of an identity of the team, right? We had the triple Vanguard. They were doing great. They were doing great as the 2-2-2. Gomez doing his thing. Amazing stepped it up massively. Amazing had a great game there as Hella. And then we kind of did the triple Vanguard thing again, which is fine. That's what they've practiced. Clearly, it's what they're comfortable with. But what I was stunned by is that Shroud-X was not caught off guard. They were ready for it, if anything, not necessarily having the hero picks, but then having Doom execute on Thing there, and then that kind of just allowed everything else to happen. This is it. It's 1-1. Next person who wins is gonna take it, and this is what you want. This is what we want in the Invitational. And at the beginning of this esports scene, we want to see kind of who is rising up, these players, these teams that are still unfolding.
Yeah, and for Shroud-X to use the Invisible Woman shield to give it to their Hela to get that extra edge, but most importantly, so you don't have to constantly reposition. You can have more consistent DPS on the Hela when you're able to remain in one spot. So just Shroud-X came with a really drilled plan. Clearly, their backroom, their coaching staff have prepared them well for what Sentinels can bring to the table, because Sentinels are still like a top 2 team, and to push them to a map 3, to push them to a round 3 of our first domination, like this is anyone's game in my opinion now.
Yeah, I'm really curious what map they end up picking up, right? So obviously we were Shroud-X picks Clintar. They were comfortable with Clintar, which again, as I've highlighted, Clintar's tough with Star-Lord. It can be just an awkward map there. So we're gonna see what they end up picking up here. And listen, if they go with a domination map, I get it, but I want to see if they go with what they're comfortable with. They love Yggdrasil's Path. They love that map, so potentially we get that. And it looks like we could be getting a favorite that we'll jump into here in just a second. Do you think Sentinels is going to stick with the Vanguard? Are they going to do the triple Vanguard again? Are they going to do the 2 DPS? What do you think we expect to see here?
I think it's just the most forgivable composition for them, especially just with how good Super Gomez is at flexing around. He's just unsure if the Wolverine is something worth bringing out. He brings out the Star-Lord, but I think you can also just depend on Amazing to be that solo duelist, and for Sentinels to go back to their tried and true, especially if it does end up being a domination where survivability, that at least survivability, if you do have the point capture, matters so much, because having to remove all 3 of those Vanguards and capture the point is something that Shroud-X's team really suffered in that first domination.
Listen, they say football is a game of inches, and this is a game of seconds. We noticed that they have just 10 seconds over the Sentinels on that last match, and those 10 seconds, they mattered, each and every dang one of them. Now we've got our matchup here, round 2 of the Swiss system. Sentinels versus Shroud-X, 1-1 if you're just now coming in, and you came in at a great time as we are heading into our next map, and that is going to be Midtown. We're jumping into the pig bands now.
And a reminder that this is a Swiss system, so all of our teams qualify to that championship bracket next weekend, but how high of a seed you have will dictate if you will start in the upper bracket or the lower bracket, a second life or no lives at all. We have a hella ban from Sentinels. Amazing, don't want the smoke.
Yeah, listen, right, Amazing? He told me. He's like, I play Hella, I hate her. And so we're seeing that right now. They're getting rid of Vision. They're shutting that down. Vision was hopping off there in that last match. And Loki, again, we knew that ban was coming to shut down the triple tank. We're going to see more Gomez. That confirms it in my eyes. We're going to see the 2-2-2 lineup from the Sentinels. Let's see who we have to save here for. This is going to be an interesting tell. Namor potentially? No, it's Winter Soldier. That means Doom is ready for round 2 to lock into that.
That's a good win con that Shroud-X were operating behind. Those early pulls in the neutral can get that first pick. Of course, now the strategists are being considered. And after protecting that Star-Lord, that was something that Shroud-X were trying to remove in the past. So, no Hela, but what is going to be the... Is it just going to be a Star-Lord Bucky, or will we see something else? Yeah.
Here's the group. I thought it was going to be Namor Groot, because Namor is available after, take out Hela, and they're still going to go with Winter Soldier and Namor there, but instead they're going to go with the Groot. They don't want to deal with Groot, Lemon, and we're seeing that from the ban there. Looking at the team they're locking in, this is the team. Right, Mason going on Namor now. He's very comfortable in the role. We saw him play plenty of that here. Now, Kaluj, I was expecting more Strange, I'll be honest, from Kaluj, but he was playing Magneto a bit yesterday as well. Looking at the lineup down below, listen, I know, again, we talked about Nuck playing the Rocket Raccoon. We saw it a little bit yesterday. I don't know if we're going to see that here, but we definitely have a spectacular finish and Midtown of all maps. This is going to be a good one.
And you just saw how far we went with our last payload map of going to additional rounds, coming down to that last tick. So I know this is going to be a long series with Shroud-X starting on the attack. And you just saw the pick potential. That has been the success of Shroud-X, of being able to go after Aramori or Kurova at a distance. And Vision has been a true star for Shroud-X.
Absolutely here. As time is ticking down, Nuck has not switched yet. Hold the phone. No, there it is. All right. Okay. I just wanted to get a little bit excited there. The Rocket players in the middle of it. But here we go. We've got the high ground versus low ground. Kalush trying to put a little bit of poke damage on here as they're all just trying to get on the payload here. And here we go. Window and Doom going in early with the kidnap. Huge from Gomez saying, get out of here. My goodness.
The focus fire, because Window could have maybe brought the shield up, but you're still overwhelmed, and I don't think a shield can protect you against 6 people. What a kidnap from Gomez. I've been looking forward to seeing this Wolverine more and more, but the jig is up, and now Shroud-X have to mark this Wolverine, and he says, come at me, bro, and he's got even the bubble from the Magneto if things get a little hairy.
Yeah, we saw Gomez play Wolverine on map 1 there. He does get the kidnap here on Impunity. Impunity going down too, so now they're shorthanded big time. Now, Aramori does go down. Vision does get the nice pick there, so they are down 1 support, but we're having the tanks come walk back. Window just made his walk. Now Impunity having to get their way back. Right, Mason, though, taking down Vision in response, getting around this tough corner here, but using the bubble early, and now they're just going to have to reset and get together here. Shroud-X is going to have to get their team locked in here, but we do have... Wow, this... This is going to be intense here. Gomez waiting for another kidnap.
Yeah, and even just some initial progress. So Shroud-X are gonna be 1 fight away from capturing point A, dealing now with the Namor squids, building up towards some ultimates. And what stands out to me, 20% between Fidel and Aramori. That's gonna be big. Kaluj with the Magneto ult. If he's worried about anything, could just hold it in response to something Shroud-X throw at him, but the kidnaps in the neutral fight to isolate some of these tanks, and the passive, Gomez doing pretty okay. Shroud-X deciding to leave the payload.
Narrowly missed that kidnap. He almost had it. Logan fans, if you're looking for Wolverine, well, we got it for you. We have the Magneto bubble going out, and Kalush having to use that early. He does go up with Meteor M, and it lands it on Doom of all people. Huge clutch shot there from Kalush as the team's now coming in together. We have the Agamotto popping out. We might get multiple kills. No, but the ultimate's protecting. The whale goes down. It's the fireworks. Here's the ultimates, and no one trading yet. A lot of damage going through here, Lemon.
That's incredible. Fidel and Vision went for the combo with the Luna ult and the whale, and somehow it didn't burst it down. Shout out to the strategists. If they were still alive, though, from Sentinels, I think once the dice have fallen, the cards are on the table. Shroud-X have fully taken over.
My goodness, Vision. I said it on the first map. I said King of the Seas. What a tremendous play there, just wrapping things up. Getting through this kind of awkward point, but the portal coming. They're saying, no, not yet. Gomez popping in the portal as the Doctor Strange. We're back to triple Vanguard here, trying to stall the point. and it is as close as possible here with the invisible boundary popping up early for Kurova, trying to win this battle. Vision having to pop up into the bubble early now. Let's see how this unfolds.
Vision couldn't get back to safety, though. The bubble is not a speed train. They haven't invented that yet. Vision just took such a big risk going on that pretty much a flank, and I'm glad that Amazing marked it and shut it down. Now Shroud-X, their next win con, either the strategist chess match or it's going to be this Eye of Agamotto from window. Sentinels realizing it. Look how they're backing away, giving up all that space. Gomez, the ball is in his court on how he wants to block this upcoming ultimate. Doesn't want unnecessary damage to hit that shield so he can have it ready. Early burst, Eye of Agamotto, mostly blocked from Gomez. I don't see anyone stunned, so now it's up to Sentinels to fight back.
Tremendous switch, tremendous block there from Gomez, because that Agamotto was going to be spelling doom. And just like this, it's turning, it's flipping. The Agamotto comes, but it is blocked as well. But the whale coming in from Amazing, finishing that. It was a game of inches. They almost had it there. Now we do have a big ult coming, but does not land from Impunity. And at this point, it is looking rough for Shroud-X as Impunity goes down as well. We're in overtime. This is it. Hogs killing. It was a game of inches. Can they get there? And with the invisible boundary, Gomez taking out window as well. Seconds on the clock. Can they touch? They cannot. Lemon. They were so close to free. That was a tremendous defense from Sentinels.
I can't believe it. It's not who you play, it's how you play it. And the execution of ultimates from Sentinels was sublime. First, the Whale Luna combo actually killed. It bursted people down. That was important from Sentinels. Just overall, such good teamwork from that team. Along with even the Magneto ults, everything. Incredible stuff from Sentinels. I thought Shroud-X were going to be able to cap point A. They had so much momentum, but then Sentinels were able to portal back. Oh, that's what I forgot. The Eye of Agamotto from Sentinels stunned 3 people at the start of the fight. You didn't stun anyone from Shroud-X's side.
I gotta say, as we look at the stats, I mean, the payload was a Ant-Man away from the point, and that's why you don't give up. And the swap there, I was saying, hey, we want the 2-2-2, but the triple banker, I mean, Gomez flicks beautifully there into the Doctor Strange. The block on the ultimate on window really set him up for success there at the end of the fight. You guys can see here, I mean, Amazing having a fantastic game. We know him as a GOAT duelist. Guys, listen, he was #1 in alpha, #1 in beta at times. He's great at what he does, and seeing him lock in here, love to see it here, but I'm stunned that Shroud-X did not get that point there, because it was right there for the taking.
And now this is no longer becoming a marathon, but a sprint, with that finish line for Sentinels to win the series just at the end of point A. Shroud-X need to burn as much of this time bank as possible, force as many fights as possible, while not making too many mistakes. Sentinels already approaching the high ground. The pull won't get impunity, but he will still give that up. Now, you have to worry about Sentinels looking above them. Some early pick potential. Aramori cleans up Nook, and Vision falls too. Impunity got stunned, and Sentinels have built something up that's special.
Yeah, this is massive. I mean, they were going to need to have a defense of their life here, and right away, falling down on this first turn. I mean, like we just saw, it doesn't matter if there's just an inch left. You can protect the point here, but they are going to have the greatest defense we have seen up to this point, because this is going to be tough to hold them back. They're playing aggressive right now. Gomez ready for the early kidnap. Look at him stalking the prey here, ready to get the kidnap early. They're pushing up to the meat point here, and we've got our last potential fight of this legendary matchup about to happen.
I was so close to Doomed getting picked, and Amazing taking a safer position, not going too deep. Hogs, though, with a nice setup, tossed up everyone from Shroud-X, and Fidel gets dangerously low. You gotta worry about these duelists from Sentinels. Taking these off angles around the buses. Shroud-X protecting themselves well. You have to build up towards these strategist ultimates. I'm looking at Nook and Fidel to save the day. This is the final defense, and it has to be flawless for Shroud-X, but the CC has everything from Hogs, and Shroud-X, the strategist, couldn't keep everyone in time. You got the whale in response from Vision, but it's really too little, too late. Sentinels have more in the back pocket. They still have a Wolverine ult. They have a Magneto at the back, and Sentinels have done it.
I mean, Nuck was just a hair away from that Invisible Woman ult to save the day, and it was just a little too late. The pick started folding and happening. That was like a scene out of Endgame. I mean, that was incredible matchups happening, and you got to give it to him. Sentinel said, it is still our house. They wanted to get it. It was 1-1, not anymore, 2-1, but Shroud-X, you've got to be proud of yourselves on the way that you played, but Sentinels proving who they are. One of the best teams in North America.
Absolutely, going all the way to map 3, but now starting to tell me that is domination one of not Shroud-X's, but Sentinel's weaker game types, question mark? Like, I mean, it is such a chaotic mode that it feels like, and it's more balanced that even the underdog teams can catch up on, because we saw Sentinels go to round 3 yesterday, to Sentinels losing that domination today. So keep that in mind. That's going to be something they have to work on in the future. But I mean, Hogs in the interview already told us about wanting to improve that communication, but Sentinels are still on top regardless of the bruises that they had. It's still a win.
I mean, I am speechless. Not only am I just talking over it, but as a fan right now, just watching how close that was, you know, and looking at what was potentially this underdog story unfolding. And that is where, hey, listen, FlyQuest said they are the most flexible team, but I love to see them adapting. Sentinels adapted there extremely precisely on time. Doctor Strange coming in, like I said, from Gomez, just really having that clutch gene in him. And listen, it comes down to such micro moments there. But as you watch the ping pong happen, Wolverine, Doctor Strange with Gomez, that was beauty.
And just kind of the trade-offs that Sentinels, like Kaluj is just the master at all the Vanguards, but knows how to share that with Super Gomez if they want to do that triple Vanguard. Hogs is always capitalizing and setting up these engagements so that everyone else can shine. This is such a selfless team, from the three-man Eye of Agamotto, from Sentinels to kick things off, to just every ult being sublime. Even the Whale Luna combo that wiped out Shroud-X. At the end of the day, Sentinels are a cleaner team, and they're going to be leading our standings now 2-0.
I was not expecting that the last match, it's 1-1, was going to come down to a first defensive stop. I mean, that after what we saw, I was like, all right, they're both getting, could this be, you know, a 5-3? What are we going to see from the finish? But it ended up being that little bit of time, and that's what the difference was. And honestly, I've seen a lot of matches. I've watched a lot of matches. That was up there as just a battle of duels there. And altogether, I'm excited for both teams. I think I'm very happy. I would be happy if I'm Shroud watching his team perform and what they put out. And listen, obviously even happier after what happened a couple days ago, and everyone's been talking a little bit about the, you know, 3-0 with Sentinels. Hey, that's a way to bounce back and show what you're made out of. And I'm even more excited to be watching them here next. Across the boards, though, I mean, the strategist play, I thought I wanted to highlight. Strategists don't get a lot of love all the time, and it was on top there.
Absolutely, because they're the ones that are also going to be communicating through all of this chaos and to organize everyone, because there's a lot of ideas that are going to be thrown around in a 6v6, and Sentinels have definitely cleaned up those comms, and to be able to bounce back after losing that map too, which came down to, in my opinion, just kind of a positional mishap, a miscomm that got punished in just a few seconds for that 33% to get capped, for them to turn around and just have a flawless hold. It was insane. To portal back to force that last fight was amazing. And big congratulations to Sentinel, proving that, yeah, they could maybe have some weaknesses, but they're a team that works so incredibly hard. They have such a strong backroom of Crimzo as the coach. And that's just match number 1. We also have 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. So if you guys thought that was amazing, stay tuned for that.
I mean, how do we top that? But then also, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, that was the match that was talked about a lot today, right? Could we get the 1 and the 2 going against each other, the 1 and the 3? All I have to say is this is a game of momentum. And to look at them lose Clintar the way that they did, it's so easy to go into that next map. But and kind of be a little bit discouraged. But what I have to say is they've been here. They've been here before. They're able to come back. And that's what's being a professional in this game, honestly, is not letting little things take you down. You know who you are, and they showed it to us right there on Midtown.
Yeah, I'm excited for our next interviewee to jump in, and I'm sure that was such a hectic match. So we're just making sure they're all organized, and then we'll have 3 more matches today. And these are all best of 3s, which are so unforgivable. And 90% of the time, you're having sweeps because once you're down 0-1, it's series point. You start overthinking, you start overcooking, you start doubting yourself. And he starts swapping from hero to hero, and that's when things can fall apart before they even start. So big shout out to Sentinels to be able to kind of get back on their high horse and finish out strong.
Yeah, absolutely there. And it's, I want to know, I'm going to be asking for sure, why Midtown? I mean, obviously, they picked Midtown for a reason, and I feel like Midtown is definitely a map that people are up and down on. Some people love Midtown, some people don't. Clearly, Sentinels, they enjoy the map a ton. I remember talking to Super Gomez and him highlighting that. What's cool to see is the flexibility, though, of these people able to trade their roles within the roles and out of it. And ultimately, I think that's going to be huge in Rivals. It's great being dominant on one hero, but having that flexibility, especially outside of your role, is what highlighted, honestly, the victory that we saw there. And again, excited to interview this guest here in just a moment.
Yeah, and Midtown was played yesterday by Sentinels, and they even had Hogs swap off of the Thing to mirror a Hulk at some point, and they were just like, I was asking him about it, it was like, oh, whatever, like, we'll beat him on any mirror. Like, that they just, like, don't care. They don't think swaps means, like, a sign of weakness. A swap just means, now we know how to beat you. And this is a team that exudes that exact confidence and smack talk to the... at the end of the day. They're such a fun team to watch, and they also showed us different comps because yesterday was like the triple strategist. Now today they kind of went back to their standard stuff.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, what really highlights the key contesting points there is the Agamottos and being able to I mean, we saw it yesterday and Shroud-X and what Window did, and today that's what was the big difference there at the end. There was multiple Agamottos that close. And when you get that huge stun, it's easy just to follow up from there. And honestly, just hats off to the Doctor Strange players in that last matchup. Definitely 100 Thieves going up against FlyQuest. Highly anticipated matchup as well. I know Sentinels and honestly Shroud-X are both going to be watching. But we've got our guest ready after an intense win, guys. And I want you to welcome in Aramori, who was the strategist, the shot caller, someone I've talked to and excited to welcome in.
Hello, everyone.
What's going on, Aramori? Good to finally connect. I mean, what an electric match. What a great game. And I've got to ask you to open this thing up. Clintar, it just happened to pick. Oh, no. And then, bam, you guys come out strong. That was awesome to see. How you feeling?
That was a really, really close match. My heart is still kind of beating like crazy, but, we had a good time. And I think we were feeling really strong about the Midtown pick, so...
Yeah, I mean, girl, show me the Sentinels jacket. Sentinels, Aramori. You got the pictures. Oh,
I got you.
Looking so stylish. Yes. I had to help you guys out because Hogs had to plug all the Sentinels shell yesterday.
Yeah.
How were you guys able to stay cool? It feels like a lot of your strategists were kind of the focus of these Hella players. Like, that must be stressful to dip, dive, and dodge against that.
It's definitely very stressful, and I mean, like, every time we play versus a Hella, we're always thinking, like, okay, the Hella's gonna flank, I'm in danger, so it's always, like, constantly asking my front line, like, where's this Hella, and then as soon as we know she's behind, we're like, all right, run it down main, let's go. I don't care about that Hella, like, I want her team, right? So that's kind of what we've been doing, and it's been working pretty well, but, sometimes Hella, it's like, even if you don't care about her and we're not paying attention to her or we're not caring about her, she just comes in and just 2-taps people, which happened at the end of Clintar, and it's tough. It hurts my heart.
Hey, listen,
Yeah.
I have to ask this, okay? So the Doctor Strange switch from the Wolverine to Super Gomez, if they did cap that, were you going to stick back with that? Because you guys perfectly played it out. I mean, that was such a great switch to the triple Vanguard. Not what a lot of people used to seeing, and it's been up and down. The Clintar we just saw, and then right there, I mean, it was so perfect. Was that shouted out? Is that what you guys were going to stick with?
So we really just had Gomez go Strange just for the TP. But honestly, we just kind of like let Gomez off his leash this map, or this series. Like, whatever he wanted to do, we were like, just do it, bro. Like, you find value where you can. If you want to play Strange, play Strange. He ended up playing Hella in Hell's Haven, which he has never really played for us in scrims at all, ever. So first timing Hella in an official. Just go wild. Just have fun, buddy. That's our mentality with him right now.
Well, we had fun watching you, and I'm glad that you guys trust each other to just do these swaps on the fly, like to go away from the game plan. But you know, me and you have talked in DMs, and as like the first female pro in Marvel Rivals, like what does this mean to you to compete under that Sentinels banner? Do you have a message to kind of people who look up to you?
Yeah, I've had quite a few girls DM me, and the biggest thing I want to say is just make sure you guys calm and talk in ranked. It's the most important thing you can do. If I didn't calm and talk in ranked, I wouldn't be on this team, right? Like, that's how I ran into my teammates. That's how they wanted to play with me, and I think it's a skill that every girl should practice. So keep it up. You guys got it. No matter who is out there giving you shit, don't listen to them.
Listen, I love the confidence, and I love your story, and I love your team. I mean, I've gotten to talk a lot with Right Mazing, Hog, Super Gomez, yourself. Like, I've been following you guys since the last Marvel Rivals Invitational, and to see you guys, you know, come together here and get this win was just incredible to see. I have to ask, right, because you played a lot of Mantis, right, and now you're able to just play anything outside of every now and then Invisible Woman. I mean, talk about just being flexible in the strategist role, how important that is depending on the map. You know, we didn't know if Cloak would make an appearance after the patch. Obviously, he's helped out a lot. How do you see Cloak in your eyes? Want to hear all about that.
Right. So I kind of just play whatever strategist my team needs. Prior to the beta, I didn't even play Mantis. They were like, hey, where do you think Mantis is good? I was like, I got it. I'll pick it up for you guys. And then, you know, Loki, we decided Loki was good. I'm like, okay, I got it. I'll play Loki. So I'm just constantly just picking up what the team needs. But in terms of like bans and what supports are good, right? Like, I think the most important thing is, you know, understanding, okay, if Luna and Loki are like maybe the best like SS plus tier supports. Okay, if they're banned, then I'm playing Cloak. That's my mental right now.
Yeah, it's been so awesome talking to you, Aramori. Well, okay, last question for me. What's the next guide that you're going to put out? Okay, I learned so much from Cloak and Dagger from you, girl. What's the next strategist you're going to break down?
I think I'm going to do Luna. I think Luna is the next one on my list. I like Luna a lot.
Okay, sick.
Do we have a Red Bull to chug, or is that just a Hogs thing?
No Red Bull for chugging for me. That's not for me.
Oh, well, thank you so much for coming on. We'd love to have you. Can't wait to watch you here in the rest of the Invitational and tell the team congrats.
Thank you so much. Bye, all.
Bye.
I know. Oh, man. Could not be happier for her and the team. That's awesome. Again, after going through what happened at Clinton and going right into that, and you can just tell. You can see her beaming how happy she was from that win. Her heart's still going fast, I'm sure. That's awesome.
Oh, she is such a queen. I've learned so much from her, and she inspires me. I've known her for years, trying to go pro in other games, and she's finally done it. And through ranked of all things, you know how hard it is to get on a team? You think it's like about all this networking stuff? No, it's just the grind set, and she puts in the work, and so did Sentinels to take this win today. And we have so many more matches around the corner. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. Get y'all's popcorn. We'll see you after this.
This is gonna be good. I can't wait. I'm ready. I'm ready now. I mean,
highlights, highlights, bam, bam.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
I'm
Hulking arrows! Gamma shield! Howling smash!
dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Lights out. Rivet feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine.
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Invitational for Marvel Rivals. You missed an absolute banger. And of course, Sentinels continued their flawless streak. They're 2-0 in the standings, but maybe the Kings of North America coming up next. We'll see if they can keep that up. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest.
Yeah, I said it before. I'm going to say it right now. We knew that that match would be interesting, but not like what we thought it was going to end up being. And then we now have the highly anticipated matchup, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. We talked to a lot of people yesterday. 100 Thieves was claimed to be the top team, the team to beat, even though we saw great play just a second ago. So this matchup is going to be a thing of beauty as Sentinels is going to be celebrating. We have now 100 Thieves. A lot of stuff happening here. If you guys don't know, we've got Harvey, who is the god of Loki. He's the Loki GOAT. We've got tremendous players, one of the best Groots in the world, and Vinny. And then against them, FlyQuest, a team that has come together, come from Euphoria. They were in the finals of the Marvel Rival Invitational last year, or last season. So I'm excited to see what happens in this matchup today.
Yeah, FlyQuest want to be part of the conversation of the top two. Everyone's been yapping away about 100 Thieves, Sentinel. Who is better between them? And then people forget about FlyQuest and how stacked their roster is and how unique they are with their approach of we saw Light yesterday playing the Spider-Man. I don't think anyone else is playing Spider-Man.
I don't know if we're going to see that today. So what happened when he played Spider-Man and Venom? That was after they felt pretty confident going into that second match. And I'm going to be curious. They say they're flexible. They like to play fun stuff. Light, if it's not banned, he's going to play it. Well, will we see that? That's going to be a little bit of the storyline today. Now, when it comes to the bans and what I think might happen again, even though Harvey loves Loki, they ban Loki. They don't typically want to deal with it. It shuts down a lot of comps, and Loki right now just a very good hero altogether. Also got rid of things like Adam Warlock, Namor. So it's going to be interesting. I think the bands is going to tell a big story of what we might see here and how they scouted FlyQuest. These teams just played in a Marvel Rival Fight Night. Awesome thing they got going on over there a couple of days ago. And so this is going to be familiar-ish territory for them. And it was close, let me tell you.
Yeah, only 1% of the population plays Spider-Man, so you guys are about to see some of the best Spider-Man action, if we ever get to see that. But if there's a Namor ban, there's got to be red alerts. If there's a Namor ban, that Spider-Man's going to be let loose. But speaking of someone who got let loose yesterday, Tara was giving me heart attacks. Tara, aka Afrasy, on that Wolverine, the kidnapper, the best kidnapper, which is not like a great sentence to say, but he's really good at it.
Yeah, a lot of people were asking, where's Afrasy? Where's Afrasy? It was a name change. Tara is Afrasy, played Star-Lord Wolverine yesterday. I want to highlight Delina. Delina here is interesting. Probably one of the most fun people to watch because the way that they play Hela and flank, and they're able to get just honest, crazy picks. And so I expect if there's not a Hela ban, which there might be, Delina's going to lock in there. And I think that's going to be a lot of fun today.
I want to see how deep Delina's hero pool is, because I've known him as just this insane Hela, but I don't know how flexible he is. But of course, you could just rely on someone like Tara to kind of fill in the gaps around you. A lot of people are kind of letting Hela float these days because you got to be confident going into that mirror at all times. At least in our last series, that's what happened. But I'm also excited to just see some Spider-Man, someone who has a lot to prove too. Glassklin, who was part of that that Sentinels roster, now finds his way on FlyQuest to prove like he got the upgraded roster. He's on the better team now.
Yeah, if you don't know about where these teams come from, allow me, take a stroll with me down memory lane. Now, what's great about what is now 100 Thieves, they were the Mutants, they won the MRC, if you guys missed out a little bit yesterday. But what I think is really cool about this team is they've been friends for years, okay? They played almost exclusively on console. They learned mouse and keyboard to pick up rivals, one of them staying on a controller being TTK, an amazing Doctor Strange. But to see that story unfold and put themselves in the position saying, hey, Nate Shot, 100 Thieves, come sign us. And they did indeed. And so it was cool to see that story unfold. And then again, this FlyQuest story starting to unravel. Gaslit, great addition to the team that was Euphoria. Coming together now, a team that played a lot. You have two teams, Lemon, that have played a lot together. And that's what we're going to see today.
It kind of just made me think about J3 earlier, our interviewee, who ran a lot of these console versus PC show matches back in the day. And those console players have made their way into Marvel Rivals. And it's cool to see some familiar names, not TTK necessarily, but there's actually other console gamers too. And Marvel Rivals has brought talent from all over the world, from all types of games, because this is such a unique and special game that requires a perfect skill set of mechanics, awareness, decision making, everything all at once. But these are best of threes, and it's pretty unforgiving, and it's tough to know what to adapt and how to adapt in time.
Yeah, listen, 100 Thieves, they played Shin Shibuya yesterday. They played Royal Palace. We're going to see what they match up with today. But if you guys don't know, typically TTK Strange, Vinny on the group. We should see that. As you said, Hela is going to be Delina, Star-Lord, and a little bit of Wolverine. Tara can flex kind of that Gomez role that we just saw from the Sentinels here as we line up against Fly that have a ton of flexibility. They have quoted, we're the most flexible team. We're about to find out right now. Fly versus 100 Thieves as we find ourselves in the pick ban phase where we open up with the Loki ban coming from 100 Thieves as we did yesterday.
You gotta stop Harvey. Also, I mean, his own team likes to ban it too, but it's the Luna. Now you're limiting the options of strategists. So again, I think the flavor being around the Wolverine, which is a worry for Tara, Delena on the Hela, FlyQuest, who knows all the different looks that they can show us, and the Groot is up next for the ban.
Okay, so here's the story here. SJP plays a lot of Luna, and so I think it's interesting to see that being banned out there. And then to see the Groot, that's obviously a call to Vinny. One of the greatest Groots, if not the best Groot here. They got to shut that down. Adam Warlock's save is going to force probably a Star-Lord ban here. And the Loki save, Harvey is going to be on the Asgardian, God of Mischief. People are excited to see him play.
He's going to show us a true masterclass of this. The majority of FlyQuest, except Gasklin, all come from Euphoria. So that synergy, that chemistry, and now they've earned themselves such a supreme banner of FlyQuest, and you got to represent that well, but you're going up against North America's #1 in 100 Thieves. And with that Hela currently still being floated, it's not going to get banned out, but there's limited options on strategists to play.
I mean, 3 strategist bans. Now, what we see here is Mantis is getting obviously blocked out because it's not going to be Star-Lord, but they want to shut down that passive from Adam Warlock if that's what they want to protect there. There'd be a little bit of strategy. No Invisible Woman this time around as we see the teams locking into what they like. Terra back on Wolverine. Delina is on the Hela, who I thought was going to be banned. TTK, not on Strange, but on Magneto as Vinny finds himself on the Thing. That is interesting. Gasklin right at home with Magneto. Been playing him long before he was meta. And here we go. Defense first is going to be FlyQuest. Offense, 100 Thieves.
Now, FlyQuest really have to set the tone and the pace of this entire series on this defense. Light gonna be on the Star-Lord, and this is still a fly that you could swat out of the sky, so Light doesn't want to go too far. Swapping now to the Bucky, which could be good for that neutral fight. Those pulls you saw in the previous series, how important that is. And the neutral meaning a fight without ultimate. So Light has an important job, but you also don't want to pull the wrong people, like a tank, unless you know those important cooldowns are out. Looking out for Magneto bubbles, maybe a low Doctor Strange shield. So Light has to listen to his team.
Having access to Hela reviving Loki on Harvey here, the best Loki player, this is going to be interesting and a tough thing to stop. This is such an interesting map when Groot is out of the equation, which we obviously have here. Gaston opening up with a little bit of poke damage going down the main street. We did see Terra potentially up top there, is taking the top ground, and we're bringing the fight right to it right away. Terra's going to see if maybe they can get a poke here, and Spark Chief ready for the action.
Yeah, just holding this corner is the power position and just marking where this Wolverine's going to travel to, trying to take that left platform control while Delena is in the back right. Not playing together, but split, but Fly splitting the head open of Delena, his opposition, and the fight breaks down in FlyQuest's favor already. Have to deal with the clones too. That's a fun little side quest that FlyQuest will have to deal with, but 100 Thieves are also contesting. Respawns are close, so you don't need to full disengage.
Yeah, the last time I saw this map, Delena loves to kind of go behind them and do a lot of flanking. If their team can mark to Delena, that's going to be a huge advantage, as we do have Eternal Bond coming out right away here from 100 Thieves, and this is the battle. We have Loki Cooper copying now the Eternal Bond 2, and here we go. Battle commencing. Nothing falling yet as we have both strategists ults up and ready, but we have Kraken Impact on lock for Light going in for the first bit here. Unable to get anything down as we have the Magneto going for the slam dunk. Gasklin gets 100 Terra down with a massive pick.
Yeah, that's a 3-person stun hitting 100 Thieves, but FlyQuest invested almost every ultimate in the game, minus the Goddess of Death. The Kraken Impact happened so early in the fight, the health pools were way too high. You're not going to get the executions or the resets, but, man, this thing is about to reset everybody back to spawn. Delena has a bit of space to operate this Goddess of Death and to deal with the Loki clones, to find where those strategists are. And FlyQuest, their backs are against the wall. They used all their ultimates early, didn't get kills, so the ball is in 100 Thieves' court.
I mean, that was funny. I mean, you're not the real Loki. You're not the real Loki. Finally found it on the Goddess of Death there. Found the Loki. Was able to capitalize. 100 Thieves. Nice adjustment there. Able to push through and get the cleanup. On top of that, though, if you look at the ult usage, we do have a Wolverine ult ready online here. And Eternal Bond will be available for the next fight. That's going to counter most likely Energy's Goddess of Death coming from the Hela as they get past potentially this first choke point. FlyQuest playing a little bit back here.
Just playing this corner, poking and prodding until the payload approaches, and that'll be the time to take a fight. You never know when these kidnaps could also kick things off. Terra looks for something, gets probably bubbled off by Gasklin, and speaking of that, you got a Magneto ult from TTK, actually, and there's a big stun up. FlyQuest anchored in place, allowing these executions from 100 Thieves to go through. And even with the Loki crystals in place, 100 Thieves are more than confident to hold their position and to send Terra on a tear.
Wow is all I have to say. TTK, beautiful double kills there. And we saw Delena doing what they do best there. Able to get some huge advantage. We had a miss there a little bit on the Meteor M and a great block. But altogether, what a fantastic snowball as Delina's. Look at this is position. They like to be. They love to stalk their prey. It's crazy. I love the positioning there from Delina. Great job.
This is just a waterfall. 100 Thieves just only know the W key. It's 100 W's and FlyQuest flying for the hills, and they need a moment to stabilize. They need to fight back, but the Gasklin has been stunned up by this Wolverine, and this Terra is a menace on the Wolverine. That has to be a ban coming up. You cannot allow that to float anymore.
After C1, aka Terra, the MRC in this cave as Wolverine. I saw a quad kill happen in this cave of Yggdrasil's path. Will it happen again? This is a prime advantage that they're going to have here going in. We've got a lot of ultimates online from both teams. Who can capitalize the best here? Both are going to have access to a strategist ultimate here. And there we go. My goodness, it happened. We've got Terra going with the double kill. Harvey taking out the opponent's Loki. And SJP with the elimination on Gasklin. My gosh, that was fast.
Mid ult 2, I don't know, he just exploded like a supernova. FlyQuest, as soon as they have a moment to breathe, they get drowned. And look, 100 Thieves hoping to close the door on their attack, quite literally at being at the spawn room doors. But FlyQuest still has some life. They've got CC, but they don't have the coordination. 100 Thieves are tearing them apart. And again they go to the end of the map with an insane time bank with really not much of a stop from FlyQuest. Unless it was at the beginning of the map. What a race.
I mean, my gosh. If you want to be the best, you know everyone's going to bring their best. And that was a 3-minute. They have 3 minutes left. I mean, that was a beautiful master class. 100 Thieves was claimed to be the #1 team. We just saw an absolute perfect offense from them. I mean, you hear whack-a-mole. That was whack-a-cloak there with Magneto. Did not miss at all there with TTK. And I've seen a lot of TTK on Strange, but he's proven that Magneto, he is absolutely terrific there. Can't wait to see some of the stats. That's a tough reset you're going to have as FlyQuest there, because that was near flawless outside of just a couple of fight decisions from 100 Thieves. Wow.
Yeah, TTK known as what, the #1 Doctor Strange in the world, possibly PC and console. And now he's showing us what he can get done on the Magneto. And Gasklin just hasn't had a team to really operate around because they've just been kicked and kicked and kicked. And then you can't deny that Terra's just always racing forward looking for a kidnap. You constantly have to space out if you're FlyQuest. And the only moment felt like they had a second to coordinate a fight was at the end of the map, and FlyQuest still didn't get anything done despite the CCs that they were able to put out, but their attack has to be just as swift as FlyQuest come out the doors.
The healing incredible. Really only Delina going down at the beginning, and then a couple Wolverine deaths. That's it. That's all we saw. Everybody else lived, not dying at all. Perfection was on display there as we have TTK now offering their defense approach. Kind of same thing we saw at the beginning here, but flip sides as we're going to see if there's any sort of flank strategy going on. They seem to be taking down the middle here as we've got the fight clashing it right now as things begin.
Okay, TTK blinded, but not going to move anywhere, and there's an attempt of a kidnap from Terra, forces out his passive, and he has to go back to safety. Meanwhile, FlyQuest don't look too perturbed, and they're pretty healed up. They're probably waiting for some ultimates to come through, but Cooper's been doing a lot of the healing, and he's looking to copy some ultimates, but Harvey is up first, and it's up to FlyQuest to pressure, get some progress, but how do you stop this Wolverine?
My goodness. I mean, look at Terra just do what they do best. Getting the kidnap there on the Magneto and making them suffer, full of rage, and that's just going to cause a huge reset to happen. I mean, Harvey having access to Loki with that save has been awesome to see. I mean, the absolute plays that you could pull off. You could be a little bit more reckless there, as we've seen. Delina playing a little bit back here, trying to get some poke, as we do see a flank now happening a bit more. But my gosh, the flank, the door is closed. Delina shutting down energy there from afar. Huge pickoff, and here it is. Kraken impact coming down right now. Is it going to make a difference? No. The light has been shut down.
Yeah, and the light goes out in FlyQuest's eyes. This is a beatdown. If it's not Terra just adopting a new child from FlyQuest and bringing them over to the imposter team, it's Delina getting headshots. Like, Energy can't get any sightlines on this Hela. And is there going to be a compositional swap? You got to wait for these ultimates to be used. But if this doesn't work, I don't know if it ever will for FlyQuest. All 100 Thieves have to do is anchor on the payload to deny progress. FlyQuest are forced to eliminate every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them against Rad yesterday, and I was curious to see what happens here when we go against Fly. This is crazy. 100 Thieves is playing out of their minds right now, and that's what they play at. But we have the Eternal Bond coming in early here from Zelos to set up the fight here, able to get something going. A lot of ultimates on live, though, for 100 Thieves. And here we go. Clobbering time coming down. Meteor Aim about to land down. Can he land it? Gaslin trying to throw it down. We've got the Goddess of Death going as well. Ultimates everywhere. Gaslin does get Terra. And
it's a good exchange, but the Magneto ults were eating a lot of that damage. We're left with a 5 versus 5 and no ultimates left unless Light can get the Kraken impact, and that could be the end-all be-all as FlyQuest are starting to get this real estate. They have the top platform. They have all the Vanguards from this defense starting to scour, but because of all these low-key heals, there's just so much to stay from the 100 Thieves side, and it gives a chance for Delena to apply the poke. FlyQuest now have to escape from the Wolverine, and it's 100 Thieves just another day at the office.
I mean, my goodness, I saw Terra play Wolverine and just such an excellent player on the hero. I mean, we hear a lot about other players playing Wolverine, but Terra just going crazy here. Now, at the end here, we've got only 39 seconds left. No ultimates online for FlyQuest. We've got not only Wolverine ready to go, but Eternal Bond, and we have Harvey with the strategist. This is going to be a very tough fight to be able to poke through. 27 seconds. Here we go.
Oh, the absolute toss of this Wolverine from the ultimate. Everyone in the air, and Harvey has been farming. Holy cow. And also, you can't even deny the heals that Loki does. The reason that these Kraken impacts from Light aren't maybe getting these resets is the strategists. There's every single one of 100 Thieves is a star. It becomes a galaxy, and it's a full hold against North America's third best team in FlyQuest. To humble them this early is insane, but it's not over yet. Overtime ensues. FlyQuest lose Zelos, and it had... Oh, he had the ultimate to maybe try and put the red carpet down to some form of a turnaround, but it's a full hold for 100 Thieves.
I don't think he gets any more perfect than how that was just executed. I mean, we have seen it before, but we have not seen... I'm just impressed with what we just saw. I will say that has got to be one of Loki's best maps. Play a lot of Loki myself. The clone placements are fantastic to both heal, keep your team alive, and inflict plenty of damage. But the Lina able to just do their thing, flank it out. Strategist, I mean, we barely had death. No one died outside of the initial couple of deaths from 100 Thieves. Look at these stats. They tell the story plenty.
Even Light ends up doing like more damage like on paper than Delena and Terra, but the final blows tells the story that there wasn't enough focus fire from FlyQuest. The line of sight was so hindered from energy. I don't blame him. Playing and attacking Hell is so difficult. You have to play on the top bridge. You have to go around through the building on the right side. Take a risk if you want to go on the platform while trying not to be accessible by the Wolverine, while trying to go up against Delena, who's one of the best Hellas in the world. So I don't blame Energy for having a struggle bus of a time.
Yeah, look, I know they're all in LA right now. They're all playing in LAN together, and they are having a blast. I mean, they're having a good time. There really wasn't a lot of momentum to be given there at all. And listen, FlyQuest, you can turn it around, but there's going to have to be we have to see changes in the pick bans for starters, because that was obviously not something that they want to see. Do you think we're going to see Wolverine banned? Is Loki going to get shut down before the save? What do you expect?
Ban everything they just played. What the heck? Like, there's not enough bans for how flexible 100 Thieves are and the masteries that they have. Wolverine would be a must, Hela would be a must, and Loki, and you only have 2 bans, so it kind of depends if 100 Thieves want to ban something they played themselves. It's the only chance FlyQuest have, but also just is a map friendly towards Wolverine and towards Hela, so that without the bans you could try and uninspire 100 Thieves from going to that comp.
I mean, I've got to see, ban everything. But I also, I got to say, I've watched a lot of this team perform. I follow them a ton in the Marvel Rival Championship, and I've seen them play together. This is the advantage of playing as a full unit for as long as they have. That's not just with Rivals, but that's 5 years long now. They just know each other through and, you know, and having everybody play their role to perfection nearly. I mean, truly to perfection. We saw Delena go down once, maybe twice, and then Wolverine is going to die occasionally. You got to play a little bit aggressive and get that, you know, the Hound unleashed there. But yeah, we saw the masterclass, and we saw why they ranked at 1.
And we'll see if 100 Thieves, after this break, will be the only team to stay perfect, not drop a single map. So watch these highlights, and we'll see you after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing out for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Plasma burst!
Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine.
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Watch out! Turret's armed!
Heavy weapons. I'm in love.
Flush the other flank out!
Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Man, from 0 to 100 Thieves made quick work of Yggdrasil just now against FlyQuest. And I mean, Cozy, they've matched up kind of recently, and it was a lot closer than this. Kind of, maybe it's just a map difference. That was probably 100 Thieves' best map.
Fly is good. They're talented. Right now, 100 Thieves is showing A, it's a no-fly zone. B, that they're built different for this particular matchup. I mean, it was just tough from the beginning, and I said if Delina gets away with the flanks that they were able to pull off, it was going to get nasty fast, and we saw that with a couple really important picks from her. And then I'm still calling her them Afrasy, so I have to use the name change, but a beautiful Wolverine play from that. Listen, with what we just saw, do you say, you know what? Let's play dive. Let's just go Venom Spider-Man. It can't get worse, honestly, than what we saw a second ago. And not without being rude, but I would just let loose, have fun at this point. And you played close the other day. You could bring it back home. That's what do you think we see?
I think you go to any kind of Spider-Man Venom team up map. That is the thing. Dive is key. And you got to worry about the ban phase, though. There's a lot of things you have to try and deny and take out of 100 Thieves' hands, starting with the Loki, the Wolverine. The Hela could be a consideration. I don't know what kind of matchup Light is going to be looking for on the Spider-Man, but I just know that FlyQuest have to go to some comforts, and it could just be a map thing. I don't even think it was necessarily like the composition, but rather the execution. The ultimates, a Kraken impact at full health with no follow-up, sort of a strategist ultimates used with not really much aggression to follow up with it. There was a complete desync within FlyQuest, which is so uncharacteristic for them because they are so all experienced in their own right, and we know they can push 100. We know that they could push 100 Thieves to the edge.
You said that beautifully. Listen, this is a great team. FlyQuest, this is not over. I have seen FlyQuest. They are great. They are good. They can do this, and this is not over yet. It was just more of just the tactics that they had planned. The Yggdrasil's path couldn't have gone worse in that direction. Great team, though, as we head into the pick ban phase, and right away, Thieves taking out Luna from the start, and I knew it. I knew that FlyQuest was going to get rid of that Wolverine. That was the big problem against specifically Magneto, shutting that down often. Not surprised by that. But will we see Loki protected on their side over here as they go for Adam, which means we're going to have probably another Mantis ban?
Yeah, and I mean, the Adam Warlock was protected and not even used, but hey, the Loki is going to remain in the picture. Red alert, Harvey. This is going to be his playground once again. But what other ban do you consider? Is it going to be the Hela? Is it something to enable a Spider-Man or anything for Light? You need to see Light and Energy pick things up, and the Bucky is denied away from 100 Thieves.
Wow, bit surprised by that because Bucky's always been a good, obviously, counter to Loki. And I've got to say, again, Loki players, shout out to you. Spider Island is a crazy Loki map. You have so much high ground to put your clones on. You can put them in cheeky locations, both heal and defend, as I've said before. And here we go. The one thing y'all didn't see last match was Groot. He's here now, and Vinny, one of the best at it. And so we're getting access to Groot. We're seeing Harvey here kind of float around. They locked Loki, but could be going with a different pick here. And as for Fly, we've got a similar lineup here. Looks like Cooper is getting the armor out. Probably going to end up obviously swapping from that. But here we go. This can be fun.
And yeah, although Terra is an absolute terror on the Wolverine, Star-Lord is also part of one of his lethal arsenal picks. So excited how he's going to match up against Light. And Hopefully FlyQuest are not too boomed after what just happened, and because it was definitely like a structural, like how do you organize the fights thing rather than any picks that they did. So I'm hoping FlyQuest can unite for the final time because it is series point in this best of 3 for 100 Thieves.
There's that Loki location. Great spot because you can heal and have your team back up, but then also you have that offensive push, and they have to target them up above. Stop what you're doing and fighting and go and target those clones. So great positioning there as the fight takes off immediately. Terra bringing the heat with the dual pistols, taking down Spark Chief, all ready to get this thing started, and right away putting the gas all the way down, pedal to the metal.
An insane pull from the Invisible Woman, and you can't even deny what Groot can do in that location of the map because it acts as a choke point, and to wall people off would have been another win condition to play towards, but it was as easy as that for 100 Thieves. But FlyQuest, look how much space they gave up just from losing one person. Now they'll have a fight towards the end of the point, and that could be what tumbles things over for 100 Thieves to build the momentum like they did on the last map. FlyQuest are getting pulled once again, and Gasklin gets finished.
Yeah, unfortunately, no lanterns they could use there, or runestones from Loki. Already had to use it, and then Terra taking out Spark Chief as well. So they're not able to keep everybody alive with the invincibility that Loki does give there. Huge cooldown. Vinny with the deep Hail Mary taking down the Invisible Woman there. And that, honestly, the Loki cooldowns is something to keep an eye on, guys. If you see a lot of Loki, play a lot of Loki, you want to look for the green ring, as we do have a portal coming in here from FlyQuest, trying to stop it. And Terra, though, has Legendary ready to go. Gets the pick on Light, gets the pick on Spark Chief. And here we go, Livin. My goodness.
It just feels like they're showing us how to cook. There's a recipe for success for 100 Thieves to step up to pull the neutral fight so solid. Delena! Oh. If he could bend the knee, he would. 100 Thieves, then cooking and giving us the Galactic Legend to end point A. But FlyQuest, they have some space. They have a moment to breathe. Something 100 Thieves did not gift them last time.
Yeah, my goodness. You've heard Neil before Galactus, Neil before Hela and Delena on that one. That was absolutely perfect. And we have a lot of ultimates both available for both teams here. Terra's been making it the no-fly zone himself, occupying the skies, able to put on a lot of pressure. We do finally have that ultimate coming from Light. Legendary, trying to get a pick off, but this is where the lanterns are important. The runestones from Loki. Terra then trades with energy. Massive pick here, and here we go. Let's see if we can get some finish picks here from 100 Thieves.
As Zelos keeps the team safe with the invisible boundary, but as soon as that expires, 100 Thieves are on the hunt, and they have all of their strategist ultimates to use late. Harvey and SJP stepping up, a lot of sustain, but the lethal damage not coming out for 100 Thieves. They didn't keep adding pressure. They weren't as aggressive. Now Light is building confidence after that pick on Delena. He's on the flank, and 100 Thieves are just grouping around their Loki clones to try and benefit from the confusion. Gasklin looking for the Kabod, and Slam to go after an aerial target is insane, and he will miss. Hunt and Terra dangerously low will rejoin the team for heals.
I mean, that was a good pick from Gasklin. That is hard to do, to kill the Star-Lord just floating around there. And so trying to get the finish off was unable to do so. Light there, beautiful job taking down Delena. That is a huge bit of their firepower there as they're pushing in early. Terra trying to go for the pick here, but the Legendary does come out. The response to it, they have really not a lot to give. Delena, though, my God, 1-2. Vinny taking down Spark Chief, and there is one after the other, like bowling pins going down.
Delena is a mechanical god today. What are these headshots to just shut up Light permanently during that ult? And I don't know if Gasklin got to deliver maybe a bubble that could have helped some survivability, or maybe he wanted to pop the Invisible Woman ult just for more heals, but this is a tough match to watch. 100 Thieves are turning this into a sprint, and they're at point C with 4 minutes. This time bank is out of control, and so are 100 Thieves. Terra's even thinking about going for a flank, but he's not that insane. But he will just at least poke at an angle. Ton of ults for FlyQuest.
Beautiful use of the jetpacks here. I mean, all the ults are available pretty much here. Getting a little bit of spine, going with the Legendary from the left side. And we're seeing him use the wall there. Beautiful, as the invisible boundary does proc early, and they're able to go off that. Absolutely beautiful as the energy goes down in Terra. They're just feeling it right now and perfectly synchronizing with one another.
This is so sad. and the strangling prison on top from the defense groups up 100 Thieves, got most of the team, but then you don't have a Magneto ult, you don't have Light having an ult. There was just not enough damage from FlyQuest to capitalize on their group play, and 100 Thieves are just stuffing them right now with the leftover strategist ults left from SJP, Delena, who has a Goddess of Death above, Terra's touching the spawn room doors. This is disrespectful.
I'm sorry, 100 Thieves. I was not familiar with your game. Oh, wait, I was. I mean, I am seeing this come to light, the painting, if you will, being painted before our eyes, the masterpiece. I mean, listen, I've seen Delena play a lot as of recent, and just the way they play Hela has been one of my favorite things to watch. An absolute delight here. But we do get a slight defense here. Can they hold them back? It's looking like there's a little bit of momentum stopping here, but is it going to be enough to stop the Legendary coming yet again? Loki Runestone's online, but now offline. And can they pick happen from Terra here? Here we go.
FlyQuest have finally won a fight. They get a reset. They have respawn advantage, but Terra identifying where this Loki is huge. Cooper not able to escape, but a good trade from Energy. He needs to stabilize. He's playing next to his team, and this 100 Thieves team now has to try and figure out where they are through this invisible barrier placed by Zelos. So stabilization for FlyQuest, some good heals. 100 Thieves are trying to set up Delena on angle, and Light is really stepping up for FlyQuest.
I mean, this is Chris Pratt will be proud of this Star-Lord play we're seeing today.
Yeah.
This match is all about taking down the Hela, because the Hela rezzing the Lokis after eliminations is massive. And we saw that just a second ago from Fly. Now Cooper getting into the action. Cooper, fantastic support. Going 1, not 2, not 3. And now, here we go. Fly saying, we're not done. All right. They're getting into it. Love the confidence that they did not fold, did not break. They can bend, but they're keeping it together here as we have now only 1 minute and 19 seconds left.
I have many faces.
Yeah, I think Energy can stack with the team, and this may be good to just have consistent DPS, because he's shut down taking off angles. Light seems to be doing better with the mobility going on the flank, although he did just get pulled in potentially by SJP, but does get bubbled, does get supported. Light will live. Galactic Legend from the offensive side. Terra is above, but it's getting eaten all by the Magneto ult from Gasklin, but he is at half health. They need to keep their Vanguards alive. This FlyQuest team also has respawn advantage. What a strangling prison to catch 100 Thieves, or from Vinny to catch FlyQuest. Now the invisible barrier to help FlyQuest find some moment for relief.
Yeah, it's tough playing Star-Lord against Loki. You're able to put down the clones, and then it has the targeting all kind of messed up a little bit. And so that's what we were seeing there from Harvey, able to kind of counter that ult with the rune stuff, but also just then. Now we have the last bit of the map. This is the hardest part to take sometimes. I've been in plenty of matches just like this. Now Cooper going with the ultimate, but yeah, my gosh, it's getting pushed back yet again. 100 Thieves trying to back up a little bit, trying to get healed up from Harvey. Is going to get healed up successfully here as they're pushing. Final 8 seconds. We're going to go into overtime. No one wants to get an early pick, so they're trying to reset here as the last battle is about to go. But Cooper takes down Terra.
And Spark on the Venom had such good Venom ult. It ate up a lot of the damage from 100 Thieves, but there wasn't a solid enough follow-up. FlyQuest gotta communicate. They gotta sync up. And Delena is on the flank. You gotta mark this. But now a bird in the sky with the Goddess of Death, with Terra following up on all the initial damage. 100 Thieves with the cherry on top will be able to complete the map very shortly. It did take their entire time bank to do so, but a finish is a finish. And remember, on a last convoy map, they full held FlyQuest when FlyQuest went on the attack. So this is gonna be scary.
Yeah, I gotta say, tip of the cap there for the defensive effort, and I think Cooper really turned it on there with Loki and the gameplay that we just saw. That was tough, and I thought just maybe the stop would happen, especially after a couple picks early there. But yeah, 100 Thieves able to close it down. 3-0 now. Can they respond? And this is what we saw earlier. We saw the offense get kind of shut down. Can they make that difference right here? Much better play, though, I have to say. Obviously, much better play from FlyQuest there in that our second map.
Yeah, FlyQuest just have to be wary of these pulls from SJP. A lot of those neutrals won by that. Then it went to the Super Galactic Legend from Terra. That opened up point A. Momentum kind of shifted back and forth. And Zelos is putting down these invisible boundaries as just a second to breathe and not as kind of a chaos starter, not as a one in the middle of the fight. So I'd like to see those in a more active situation. And FlyQuest have had moments to strike back. They swapped to the Venom and I guess one of the more closer quarters part of the map. But this is going to be their game plan going forward. Something that would be happy to be pulled in. Something that can go past those Groot walls. Something that is okay to be isolated and has a lot of survivability. So looking out for that dive from FlyQuest if they stick with it.
Yeah, Vinny's got to be just smiling ear to ear, being able to play as Groot here. And I got to say, I got to highlight Terra's bait bit there against the wall in the Legendary. That was one of the funniest things I've seen personally. Love to see it there. Here we go. Defense online, ready to go. Battle happening right away. TTK on Strange where he's comfortable. Thing play going as well. And this is going to be the first battle right away. Things are just not starting out slow. Cooper going down to TTK, feeling very comfortable in this early fight. And they're going to have to run back to spawn to get healed up at this point.
Just good shield management from TTK, barely losing any health, and the focus fire is clearly better from 100 Thieves, already getting 2 or 3 kills. This is going to build them up to some really nice ult charge. Like, look at what Harvey is doing, doubling what everyone else has for ult charge. So that copy is going to come up very soon, and 100 Thieves are denying any space and any off angle. Because 100 Thieves are playing this close, Energy has no sightlines to play with on Hela.
And they can continue to, because look at both strategist ults ready to, rock and roll. And what do you do about that? I mean, this is going to be a very tough push here, especially in the early going, because they're going to keep playing this aggression. Why not? Vinny has their ultimate too. About to see an impression happen. This is about to get ugly unless we can see a huge change here from FlyQuest.
Oh, the Super Galactic Legend there from Light. Zelos protecting them against Vinny's strangling prison. So FlyQuest are stabilized, but can they actually fight back? But it's really Terra chewing them up. And 100 Thieves, though, they are getting traded. It's not over yet. Magneto ult first from the attack. TTK waits for his own moment for the Eye of Agamotto. And he can also stagger these ultimates if you're confident in the neutral.
Light, first of all, a lot of respect for him. Good elimination there. But TTK with the block that Magneto just tried to throw down there. Gaskin tried to throw down the meteor in, but TTK blocking it. Obviously, a huge stop there. Gaskin now, though, taking down TTK. A little bit of response. Switch from Magneto to Strange. Cooper now taking out Vinny. Light, we've got one of everybody getting a piece of the pie here. And finally, we got ourselves an answer with a little bit of hero swapping. The job was done, and Fly Energy chasing down Delina for that last bit there. That was a good response.
Okay, I'm glad we get to see a little bit of the map. The triple Vanguard with Storm, and now Delina goes back to the Hela, the teleport. It's, man, you thought you had a moment to breathe, and FlyQuest just send it.
Yeah, this is
just Energy getting picks too.
Good positioning here from Energy, like where they're at there. Opening up, I love the teleport, just bringing it right back. They gave up a little bit of the map and they said, nope, too much for us. However, Energy able to get a kill, and Light, the eliminations coming from the DPS, they're really starting to rise up, and Energy is channeling their inner Hela, because that was a massive bit there. Light's been playing sensational. I do want to highlight that, and Energy also there with the picks, challenging the TP and ending that fight.
Now that Energy has some space to work with, now that Light, the Galactic Legends are proactive, it's FlyQuest that are trying to match blow for blow, as Energy is setting up on a flank. Angle has to be careful where that portal is. There is a copy going down, and an invincible boundary, and Harvey removed. One strategist, limited heals now for this defense.
Yeah, absolutely here. As I mean, if we look at the what's available, Cooper though taking out TTK. Gaskin is looking like they're gonna be able to get this point going. Gaskin with the very needed switch to Doctor Strange. That has been a bit of the difference here to get a little bit of space created as they are able to finish out 100 Thieves on that point. And look at that. I mean, it was looking tough. They were pushing into their point, and the necessarily changes and swaps were made to be able to get that space that was highly needed.
Now it's the battle of two Eye of Agamottos. Gasklin versus TTK of who can block each other's ultimates. You gotta shield manage extremely well against all the poke, the invisible, the just shield to help these Hellas stay a bit more anchored in these power positions. Energy staying at arm's reach is getting blocked off by Groodle. It's gonna be forced to reposition, and FlyQuest, their health pools are low, and Galactic Legend out first.
Now Light popping their ultimate now, but we have Terra pumping the ultimate, but Light takes down Terra before the legendary happens. But the Agamotto channeling from TTK. Everyone staying alive, though, being able to push because of the invisible boundary. Just clutch the ultimate to shut down Terra there. Light with a big pick. No, my goodness, another Agamotto coming out from Gasplin. The Lina getting the kill on Cooper, though. And the eliminations come from TTK. They're able to come back into this fight.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto saved by the invisible boundary, but you can't save yourself when Delena is on the field. These headshots are insane, and look, he's even going towards their spawn. So, such an important stop for where the convoy is at this point of the game. And Delena has the Goddess of Death. That has stall potential. That's going to take focus away from the fight, along with the Strangling Prison from Vinny. And FlyQuest are coming up to some similar ultimates, but they don't have a lot of time left. 90 seconds.
With a minute 27 and the amount of ultimates coming online, Delena going right now with the ultimate, not wasting any time. Goddess of Death going live. Can it be any picks from it? We're about to find out. And here's Vinny with the I am Groot. The imprison happening. We're taking on Terra, though, in a flop. We thought the ultimates were going to make a big impact, but instead, a little bit of a switcheroo here. Can they end up getting necessary picks? TTK having to back out after losing member here.
Yeah, I think the Loki might have copied like an invisible boundary because the healing was so important during these Vanguard ultimates, and now to stabilize themselves, 100 Thieves use their own invisible boundary, copied probably by Harvey. Either way, just both teams need to regroup with the wall off. Spark Chief isolated away from his team, and 100 Thieves look for pulls. They look for more eliminations. With Gasplin able to equalize close to the Agamotto, and Light unleashes with the Galactic Legend.
I mean, through Storm, you heard again. I just heard disappear. Light finding the real Harvey there was super important, and getting those necessary picks to be able to cap this point. Massive point there as they're able to close in at the end and using the legendary to their advantage as we go indoors to the last point.
Not a lot of time. 100 Thieves had 4 minutes plus at this area. FlyQuest 90 to have a flawless push. And how can you need to wear a helmet when Delena is around, man, and he's got this shield so he could stay here and longer, and people are trying to challenge him, and you're gonna lose that every single day. That's 3 kills.
My gosh, got the very pixel at the end of that low-key cape, and Delena was able to take down Cooper there just barely. And this is a tough little spot here to protect from, because Delena's able to kind of rain down as you have to deal with everything over to the left. As you can even see Spider-Man there on the side of the screen looking and saying, what is going on, Delena? What am I watching? As they're going to be taking in the early point, trying to maybe take a flank route. Delena's keeping their eye on that right now. And here we go, yet another legendary popping from Terra, not making them comfortable at all.
Okay, FlyQuest can wait that out. It's fine, right? Smile. You gotta try and rotate over to the hallway on, well, the attacker's right side perspective, so you avoid the line of sight of the Hela, and you catch 100 Thieves being greedy for kills. The Strangling Prison, but the invisible boundary from SJP protects them perfectly. They will still lose Terra, and Delena gets sniped down by Energy, who finally goes unnoticed, sneaks up on the other Hela player, and there's a chance for FlyQuest to punish 100 Thieves, but they're really going blow for blow.
Yeah, Harvey there with a quick copy on the Invisible Woman, and the amount of times I've heard disappear at this point. Clutch, because that Spark Chief ult was going to be looking to snowball as we have them hopping down here. Delena saying, nope, we're not even going to allow any type of overtime as they get a pick into the Goddess of Death here. Cooper trying to stay alive. They did proc the use of the Runestones, which is an important cooldown to take down right away. SJP pushing off Gaston off the map, and TTK closing in on Spark Chief. That's a massive pick with overtime on the clock right now. Vinny taking down Zealous, and it's 100 Thieves just snowballing. They're rolling, and they finish the map, shutting it down, preventing yet another set of rounds.
That last fight was so close when Energy was able to diff Delena, when you had the attackers of FlyQuest get such a good Strangling Prison on the entirety of 100 Thieves. FlyQuest needed to come together as a flock, and they simply did it. 100 Thieves being now the only team, I believe, with a flawless record at the moment after we just saw Sentinels drop one. But what a masterclass from 100 Thieves across the board. Terra with 35,000 damage on the Star-Lord is so impressive.
Yeah, I've got to say, SJP, when I've watched them, they've played Luna a lot, and that push at the end was insanely helpful and clutch. Look at the stats across the board. Honestly, really good fight. I mean, obviously much better than the first match, and that kind of showed what they're made of. And they did not break. They've been for a while, and finally, obviously, things ended up going 100 Thieves' way for sure. And listen, they were the #1 team for a reason. They were the team to fear for a reason, and we saw it. You have so many players playing at perfect play, from TTK to Vinny, knowing exactly where to go, when to peel, when to help out. Harvey, in the multiple decisions he has to make on a given game, and we saw it happen with quick ult copies. Again, disappear after disappear. That was everything we hoped it to be, but, you know, I gotta say, 100 Thieves is the team to beat, and we're gonna see some even more matches against them, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, they even kind of were giving us some content with the triple Vanguard Storm setup at the very beginning to hold spawn. Like, I don't know if they're reinventing the wheel, just having a bit of fun, but 100 Thieves, they're so hard to ban against because they just pull out all the stops. Didn't fully stop, like, oh my god, it wasn't a full hold compared to map 1. FlyQuest were able to break through because 100 Thieves were strangling them, but weren't choking them out fully. So FlyQuest, we got to see what they were made of, able to win some of these fights on map 2, but ultimately it is a 2-0 for 100 Thieves.
Harvey, fellow Loki main, we talk a lot, man. Hey, proud of that play. That was just awesome to see. And we've been wanting to see it. They've been banning Loki early. I think they are going to ban Loki when they go against the Sentinels just because of the triple tank stuff. But that was just cool to kind of see them at their full form. Or was it, right? Could there be another Super Saiyan form that we don't know about potentially? Most likely. And that's what is going to be interesting when we now see, now that we've seen a bit from these top 4 teams. Can you tell me, obviously 100 Thieves we have at the top there, but what do you have now at 2? Sentinels into 3, which would it be Shroud now? Or would it be FlyQuest after what we saw?
Yeah.
It's tough.
It's really tough. That number 3 spot between, Shroud-X and FlyQuest is kind of up in the air for me, but I'm also kind of keeping my eyes out as Nightmare, my dark horse for this whole bracket, just considering they went to 3 rounds against Sentinels, and we'll see later on today, now that Nightmare is going up against Shikigami for day 2, if they can have a really clean win on that map. Nightmare is still also kind of building their roster and having the right pieces of the puzzle come in, so I'm keeping my eye out for Nightmare as they develop. I don't know about right now, though.
Yeah, and we just talked about flexibility with the Sentinels and talked to Erin Mori about how she can flex strategists. And we saw that with the SJP going from Luna to a flawless Invisible Woman game. And then, listen, it's crazy how good Delina is at Hela. I mean, you said it best. Wear a helmet, because on the hunt, constantly looking for the prow. I mean, that was fantastic play from them. And Vinny, I feel like a lot of what Groot does goes unappreciated at times. Vinny in their group play there, if you want to be a group main, just watch Vinny. He does it all.
And you just never know how the rosters are going to change as the days goes on. We have this weekend, we have the next weekend, and regardless of the results here, we're going to feature every single team in that championship bracket, and it all depends on seeding. And you desperately want that top seed, not just because of like an easier opponent, but you get to start into that upper bracket. And, you know, minus Sentinels losing a map, it's fine to go 2-1. They are still up in the standings alongside 100 Thieves, but we'll see FlyQuest as their maybe schedule gets easier if they can improve their record.
Hey, we're about to have an interview with one of the people from the winning team, and I just can't wait because they're all in the room. You know the energy is going to be exciting. When you look at the person on camera, look at the background, look at the faces, they're excited. Again, this is the kind of the birth of a lot of these orgs, and so they're getting these victories for the first time all together. And the fact that they get to celebrate in that same room, I mean, think about what Sentinels would have done if they were in the same room, just going crazy. So cool to see this here, and excited that we're about to be interviewing one of the winners from the match. I don't even know if I could point out, though, like, hey, this person really made the difference, because it was such a team effort from 100 Thieves there.
I think that's one of the deadliest duelist duos that we have in 100 Thieves. And you just can't figure out the perfect ban against them, because you also have to worry about Harvey on this Loki. And that being allowed, you saw how many invisible boundaries came out because he's adding to those strategist ultimates in those key moments, but not even just the healing of that invisible boundary, but blocking the line of sight, forcing that Starlord to have to engage inside of it to take a risk of fight. You never know what's inside of that ultimate or what the numbers are. So 100 Thieves are such a well-drilled roster with threats in every role.
Yeah, and really the difference that I saw too was Harvey and his cooldown management of his rune stones and the ability to use that. Star-Lord, fantastic counter at times against Loki. They kind of go back and forth because when they go into Legendary, when Star-Lord goes into Legendary, the clones kind of mess him up. But Star-Lord's able to do his barrage and take down the clones very fast and get rid of the rune stones. So you have a back and forth happening there. That was the big difference. And you know what? They say in football, any given Sunday, and I feel like FlyQuest did show us that we could easily see a rematch and this happen again and them do much better because they played way better there on the second map, and they're not going to get discouraged from this. They're going to come back to the drawing board. 100 Thieves, they played great, and man, I'm excited to interview the win there, but overall was excited by the second half of that match there.
And just as a group main, I got to just appreciate what Vinny was putting on display because that Strangling Prison was always getting the majority of FlyQuest. A big, painful group hug, which always forced out either an invisible boundary or some sort of a support ultimate, strategist ultimate, and just draining those resources. Even if you're like, oh, the Strangling Prison didn't kill anyone, what you're forcing from the enemy team, cooldowns or ultimates, is key to set up the subsequent ultimates because it's 6v6. There's a lot of steps to get through. There's a lot of layers to shred through, and 100 Thieves just knew step by step what they had to do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, really the performance and then putting everything together. I mean, did you know what Groot, or what Groot said there on the match is I am Groot, I am Groot. I mean, he was just satisfied.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
I mean, definitely some big plays coming from there. And when we look at that team as a whole, I feel like any of them can play anyone within their role, but they can easily flex out of that. When it comes to if you are FlyQuest, what do you go from here? What do you do from here? Again, I think it's just reset. You know who you are. We have seen a lot of the same heroes here over the last couple of days, but I don't know about you. The Storm. We saw like a little bit of Storm play for the first time. That was nice to see, huh?
I don't know how much I want to take all of that seriously when it's just like, it was kind of a one-sided match until it wasn't at the end of map 2, but FlyQuest, like, the talent is there. It was simply a coordination thing in my opinion, but also the space, how 100 Thieves were holding space denied angles from energy. He was not able to find off angles on Hela, which is the most important thing, forcing energy to have to stack with his team. And then you have to worry about shields. You have to worry about, like, Groot walls in your face. There was constantly something that energy had to dodge around. And I think Light really found really heroic plays, going on these insane flanks when his team was down for the count. Light was fighting those equalizers on the Star-Lord. So FlyQuest get space. I think they could be a seriously lethal team, but they need that front line to be just as aggressive. I need that front line to step up and not be afraid to drop health, because giving up all that space is hindering your your duelist.
And I gotta say, you know who is just absolutely pumped, and it's Nate Shot. And getting this team tied. I mean, he called Marvel Rivals a once in a generation type of game, and once in a decade type of game. I mean, an absolute cool thing to see these guys that have gone from console to now PC, and then now they're the top team to fear, right? I mean, how cool is that? And I gotta say, if I'm Rad, who just played 100 Thieves yesterday, I'm watching that matchup and be like, okay, all right, it's not just us. We can now kind of get things going in the lower bracket here. And so 100 Thieves, again, great job. We're excited to see them play and continue what they had to do.
Yeah, because there's playing one match per day over this weekend, right? But then there's also a week that separates this Swiss stage to the championship bracket. Well, all the cards are going to be on the table. You're going to have a lot more footage to look through, because what people are doing in scrims, the rosters were also looking pretty different in the scrim department. Finally, we have the official rosters. So this Swiss is going to be about learning from each other and who's going to be doing the most prep work to know what the perfect bans are going to be against them, what are the best and the weakest maps as the series goes on. So I'm taking Swiss stage with a grain of salt, because this is such an experimental stage, it's such a learning stage, and I want to learn from the group master himself. Finny is ready on the line from 100 Thieves to join us for a post-match interview. So let's get Vinny in here, because man, he was strangling this enemy team, Cozy. It was a good time watching him.
Vinny, what's going on, man? Congratulations. How you feeling?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You feeling good? You feel excited? I mean, that was
I'm very excited.
Performance.
No, it was a good game. The second match was really close. I feel like we trolled a little bit towards the end of our attack, but we all play pretty well.
Absolutely, Vinny. And it's been fun to watch you play Groot and what you're able to do with the tree himself over there. We've seen you play a lot of Venom as well. And my question to you is, how do you know when to go to Venom, Groot? What makes you want to go from Venom to Groot? Do you always prefer Groot? You know, you don't have to diverge all the secrets, but talk to me.
With this current meta, if Groot is in the game, you play Groot, basically. Unless Groot is banned, that's it. You only play Groot.
And this Swiss stage, I mean, there's still important stakes to get a good seed, but ultimately, like, you're not getting eliminated from any losses. What is your team's goals to learn and improve on during this part of the weekend?
I mean, we do want to improve, but we also do just want the top seed. Like, we're not playing to lose, we're not playing to try anything, we're just strictly playing to win.
Yeah, Vinny, I've got to ask, listen, you've been playing with these guys now for about 5+ years. You guys come from console to keyboard. We've told about that story a lot. How cool is it to be all in the same room together, getting a win on this stage, and then also being signed to 100 Thieves? I mean, this has got to be just a dream.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I met these guys. I've known them for some of them as long as like 7 years. And I met them for the first time when we all just came here. And it was all just really comfortable. It was like nothing happened. It wasn't awkward or anything. Because I've known these guys for so long. And especially representing 100 Thieves, this was our first choice, like since we started the org. Or started our faction and looking for orgs. 100 Thieves was always the #1 choice.
That's such a flag to represent, and probably a lot of weight on your shoulders. So me and Cozy were like discussing, okay, like you guys and Sentinels are clear #1, #2. Who do you respect as the third best team? Is it FlyQuest? Is it Shroud-X? Who do you have your eyes on?
It was FlyQuest. I would almost put them at 2. I think them and Sen are really close. But they just kind of play, they want to play different stuff. It just depends on the day, but I'd say they're really close.
And we got the storyline, the rival of you, Sentinels. You guys have gone against each other now multiple times in multiple environments, you know, in huge situations. You guys coming off the huge MRC win, one of the coolest games to watch. And now heading into this, I mean, you guys have to be feeling confident, but you know when you are deemed as the best, people are going to bring their best. So do you always bring your main core strategy? Do you have a couple things hidden away that people haven't seen yet when we head into some of the other later upper bracket?
Okay. Yeah, no, it is different because when we first started competing in this game, no one respected us because we all came from console. And some of the teams, of course, they have like pro Overwatch players, contenders players. So they didn't really like care for us until we started beating them and picking up steam and winning tournaments. So it is a difference when people just think we're the best team, you know? It's quite the difference. But in terms of strats, I'd say on a few maps, we still have stuff we haven't been able to pull out just because bans exist and we want to save some stuff for the finals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing all these secrets come out, whether it's Swiss or in that bracket next weekend. But it sounds like you guys are not only a team, but a good group of friends. Tell me about the personalities that you have on your team. You guys look like you have a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. No, we have a great time. I think we won the first Alpha tournament, and we all joined as a team or as friends, and we weren't expecting to win. We heard that top 32 we're getting like a prize pool. We're just like, yeah, that's what we're going to shoot for, top 32. And then as we played, we got more confident and just realized like, yeah, we can actually just win it.
Hey, I mean, I saw your message. Hey, Nate Shot, hit us up. And Nate Shot hit you guys up. And that's how it was put together. I've been following you guys for a long time.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think it's a huge shout out to Optic Formal. So Optic Formal, we played like ranked with him for a little bit before like anyone really knew about us. And he kind of told Nate Shot about us and kind of like what kind of players we were, what kind of people we were. So he put in the good word to Nate, and then Nate hit me up.
Hey, well, tell
so
everyone over
shout
there.
Out to Formal.
Tell Harvey, tell Harvey what's up. Tell TT Gate that Controller Madness is awesome to watch. Delina becoming a huge fan. SJP, great healing. I mean, everybody there is awesome, and we just thank you guys for putting on a great show and excited to see you in the rest of the tournament. Thanks for coming by.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, it's 100% a collective effort. I think we're all very strong in our roles.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vinny. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Thanks.
All right. I mean, hey, that is so fun to see the room all together there. Even the Pikachu making an appearance. I mean, that was fun to see just kind of their take on their journey, right? I've known a lot about them, but to hear it from the mouth of them, you know, looking at 100 Thieves and saying, hey, we want you, and having them saying, no, we want you. And it's this back and forth. I mean, that's special. And that was a cool matchup.
Just for Aramori earlier to say, like, she found her teammates on ranked to now, like, you found your org. Like, Vinny's just telling us he found his org from, like, playing ranked with Formal and then getting introduced to Nade Shot. Like, life is just a bunch of happy little accidents, and I guess 100 Thieves accidentally won against one of the best teams, and especially the ones that they respect. Saying that FlyQuest is up there with Sentinels was really interesting.
Yeah, and listen, I'm excited for the lower bracket happening. Lemon, it's been an honor being able to cast with you today. We've had a fun day today, I can tell you that, and we've got a lot of fun coming up. Guys, check out the highlights from that last matchup with FlyQuest, trying to make their difference there at the end, and ultimately 100 Thieves taking it, going to 2-0.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides.
have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kenga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz endgame.
Off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean enough for the rest. Rude's used that off at very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury looks to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's a reset. It costs an extra ultimate, but force him out.
That Eternal Bond feeling at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Ramsey with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Ramsey cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson both Lunar Snows in that moment. Take him down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both spells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE healing. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shrouds in midair.
Shrouds was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But both of these duelists just end up looking straight at Shrouds again.
I'm hulking! Arrows! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Watch this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Plasma burst!
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are projecting now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Marvel Rivals Invitational for North America. My name is Iron Shib, and I'm here with my co-host, Dogman. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing good, Shib. Excited for today, man. I mean, obviously, you know, we've had 2 pretty fun matchups so far. The last one in particular was sick between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. You know, 100 Thieves, a lot of people talking about how good they are at the moment. FlyQuest, the same thing. And 100 Thieves to go 2-0 against a formidable team was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, there were battles today, right? It was exciting to watch. You could tell all these teams are getting their footing now. They understand how they want to play these comps. They're not afraid to mirror match, which we've been seeing a whole lot of that recently, which, you know, we may have not seen in other regions, but that's kind of what NA is known for now, right? We're seeing a lot of this, "Ooh, I can do it better" situation, just to try to test the egos a little bit. But I'm excited to see these teams play today, right? We didn't necessarily get to see them to their fullest potential. Some of the matchups were tough. Seeing them against 100 Thieves, for example, Rad didn't get a ton of time on the stage, so I'm really looking forward to seeing them play today.
Yeah, that's a great point. Today, Rad Esports versus Team Envy, and like you said, I mean, they both had difficult matchups yesterday. I think Envy did look a little bit better, but obviously it was not against the 100 Thieves, who, like you mentioned, I mean, they just kind of like showed up. Rad Esports were there. They were like trying to get the limelight, and you know, obviously 100 Thieves soaked it all up and look amazing. But for Rad Esports and Team Envy, I think we both talked about it, Shib. I mean, this should be like a close game, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no real underdog, at least not from what I'm seeing yet. Obviously, we're still really early on, so, you know, you can't really separate teams in terms of, oh, you know, this is the direct order of how this is going to play out. So these kind of matches, especially in these seeding stages, which we talked about on the break here, are very important for us to get a better understanding of how these teams like to play, and honestly, for them to get their toes wet a little bit to ensure that they can play better as a team on the big stage.
Yeah, and we mentioned how, or at least for Rad Esports, right, as a team, you know, as a unit of players, they're not under a signed banner necessarily like Team Envy is. So if they were to win this matchup in the Invitational, not only does that put them in a better chance to win the prize pool, but, you know, me and you talked about it, Shib, right? If they were to win this series, that'd be massive for them moving forward for any organizations looking to get into Marvel Rivals Esports.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing, right? I talk about me and my friends making a team, right? And you know, we may not be sponsored, but imagine if we were able to get to, you know, such a thing just by pushing through tournaments. So it's exciting, you know, it gives you that underdog. You want to root for them a bit. As we dive into the bans here, you can see Doctor Strange and Wolverine immediately off the table. Not a huge surprise there. Maybe the Strange a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, the Strange is definitely interesting considering, you know, where Magneto and Groot are in the meta at the moment. I feel like those 2 heroes we see a whole lot of. And a Rocket Raccoon Protect on Rad's side is interesting, as maybe we'll see a double Z composition. But like you mentioned, yeah, that Magneto Doctor Strange ban first ban is quite different, I think, than a lot of other teams. But Team Envy, you know, they're kind of willing to make... There's no third There is no second ban for Team Rad. What the hell?
That might be an ego thing. I mean, they want the group play, right? Obviously, you can tell, but leaving Rocket on the table allows that Rocket Punisher combination pretty good into Groot, in my opinion. It's going to help to destroy those walls, right? If you've got that combination up, you got that team up, you press Z and you just blast walls away. And that's potentially an ego play. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that the more I think about it too with the Rocket Raccoon, that's probably also an ego play, like you said. So you know, it all adds up. You know, I guess getting rid of Wolverine's good just to make sure that character's not in the potential matchup. The problem I feel like with the double Z composition with Bucky and then also running the Punisher alongside Rocket Raccoon is just there's just too much sustain in the game right now. I feel like that's something we always talk about. That's why Groot's so good. Those walls just never die, it feels like, even if you prioritize them. On top of now Magneto being protected, so you can just always bubble somebody who is being focused by either Bucky with that double Z team up or Punisher. So it is quite difficult, Shib, to even run Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, it humbles you, right? Somebody climbing ladder, I'm terrified of that team up, and you go here and these guys aren't worried about it at all, right? They almost treat it like a meme, and they still play Groot, just toss him out there. I saw earlier the teams were talking about if Groot's on the table, Vinny was saying it's got to be played, and I don't disagree with that in his state right now, an incredibly strong Vanguard. As we push into point 1 here, let's go! So the team just grouping on the left side, nothing crazy here. I do like these matchups. Almost a mirror across the board. Actually, it is a mirror, I believe, across the board. Space is trying to find an angle here for Envy, holding them in that right side doorway, and they are going to stay grouped, taking that space, if you will. Group V Groot, walls are up. Bolt shield cooldowns have been burned, as we aren't finding too much purchase yet, separating the team. They're finding an off-angle poke with the Hela directly across the way. A ton of damage out there so far, but nobody finding any early pick.
Yeah, NV playing very tightest unit right now, trying to coordinate together towards this objective, really trying to death bowl into Rad, and it might work out for them if they can cooldowns out. But oh no, that's terrible for NV.
Yeah, Rad immediately going to take out 2. They're going to obviously use that momentum to keep the space, press in. If I'm on the side of NB, we got to fall now as manually going to take out Pain in the back. And here we go again as the team is going to have to redrop back. And Rad is going to gain some early percentage.
Yeah, somehow Team Envy just sort of fell apart there. What a hook, though, but immediately countered by Hella just being the character she is. It somehow manually also takes down Cal. So with the iframes, falls back into the team, gets the Magneto bubble, able to get that elimination is massive for Rad Esports after what was a nice hook from NK.
Yeah, that's a disgusting flick. Turn around with the iframe, immediately make a play, and there's a pull right back at him on the side of Envy. Nobody falling yet as the KOs have not started, and here comes the Bucky. Will it happen again and again? And we're immediately gonna pop that Guardian Shield for both sides. Up in the sky, Chime's gonna fall from the side of it, or on the side of Red. Spenny goes down to his Envy, is trying to retake back this space, make that 3, soon to be 4, and they're on an absolute rampage here as NK is popping off.
It was a nice ultimate from NK, perfectly timed with that Kraken impact. You know, a lot of the top tier teams, I feel like, do a good job shutting down Bucky as long as that Kraken impact can't get value into strategist ultimates. But obviously, Rad pushed back by NK and the rest of the crew of Envy, who did a great job on that engage.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really well played. They did have to use a lot to get out of there. As you can see, ulti advantage in the favor of Rad now, but still, they did get some percentage on here. They're roughly at 20, about halfway through towards the opposition of Rad, and we are going to start the next fight as the team going to stay grouped on the left side, just trying to get something, make something happen immediately. Another Guardian Shield just to buy some time for the team as Rad is still owning this position. An immediate takedown of space. Spenny with a nice bit of damage there. Make that 2 as Chime takes out iRemix. Will they be able to get more? Yes. And down goes NK. Cal trying to turn things around. Ooh, and 2 back for the side of Envy. Will they be able to turn this play around? Was that just a little bit to buy time? Len going to take out Sleepy, and they are going to maintain position here with 54% on the side of Rad retaking the point here.
What is that ultimate? I mean, obviously you're not going to get any value there from Cal. You don't have a team. I don't understand that ult at all. It feels like to me at the moment right now, Shib, Team Envy to sort of fall over, right? Obviously, ultimate advantage. Spenny did have that Loki copy, whereas there were no strategist ultimates for Envy. But right now, they just keep getting walked on, and Team Rad are taking advantage of Team Envy.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like we've seen that mistake a couple times now for Envy. There's just no reason for that at all. I think it was potentially the hype of the 2 KOs they got prior, but they didn't see the numbers were not in their favor even after those 2 KOs. So it just didn't really work out for him. Space still trying to take over this point. Going to force them back towards the point. Cal on the high side immediately. Another Guardian Shield to buy time and to wall off some vision on this off angle. Great pick there for Cal on manually. On the backside, Envy trying to retake this. They need to now 98%. In the side of Rad, there's the touch, and they're just battling on point as Crew launches out ultimate, and we're trying to find a pick as the crystals get popped. NK looking for another, but I don't see any pick just yet. Psych, I lied. Down goes Len.
Yeah, Len to fall, more players to fall on Rad Esports' side. I mean, this is how Envy wins fights right now, Chib. It feels like it's off of incredible mechanical prowess, space to open things up, immediately engaging, getting the elimination onto Rad Esports, and then Cal to follow it up to make up for the mistake earlier. So right now, Envy in a good spot, but they're going to need to find those opening picks again if they want a chance versus the ultimates of Rad.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, it needed to happen, right? They clutch up in the moment they needed. Obviously, ulti advantage back in the side of Rad. Envy is going to still have that Bucky ready to hit him with armed and dangerous. Will it happen again? Chime trying to make a play on point. Immediately going to Guardian Shield up. Len and Connie going to take down 2 as they put the numbers back in the side of Rad, trying to clutch it up. Space goes down as well. Nate, that remix falling, and Rad at this point should be able to take home this first point.
Yeah, they should definitely be able to take over the point. And Rad going up 1 in the series, right in this first of 2 is massive for them. And for Rad Esports, right, they just constantly did that shit. We both saw it. I mean, Team Envy, you know, I don't know whether it's just Cal being out of position there. It wasn't just Cal, right? It was other players on Team Envy's side, but they were constantly just falling over, right? In terms of Rad Esports, they find those opening picks. They're able to walk in off of the Loki ultimate. They have almost, it feels like, better game plans at the current moment than Team Envy does, Shib. However, you know, there's always you have a puncher's chance if you're Team Envy, considering they have so many talented players on their roster.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the breakdown here. There's final hits. You just see Len on that Groot just popping off 7 final hits. And that's truly, to me, and especially at this level of play, all that really matters. If you're able to get that pick, make the KO happen for your team, change the numbers, that's how things I mean, you see damage and you know, if you think one thing, but in the end of the day, it doesn't matter until you see a KO on the screen. It's a little bit back and forth here on the side of the duelist, as you can see, roughly even in terms of damage and final hits. But, yeah, I mean, I think you're saying, it's almost like a team understanding diff, right? Like they just seem to play off each other a little better on the side of Red.
Yeah, they are. I mean, we talked to, I believe, was it Nuck the other day yesterday, talked about how they wanted to ban, I believe it was Team Envy's Invisible Woman, right? Because at the moment, these duelists, if you get the Invisible Woman shield on your side, you can always just not die, right? You just have so much consistency with that shield, with that basically extra HP that is provided to Hellas. So you're not going to see a lot of eliminations necessarily from these Hellas until that shield is broken from Invisible Woman.
Yes, and it's just a very, it's a playstyle they like to play with, right? If you pocket her over in the corner with that off angle, it's just so much more difficult to handle. But Chime is ready to make a play here. The sides of Envy with, oh my goodness, the immediate pick on the paint as paint goes down. Numbers get even up from Cal, manually falls. We're looking for another play here from Cal. Cal trying to find an off angle pick, no, has to drop back and get the heal. Great positioning, and down goes Abs. Really well done from Cal there. And they're gonna press forward, make that 3 for the side of Envy, as they are gonna get early positioning on point.
And nice work by Envy, and also with that boundary there by Abs in that fight, that to hold it for a little bit longer. But I believe it was a huge pushback from Envy and Cal side, like you mentioned, and now they have a decent bit of ultimates for this next fight coming up as well.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. They do have that, advantage in these next fights, but at this point, I'm hoping a momentum shift, right? Ooh, okay, a little bit of damage there. Cal got to take out manually early, and that's massive for the side of Envy. Make that too as NK takes out Chime, and they're just going to walk him back to spawn and force a retake here. They're going to have to group again. This is one of those things you see at this level of play. When somebody falls, they fall back together. There's no reason to stagger and waste time. Get back as a team, prepare yourselves, and do not waste those ultimates. Rules 1, 2, and 3 at this elo as we start another fight like nothing just happened.
Yeah, pretty much back to square one. Ultimates committed as well, by the way, from the side of, or rather not, in this situation. They're falling back to the point at the current moment as Team Envy trying to secure this objective. Play it around as there's a flank early by Chime. Boundary comes out from Spenny's side in the copy.
Yep, and here comes the Armed and Dangerous. Are we going to land on both sides? As it does go up in the sky, waits a minute to buy some time. Loki crystals have been popped. Not enough, though, as Connie takes out NK. Rad trying to get some percentage back as it's 64 in the side of Envy. The disappear is up again as we are trying to find a little bit of... Oh, it's just back and forth here with these walls. An impenetrable force. It's an absolute mansion in there right now, and nobody can make anything happen. Just back and forth. The fear in the sky as Magneto looks for something. The meatball does not connect, but they are able to get that pick. Down goes, ooh, space does not fall. I lied. Is going to be able to drop back and retake with the team. Connie trying to find a pick here on the opposition of Remix with the Groot, and Remix is going to fall. Well done by Abs there to follow up on that.
Yeah, nice work from their team to pop those ultimates at the perfect time, right? Make sure they secure those eliminations with the boundary late, committing that ultimate a bit later than Team Envy did in their case to get perfect positioning is massive for them moving forward, as well as they can find more opening picks. But, a lot of ticks given, a lot of percentage given to Team Envy right now. They're not in that bad of a spot if they can just win one team fight.
Yeah, I mean, they do have ult advantage. It's, it's like 1% at this point, but it is, they're looking pretty good in their position. Now, at this point, it's just about building up those ults, getting ready for one last fight, and making things happen. You just gotta right now play properly. Do not stagger, and make sure these team fights are of value. Don't just shoot into the tanks and allow the backline to get their strategist ultimates as Cal takes out manually, immediately. Really well done from Envy. Again, Cal finding these off angles with the Invisible Woman shield pocket and just making things happen. Going to drive the point to force them to turn around as we start this next fight again.
Yeah, Cal's going to have to live. Unfortunately, you can't get too much pressure on point as Hella. However, it is traded back. Time also got picked off, so it's a 1-for-1 trade into this next fight into Meteor M with the Groot ultimate, but there's a shield there for a second. It's not going to be able to save NK, however. It's traded, however, on the other side, though, by Paint with his own boundary.
Yeah, right back at him. Connie's going to fall after landing a meatball directly on the opposite. Again, another shot there. Great shot by Space to take out manually. Trying to find an off angle as Envy is doing a great job here, taking over this fight. Sleepy going to drop out Spenny. Down goes Abs on the side of Cal. And Envy might just do it here on taking over this point.
Looks like they will, unless there's somebody last second that can come through, but... yeah. Oh, wait, no, he does touch. Kenny able to get that point touch, but at this point, yeah, it's a little bit too late. I mean, maybe you can come in. No portals, however, because Doctor Strange got banned out, and there it is, tied up 1-1, Shib. And my God, that's my washed King Sleepy, dude. Tying it up 1-1. Amazing job on Loki.
Yeah, I mean, it does take away that mental, right? Like when you don't have Strange in the field, you can kind of relax a little bit. I know how terrifying it is being on point there when somebody touches. You just know, hey, there's going to be a portal and we're going to have to deal with it, and we better win this fight. If they have ult advantage, it's tough. It's tough to come back from that. We saw some games yesterday lost simply due to a portal play, and taking that off the field may have been a massive advantage for them. So here we go into map 3. I love to see the first game start like this.
Yeah, I mean, that entire round to me, Shib, seemed like it was kind of a Cal, like, high-level performance, right? Cal finding those opening picks multiple times onto Manually or Chime or whoever it was. I mean, one time it did result in his demise, but most of the time, right, that opened it up for Team Envy alongside Space, providing a lot more pressure on that front line. Team Envy are looking like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I'm with you. You can see it even on the stat line here. Cal, 13 final hits. Those off-angle pushes with the pocket of his backline strategist is really working for them. They do have ult advantage as well as we begin map 3.
We're heading into it also with those ultimates, like you said, tied up on both sides. You know, in terms of strategist ultimates, though, that's going to be an Abs in Rad's favor, so we'll have to watch that and see how they play the ultimate game as they have the edge leading forward.
And here we go again. Abs just making sure the back line is protected. Connie going to take a little bit of space here and land on the opposition. Is going to ride up and try to make something. Immediately, Hella going to pop off. Try to find some sort of value. Great pick there onto Sleepy in the back. Taking out a Loki after just knowing he has that ability of the crystals to keep his team up, and immediately going to counteract Len. And Chime going to get 2 as Cal going to immediately res that Loki. The power of the team up with Hella and Loki is insane as that pick is now invalidated. Just trying to find some more value, but early on, Rad is going to own this point. Get 5% on their initial push. Dropping back again, using that iframe, resetting with the team like we talked about, and ready for another fight.
Yeah, that's the tough part when you don't have strategist advantage, strategist ultimate advantage. Rad taking full value out of that, and also Manuel's holding on. Here's a good ult as well, but it's into a boundary on the side.
Yeah, strangling prison doesn't mean much when you're ready to go invisible after the fact, and it's right back as soon as I say that as Ab takes out Remix. Envy, or Cal's gonna fall to Manually. Really well done again by Rad here, who are just countering these ultimates and performing better. And down goes Space. Manually gonna take out Sleepy, and they are gonna have to retake another fight again.
And that was a great engage there disengage rather by Rad, and then they were able to deal with NK committing the Kraken impact a bit too late. 50% of the board at the current moment. Rad are looking like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just group composition versus group composition. It's terrifying when those strangling prisons come out and you don't know what is going to happen next, especially when Bucky can just dunk on your whole team and follow up with his team to just reset and reset. As we are going to start another fight here. Envy, I'm sure the comms are getting a little, they have to really just focus up and get a win on one of these fights early before they fall down the slope. An alt pop there immediately by Abs as they are trying to take this positioning early. Loki going to copy somebody. What do you know? We're going invisible again on both sides, and they are taking that space just a little bit, driving back Rad to the backside of their spawn.
Yeah, Cal waiting with his ultimate, the Goddess of Hell of the top. In the meanwhile, oh no, Canny gets picked up on the side. Amazing work from them off of that engage, but here's that strangling prison, like you mentioned, on to Team Envy. However, they're all grouped up together. They have all of the heals there. There goes also the support dropping in an aggressive boundary. However, they've lost NK in this fight. That can be brutal in terms of damage, but they're able to take advantage of every other position on the objective on top of that Goddess ultimate from Cal. They're able to secure it at 99%.
This seems like the battle of the daggers here as they're just popping heads. Hella, an absolute demon when let through the pick ban system. And you can see on both sides, it's had a massive impact. Cal doing a great job. And right back on manually on the other side. Really unsure how it's going to shake out, but I do love to see this amount of competition, especially as we get to map 3. Envy trying to hold up here with ult advantage to try to get some percentage back on red.
Got that Strangling Prism ready to go on their side. We'll see if Spenny's going to match it with a boundary. Probably can get the eliminations through it. I mean, Remix throws it out. Cal, meanwhile, on the left side, able to take that trade. But no, they're just losing on the other side. Unless Cal can find 2, it might be over for Envy on the objective.
Cal with a nice pick there, taking out the opposition. Hella, that could be good enough to potentially raise back his team, but no. Chime gonna own this high ground. There's the ultimate popped, immediately gonna follow up. Whole team committing. Will we find more picks? Dunked on as space falls. Chime looking for 2, make it 3 as Chime shoves into the point, trying to make sure they can end this game now. Make that 3. Will he get 4? Can he get 5 as the game is gonna go to Rad?
Ooh, I mean, Rad Esports at the very end on Warrior Falls, just showing that they had a superior knowledge in terms of ultimates, knowing how to use them at the right time and when to engage, right? I mean, it's really tough as well on King of the Hill or on Control in general. When you come back onto the point in domination last second, right, against 99%, it's always going to be difficult for you. And Rad Esports really set themselves up for success there to win on that map.
Yeah, look at this spread across the board. Very even on the team of Red. 10 eliminations on both sides of the duelists. You go over to the opposition. Cal absolutely popped off 18 final hits. Ton of damage there too. But, it's really about communication. I didn't really see, which I'm surprised about, a lot of strangling prisons into the Bucky ultimate. Instead, it was more so just solo, finding an angle and an opportunity when you can. Once Sleepy and Pain had used their counter ults, so right when the strategist ults were down, it was just charge in full force. And it seemed like they did that just a little bit better than Envy, especially on map 3.
Yeah, for me, it felt like for Envy to win, they really did need Cal to pop off, or it just get way more kills than you would expect out of your Hella player. And, besides that, they didn't have a lot of answers for how Rad was playing. I mean, they were super consistent with their ultimates. Really, overall, as a team, it felt like Shib, they kind of just read the whole situation of the game throughout pretty much, besides on that round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Len versus, if we're talking about iRemix, even on that Groot, right? Len, I think, he had 9 final hits I saw. I think iRemix had 2, which, that's just, it's another confidence play, right? If you Groot can be absolutely devastating, deal a ton of damage, but when you get those walls down, just the sheer amount of pick potential you can get, I think was shown again on the side of Rad. I am pleasantly surprised with their performance. It looked really good out there.
Yeah, they look good moving forward. Obviously, if it's just the first of the 2, right, best out of 3, so that already puts them on map point, right? So if they could win the next one, that would be massive for them moving forwards, considering, like we mentioned, I mean, Envy's the organization that you want to beat today.
Yeah, and we've talked about this in past tournaments, but when it comes to domination game modes versus some of the others, when it comes to those push in the convergence modes, it's really a different game, right? Like, you understand every team fight feels different, positioning feels different. So, we can see some shakeup. We might see the side of Envy take a win here and then push to game 3, which I personally would love to see. But, it's just a totally different process, mental process, team communication, and even team building in terms of how you're going to structure your team.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And by the way, we have the highlights ready to go before that map number 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll see these highlights and be back.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Rivet feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turrets armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse! I am Groot! I am Groot! We are Groot!
Welcome back, everyone, as we just finished up our first map of NV vs. Rad Esports, as Rad Esports took home their first W so far of this Invitational. How you feeling, Dogman?
Yeah, good. I think this was somewhat expected for me, at least. Rad Esports, I think, slightly edge out Envy, but, Envy does have a puncher's chance, like we talked about earlier. Obviously, they won a round in the previous map, and into this next one, obviously, it's a map pick of their choice, so I'm sure they'll feel a lot more confident moving into this next map.
Very true. Do you think there's something to prove? Does Rad feel like they need something to prove, being someone that's looking for an organization, for sponsorship, or how do you think that works as somebody who's had some experience in the pro scene?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, winning against the team that has an organization is huge, right? I think previously I was working with a few teams that only had collegiate players, right? We would lose to basically all of the sponsored orgs except one. In that one single game, if you win it versus a sponsored team, that can mean the world, right? Because obviously it's a paid organization on the other side where you guys are doing it for free. So, imagine what your team could do with resources. And for Rad Esports, I'm sure they're waiting for that opportunity. I'm sure they'll have people reaching out to them after this game, considering a lot of the top teams have been picked up at orgs, and they're another one that definitely has to put their name into the hat.
Absolutely. And we talk about momentum a lot, right? That first W could mean a ton for them as they're moving forward. As we are prepping our way in to map 2, let's dive into the picks and bans.
Yeah, first ban, Wolverine. Again, it feels like every game at this point, Shib, it's Wolverine or, in the last game's Groot, but Strange ban on B-side, so both teams obviously countering each other's choices potentially here.
Again, Strange, get him out of here. I don't want to see the TP. Wolverine, the cat, man. That allows Groot to not be as pressured. We made that joke, the scratching post way back in the day. And yeah, I hate to see that when I'm playing Groot. I'm terrified at every angle. And they're going to lock in keeping that Magneto, which, I didn't expect that to be banned, but maybe they had a fear, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Envy loves to play around space in his Magneto. There's something there with that. Invisible Woman Protect for the side of Riot Esports, which I don't even think Envy would have banned necessarily, but who knows how the things are going on, how things are looking in scrims, But from what we've heard, Envy also loved to run the Invisible Woman alongside of Hellas, so we'll see if anything else changes. It's looking pretty similar to what we had in the last map, to be honest, Shib.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's potentially going to be another mirror up. Obviously, we see Jeff out there right now. I have a strange feeling that's just a meme, similar to how Rocket works when they're just picking him for the armor packs off the rip, which honestly is a pretty good strategy. We saw Sentinels doing that a few times in their matches, and I believe we'll be seeing Groot on both sides here once again. Yes, Rocket and Jeff selected, but not for long, I would imagine, unless you believe in magic here with the Jeff backline pressure. You know how terrifying that could be in the right hands.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Yoki, the coach of FlyQuest, mentioned how, Jeff is one of the most disgusting flankers in the game. It's just as better flankers, right? There's Hella, Namor, some of these other characters that could do something similar, right? He kind of falls into that duelist slot almost as a sort of a nuisance on the back line. I don't think they'll probably run it. I mean, maybe they will run this triple tank, though, triple Vanguard necessarily, as a lot of teams do like to play triple Vanguard on Midtown.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about having Jeff out there. Obviously, you're going to likely need the triple strat because, he's not going to be a strategist in that lineup at all. But we are going to start locking in here on Midtown. I do personally think this map's a little attack-sided. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree with you. It feels like generally in this game, overall, I like playing on attack a lot more. It seems to be that, first points are hard to hold unless you're Team Envy, which for some reason on, Spider Island, for example, they'll get 3 fights on the first point on defense. So, a lot of teams do love to play that attack, like you mentioned. And for the team of Rad's side, who knows how they play this on their attack.
Envy trying to get him a little cheese there as you saw the Groot building structure out the door. If they rushed out the door trying to get an early pick, unfortunately, they saw that and read it like a book as they are starting to take space now. You can see the way these people play at this level. Just a lot of high ground take as we do see Cal on the thing. One of my personal favorite Vanguards to run. An absolute monster in the brawl, but very difficult to play into Groot as we are seeing some pressure early here from the side of Envy, just throwing them into their spawn door.
Yeah, I mean, they're running the triple Z comp with Rocket Raccoon, with that Punisher, with the Winter Soldier. But at the moment, I mean, this is what we talked about. The sustain is just far too much, I think, in the game in general to be able to take out the composition of triple tank and triple Vanguard.
Yeah, the res station does bring Chime back to the fight, so nothing major there. We do see the immediate pop on the side of Abs and over on Paint as well as it does stall it out a little bit. We are going to launch out the Strangling Prison. Is there going to be a follow-up here as they hit the sky? Envy going to take down 2, make that 4 as NK absolutely pops off.
NK's such a good player on Winter Soldier, as we saw also with the stagger on the Spenny. I think they got to swap off this triple Z composition. I do not like it at the current moment. Like we mentioned, this triple, Vanguard with the damage reduction from Cal, with everything, Magneto bubbles, with Groot walls. There's so many things blocking all of your damage, even with the team up from Rocket Raccoon. We'll see if it's enough, but I don't think it's going to work for them, and they should swap.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, we talked about this, the ladder climb. I'm terrified of that personally, but these guys, they're just at another level, right? These players they just understand how to get around it, and as I'm saying that, down goes Remix. Really well done there by manually using that unlimited ammo to make a play. Groot gonna take out space. Unfortunately, Magneto cannot meatball up the Groot. Branches, Connie gonna take out Cal as well.
Yeah, that's a great point you mentioned, Shib, how, that Groot able to take down Magneto in the sky in the bubble, which is huge for them. But, on the side for Envy, they've actually swapped it up Cal over to the Hela now instead of playing on the Thing to potentially counter what was the, the anti-Vanguard composition with Punisher and Winter Soldier and Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it difficult to play the Thing into unlimited ammo like that, but if you got a Groot in there, it's a recipe for impossible battles. But here we go again as the amplifier is being enjoyed by the team. Out we go again. Early pick. Try Chime. Gonna take out space. Nice early pick there for Rad as they are owning this space. Unlimited ammo. Make that 2 Remix falls. And they are just owning this area now, and the numbers will continue to fall as they're absolutely feeling themselves now.
I don't like how Envy played that, right? They were just kind of caught out in between ultimates. They didn't have a real answer, and, positionally we're a bit too far forward in terms of both of their Vanguards and Space and Remix. And now I don't even know if they get a good recontest, or at least a solid one, as Envy goes for a quick boundary from Paint.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the early point take. I'm not sure if they had 3 people on, or, they must have. But here we go as Connie trying to go. They do take out 2, 3. Cal going to try to even the numbers, but unfortunately not, as Chime is going to turn this around and just say again 45 times as the side of Envy falls.
I mean, Rad obviously proving me a bit wrong here with this Triple Z composition. It's working for them at the current moment. We'll see if they can keep it up in the streets phase. For Envy's side, using a lot of ultimates into the last fight just to take another L is brutal as Team Rad Esports continue on in the street phase of the map.
Yeah, Rad really riding this momentum. We saw the shift there early on. It looked difficult for them to get out of that door, but they just kind of, unfortunately, on the side of Envy, just kind of staggered and felt, I could see like the lack of confidence off angles that are in positions that you can't really see anybody else besides the Vanguards. I'm not sure if it's a matter of just panic or what's necessarily going on, but once you get momentum on this map, as we talked about, it's a little bit more attack-sided. You can really run this thing as they're pressing forward to point 2.
Yeah, Cal's got the Goddess of Death on this right side flank. Could potentially go for something, but just with pure pressure, NK's able to find the first one, and then Cal follows it up. So great work from Team Envy at the moment to take a lot of pressure away from Rad Esports, who are on the high ground.
Wow, another 2-piece pick early. Envy trying to get their space back. They got their feet under them now, wiping the team, and that is what you needed to see on the side of Envy.
Yeah, for Team Envy's side, they're looking like they're in a good spot at the current moment. For Cal, I'm curious if he takes any really aggressive off angles, looks for a pick on the back line, right? They only have one super defensive strategist ultimate. Obviously, for Spenny, they want to go really far forward with the See You Later, with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so we'll see if they want to make an aggressive play 3-2-1 and engage on Team Envy.
Yeah, I think they slowed the pace down, right? That's what they needed. Everything was just kind of going too quick for them, and now it's an early pick right there. Really well done by Remix. That positioning was a little tough to see. Unfortunately, Cal gonna follow up on Abs. Abs goes down. Connie falls as NK is finding some space here. That pick didn't necessarily, absolutely mattered, against Lenny. As Len goes down, that was a really well done job here by the side of Envy.
Yeah, I don't know what that was with Len pushing in that fight. Spenny's over to Loki, by the way, off of Rocket Raccoon now. Once that triple Vanguard comp is gone, somehow Remix taunted Len into taking that fight and then winning in that trade after getting the walls off, and then a nice pull from Paint in the meantime to find another elimination to continue the snowball that they're on.
Yeah, you got to be terrified of doorways when Groot's out here, and he's out here on both sides, and that just was the showcase of what you got to be scared of. I mean, now they're owning this high side, great positioning here. It's funny because you don't see a ton of this stuff climbing ladder, right? These positions that they're taking just shows you how important high ground is, playing around their team. Cal with a nice early pick on manually. Rad really finding their footing. Make that 2, make that 3, as they are going to sweep the side of Rad. Envy doing an incredible job here.
Yeah, maybe slight overcommitment of ultimates, committing the Kraken Impact, Loki, and also the Hela ultimate. So So that could lead to something poor in this upcoming fight. But regardless, a fight wins a fight win, and Cal's playing well so far.
Yeah, I do think, oh, get stuffed there by the friendly wall, but still, they are finally figuring out the way they want to make this fight happen. Cal was trying to find an off angle, see if anyone was pressing over there. I do like that idea, as this will be the final push and fight here on point 2. Up into the sky goes not only Chime, who takes out Pain, but immediately gets turned on as Space is going to drop that back on Chime. A lot of ultimates being popped now as a support. The strategists are popping to keep the team up. Hella in the sky, raining on the back line. Spenny gonna take out Remix and manually gonna take out Cal. That should be enough for them to at least drive them into the next fight. But this is not necessarily point 2 yet.
No, I was about to sing Space's praises after getting the elimination on a Chime, going with that Kraken impact, but like we said, the previous fight just mattered too much. Rad had too many ultimates in the bank, but now Team Envy, right, they've got the ultimates to work with. They're also coming up on a few more, so we'll see if they can pull it off against Connie and his Meteor M.
Yep, this will be a major fight for them. Connie holding he's ready to dunk that meatball on whoever's in the backline. Here it goes. Immediately gonna throw that shield. Something I've been lacking on doing is using that self shield before I pop ultimate as NK goes down. Early pick on the side of Rad as they do have the numbers, but we are gonna see an ult advantage. Oh, on the side of Rad as Cal is gonna take out manually to even things up. How is this fight gonna shake out? It's back and forth as can be, as Spenny gonna pop that Loki. Still no major value, no other picks besides the early ones. And here we go again with the Invis to keep the team moving as NK takes out Chime.
Yeah, they should have enough sustain now, also with the Groot ultimate from Len to try to get the eliminations, but there's too much healing now, too much sustain for Team Envy's side with that boundary, and nobody can touch after that. You called it out earlier, Shib. Cal with that opening pick, and then later on, Sleepy with a nice copy onto his Invisible Woman to follow it up.
Wow, these fights are crazy, back and forth, strangling prisons everywhere. Invis popping all left and right, Hella in the sky. You don't know where you're looking at this point. Incredibly well played on the defense there for Envy, but I loved what Rad was doing initially on that attack. The confidence, it just kind of seemed to fall off for him as they had to switch that comp up.
Yeah, I don't mean to, you know, obviously we're going back in time now to when they did run the Triple Z composition with that Punisher, with the Rocket Raccoon, and with the Bucky. You know, it doesn't, personally, I think it could work, it can work, but from what I've heard behind the scenes and watching a lot of practice and scrims, it just feels like the strategists in this game give so much, you know, in terms of healing, in terms of support with the crystals from Loki, in terms of, you know, everything that they provide. So it's really hard to make that composition work when you don't have, you know, pretty much being invincible in the invisible boundary or with another invisible boundary when you're on Loki. You know, so you lose a lot of that value when you play those compositions. But it was a nice rotation from Envy's side to make those swaps. You saw how earlier on they were, you know, playing that triple Vanguard Chib and then, you know, swap off that to make sure they're not countered anymore. Theoretically, it kind of works out.
Yeah, I am a little surprised here. I saw a lot, you know, for example, other teams were running a lot of Cloak, right? Cloak had that buff. It seemed to be providing a lot of value, at least in terms of burst healing on the front line. I haven't seen that since the yesterday, I believe, maybe some of the games this afternoon as well. But here we go with these early fights.
They knew Cal was going to flank there, man. That's just read by Rad so well.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Connie with a nice pick there, holding this high side. I love to see the team holding the secondary tier here, making sure they don't get pulled down there by putting that pillar in front of them. Very smart, Connie. Well done there on the side of Rad as they are owning this high ground.
Controlling it at the moment. Right now, Rad really just playing it back right now, playing in this sort of 3-3 split right now as they have their Loki even further back, right, making sure they delete the walls. They also have good group walls on their side. Controlling it very well at the moment as Envy just trying to control this point and then maybe even contest this high ground.
Yeah, I like this. See, this is something, you know, you don't necessarily need to hold the cart at the door. You know that you can drop down when need be. You're just buying time right now, building up that all charge, and a great pick there as we're talking from Cal on the offense to take down Len. And that's a nice early momentum shift as they are going to press in. NK just barely missing the hook, but it doesn't matter when you drop a Vanguard like that as Connie goes down as well. And yep, make that 2, 3, 4 as Chime and manually fall as well.
I can definitely see why teams want to ban Invisible Woman versus Team Envy. Paint and Cal just doing the Hitman duo, running around the map, making sure Cal has that shield. Manually and Abs were trying to do something similar. However, Cal's angle was just a bit superior in this instance. Able to take advantage of, was it Len? Yeah, Len getting picked up on the high ground on the Groot. So right now, Envy put themselves in a great spot, have a good time bank as well.
Yeah, getting that off angle with DPS, right? It couldn't be more shown in terms of value than these few games with these two Hellas. They're just so much early pick potential. When you get one, your team rolls in like a train. You do not stop moving until the team is bye-bye. And they are showing it here as Envy going to try to take that high ground and push forward immediately. That invisible boundary on both sides being held. And here comes Bucky. How many times will we hear it as the strangling prison is in? And they do get 2 and 3 as Envy is absolutely popping off Rad, trying to get one back, but no, make that 5 on the side of Envy. Immediate res there from Manually, as Manually does get a pick there on Hella to res the Loki, but no, it's not going to be enough, I don't believe.
Yeah, and he's getting staggered too. Oh no, they don't want to take him out until last second, and now there it is. That's brutal, especially as we're coming up to the very end here, Shib. You're going to be missing your Loki for this fight.
Yeah, that's just smart, right? That's the downside there to the res. You can't do much about it. It was a good pick, but unfortunately the rest of the team fell, and at that point it's just wasting time as we do another invisible boundary here, likely on the side. Oh, yikes! As Len, Abs, there goes 2-3, Remix gonna try to turn it back around. Chime gonna drop Remix in return, make that 3 as Cal falls as well. Red finding their footing and saying it's not over yet.
Poor Sleepy. I just feel so bad for Sleepy. He got strangling imprisoned by Groot. Desperately started looking for Paint wherever Paint was to get the copy with his Loki. Tossed down an invisible boundary. Couldn't find him. Body blocked by his own Magneto. And they lose the fight because of it.
Eesh, it's just so hectic in here. You know, it's just so difficult to ensure you get everything to work out. I'm assuming the comms, you know, especially in these heated moments, are insane. The walled off after the pull, it's a really good combination there. You like to see when you have Group Bucky is you wall them off post-pull, but no, not quite working for them as we see Bucky in the sky. Invisible boundaries popped again. Dunked on as we lose 2 on the side of Envy. Red doing a great job pressuring in as Chime makes that 4, an absolute demon 5. Chime showing off at this point as he sweeps the team.
Great job by Chime and crew there. Copy used by Spenny perfectly as well. Sleepy with his own boundary, not able to get that value that Team Rad was. Still 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, though, Shib. Although it's basically last fight territory for Rad, they've got that Goddess of Death ready available, and they've got more ults coming up. We'll see if they could do it here.
Yeah, things are getting intense. You can see the momentum, right? That's huge for them. It's just going to help them. And, you know, this is where it gets intense, right? Because if they take this home, it is over, and that is a W in the books. So I'm assuming the nerves are at an all-time high. You can't play nervous now, though. You need to play properly. Chime taking out Cal early. NK using it all after, does get 2. And maybe we'll do this as they do pop the boundary, make that 3 as Chime falls as well. Really well done here by NK. Paint going to take out Len, and this could potentially be the W on the side of Envy to even it out.
Wait, Space has ultimate, though. Minute 36 seconds left to go. Yeah, Rad does have a retouch. No ultimates available. Spenny's going to have to build this copy, and Chime could go huge with the Kraken impact if he builds in time.
Oh, just trying to get the touch, and it does happen. They are able to get on point. That's beautiful. Honestly, was not sure it was going to happen. The dunk, though, they do an incredible job ensuring those get value every single time as Space takes out. Oh, my goodness. Sleepy on Spenny, back and forth as Sleepy takes out Manually. Oh, my.
Wait, could do it, maybe. He could put up, no way in the boundary. 2 Paint goes down. Could find more, no way. Rad gets it done. Chime. What a clutch by him to hold on.
A quadra KO for Chime. Just an absolute demon back-to-back with the Bucky.
Are you kidding me, Shib? There's no way, man. Sleepy getting picked off there was huge by Chime, and then I thought it was pretty much over as soon as Space hit a huge ultimate to make sure Abs was not there with the copy for Spenny. So, oh my God, Red Esports, stay alive.
Wow, what a clutch moment there for Chime. I am assuming his team is juiced right now, playing off that energy. But here we go for potentially the final fight of this match. Will it go with the side of Envy, or will it go back to Rad as Rad loses 2 early? Envy just trying to get themselves a W. Groot trying to get the pick, and does as NK takes out Connie. And here comes the armed and dangerous for NK again, trying to find something. Yes, Envy is gonna turn this and make it 1-1.
My God, Chib, we got a series on our hands. Really close end there. My God, I mean, it was just back and forth at the, at the wire. So for Team Envy to get the job done, I'm sure they feel good. Rad Esports really pushed him to the brink there. We're going to that number 3 now, Shib, after it was so hectic.
Clutch ultimate from Bucky after clutch ultimate on both sides. Absolutely terrifying to go against a Bucky who can dunk inside of a building. As soon as he hits that roof, he can immediately put that pressure on with the ult instead of forcing that full animation into the sky. And you saw the value of it there. Holy, look at these stat lines. 18 from NK, 13 from Cal, a ton of damage on the board from both, and even more damage on Chime and manually. Absolutely beautiful.
I feel like I've been incredibly impressed with Paint. I know in terms of just stats, looking at this, right, 37,000 healing, got 7,000 more than the other side with Ambs being on the Invisible Woman on his own side. But regardless, I think Paint is playing this meta so well alongside Cal, setting up Cal on those flanks, also keeping Sleepy alive whenever Sleepy's, stuck in those ultimates by Groot in the Strangling Prison. So great work from him to keep the team healthy, and Team Envy overall, they seem to have a good feel for this Invisible Woman meta.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they don't get enough love, right? Pain doing an incredible job there, showcasing how you can pocket Hella, and not only pocket the Hella to allow the Hella to make plays, but just doing things on your own. I saw a bunch, had a few final hits on their own there, Paint with 3, but yeah, 37k healing. That just means getting ultimate invisible boundary after invisible boundary. We saw so many of them, obviously with Loki as well, but it really worked out for the side of Envy on this map.
Yeah, you talked earlier, I think, Shib, about Cloak and Dagger and maybe why Cloak and Dagger is not meta. Maybe we can talk about it on the other side of this break, because I definitely do. So we'll see for this map number 3 what's going to happen, what the protects and bans are going to be. We're going to do a short highlight and be back for that map number 3.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do
against the world.
My turn to shine.
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Swear!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone, as Envy evens it up 1-1. My first experience with a Game 3 in this Invitational. I'm stoked to get to it.
I'm stoked as well, man. I mean, obviously, Team Envy, you know, came back in that map. It was their choice, right, to go down into Midtown. They looked really good on it, right, continually playing around. You know, Cal, who was playing phenomenal on the Hella, but the rest of the team to kind of collapse upon them. And then, you know, Rad to get it down to the wire, even though, you know, there was like 3 minutes in the tie bank. It was, you know, shout out to them for playing a really good Streets phase. And now we head to that MR3. This is a deciding map, Shib, considering how both two maps went. I mean, it's up in the air who's going to win this one.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, there was just a lot. We saw a lot of clutch ultimates, right? It was that round specifically, although, you know, hero shooters in general, that's a massive part of the game. Just the amount of 4 to 5 pieces per alt set was disgusting. It was so clutch, and I can't imagine the energy in those rooms.
Yeah, I mean, Ultimates build very fast in this game, generally across the board in Marvel Rivals. I know that there was some patch changes to make it so it's not as quick, but regardless, you know, the Ultimates do build very fast. Strategist Ultimates, a lot of them come up first, right? That's the downside. When you're getting a lot of damage down range as a duelist, you're generally building up the other team's Strategist Ultimates, which will have them before you unless you find those final blows. That's why we see so many teams prioritize getting final blows instead of having high damage on their Hella, for example, right? Getting those opening picks can mean a lot more at the end of the day because you're not just farming other teams' Strategist ults.
Yeah, we saw 4 or 5 fights that I can remember just off the top of my head where there was an early pick on something like a Vanguard on the front line, which honestly, for me, like, you know, I've always been trained, you know, look at the back line, get those picks there early first. But if you can take out a Vanguard, it allows you to just steamroll through, gets rid of those walls that Groots provides. It's so much more valuable, especially when they're running a Groot comp.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot that can go into it in terms of those compositions played. I'm curious to see, you know, what the protects and bans also come through here, Shib. I mean, we saw, you know, the same bans come through on both sides. Obviously, Strange being a priority ban. was it Team Envy that banned it or was it Rad? I think it was Envy, right? That banned the Strange, I believe.
It might have been back and forth. Honestly, I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I believe it. I mean, both these teams seem like they like to play the same compositions, running that Groot on both sides. We'll see if there's a difference in terms of running Groot. That would be huge for, either team if Groot is banned out here.
And here we go into the picks and bans. We just discussed what we thought we might see, but let's get eyes on as we get into our first ban. And what do you know? Immediately, Envy going to take out the Strange there off the rip.
Strange Wolverine ban on both sides. Same pretty much things that we saw up earlier. Luna Snow Protect in this case. No Invisible Woman Protect for Rad. Envy, they like to play it. That's probably why they protect Luna Snow here. Maybe to give an option of a Namor flex. That could be good for them. Magneto Protect on the side for Envy. Maybe continuing on their trajectory, what they've done in the ban Protect stage.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Luna, I believe, banned out the last possible ban on the last map. So keeping her viable here, I'm excited to see. Oh, and we are going to get rid of Invis just like that, down with the Namor as well to ensure there's no combination with the Groot. Haven't seen Moon Knight much since the changes on his ultimate. I'm curious if that's just essentially out the window now. Do you have any opinion on that?
No, yeah, it's tough to say really what they would run there. Wait, what was your question again, Chip? Actually, I just literally blanked out hard, dude. Oh my god.
You're good, buddy. No, I'm saying with the group composition, it used to be Moon Knight almost 1-2 every time you saw a group, but since that changed to his ultimate, slowing things down, do you think he's still viable at all, or you think we're not going to see him in this Invitational at all?
I don't think so. I mean, nobody's really played a lot of Moon Knight. I think there's like certain instances if too many duelists get banned, you have to run him. But yeah, generally I would say Moon Knight, those changes were too big, unfortunately, for him to kind of recover from, which is a shame because I was Moon Knight one trick, and man, that character just felt so broken in ranked forever. And obviously the patch came through and he's not been as strong.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I like it. It does tone down Groot a little bit, and Groot's in such a good spot, especially when you have Namor there. Oh, what are you thinking? You think they're going to be running the Jeff, or is that an... Yeah, you think so?
Wait, maybe.
It makes sense with the comp they're running right now. Oh, I was going to say, there was a small chance, but they are going to change it up here. As we do start on the high side, Spenny going to own this high ground, setting up with Loki, getting the clones in a firing line. You know how much damage and burst healing you get when you have those clones out ready to rock, but instead is going to get taken out early. Those clones are going to fall, and we are going to start our first fight around this corner.
Yeah, triple strategist brawl comp for MV's side, so they're really trying to prioritize keeping NK alive, making sure their front line can get all that lot of the damage. We're going to see a lot of brawling from them. We'll see if Rad Esports can adjust and play around this triple strategist composition.
And we begin as things are already getting pushed back, as you can see on the side of Envy, owning a lot of space, forcing the strategist to go yard, but Len is going to be covering the back of his team, forcing them to retake this fight as a full unit. Nice pick there for Chime, as they are immediately going to take out NK.
Yeah, playing it well there. NK does res come back into the fight immediately with the blasters, able to trade back manually, so that means Spenny would not be able to get res here if he were to go down. This Fate of Both Worlds, unfortunately, is just a bit too late from Abs. However, Len does trade back Remix, so that's at least something. He also has the Prism ready to go, but into the sky with the Legendary. Gonna follow up on the Chime. I mean, that's just far too much damage at this point of the game, as Len surely will fall and hold on his ultimate for the next point of the game.
It's so difficult mentally going against the Guardians comp. You get a pick and you think you're up, and nope, he's right back there spinning over your head and just taking you out, turning that around and allowing Envy to take that first point in nearly record time. Really well done there by Envy.
Yeah, well played, and also to get Abs Fateable Rule down is massive. Sure, you're still going to have Spenny with the copy. Going to see that copy, Luna Snow in this upcoming fight. That should be good versus Paint and Crew with their own Mantis ultimate. But, at the moment, Envy have a large time bank to work with.
Yeah, and we are going to be getting fight 2. Great bubble there by Magneto as NK trying to find some additional space. Really difficult to focus him in the sky like that. The Thing getting caught out of position. Down goes Remix as Pain also takes out Chime to even out the numbers. And we are going to proceed forward as ultimates do get popped manually in the sky. Envy about to dunk the meatball on somebody. No luck there as they are still holding Connie. Going to try to turn that around. And will he find one? Does do it as Paint falls. And it is going to be now in favor of Rad.
Yeah, the res available for Paint. He'll come back also. Will the Legendary over the top side with the bubble. That's so much damage at this point. And NV running it down towards Spanny and Crew. Rad Esports just have to funnel towards the objective. Chime obviously swapped over to Sidelock. They could get some extra damage in before falling. Actually, Len's able to take down NK. That's something, but they've lost their healers at this point. And that card's still moving forward. Space being an OBJ player, objective control. And with just Chime here, I don't know if they'll be able to touch. Actually, no, they do, but it's against the Sleepy with the copy, also Fatal Bolt roll from Ab, so they're sustaining on to this fight, trying to build up an ultimate and wait for the team to come back, but Clobber in time from Remix, follow through damage from Cal, everybody else is securing the objective, Abs will also fall, missing those two members, Rat Esports, maybe they can clutch up, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, if you've been running a lot of duelists, go on out of Morlock, get yourself a 4-piece as Cal absolutely pops off Space, gonna take out Len. Connie falls to Paint, and wow, this Guardian comp is being used to their max extent. This is an incredible map for it, and you are really seeing the value of this team up here.
Yeah, I believe somebody mentioned it was in an interview with a pro player how, you know, triple strategist and triple Vanguard competitions, you know, a bit of a skill check, right? You have to understand how to deal with this, right? Constantly, you mentioned it earlier, Shiv, with the bubbles from Space onto NK, just making sure he can constantly get those blaster pistols off. It's been really tough for Rad to deal with. We'll see if they can manage it in the third objective.
Yeah, it is a calm situation, and also it's really about Warlock or your essentially quote-unquote off strategist that can deal damage, that can make space, that can do something unique, like maybe even a Jeff. Just absolutely dealing a ton of damage. As Cal got a 4-piece on point too and allowed them, bought them enough space to just freely take that thing. As we press forward again, they are driving them back towards spawn point. Well done here by Rad to take out Cal. Cal likely has res up, I'm not 100% sure, but it doesn't matter as space falls to manually, and they are going to be driven right back into their spawn.
I'm not exactly sure how Chime got an elimination within 3 members of Envy's side. Maybe being a little bit too greedy with the ultimates has cost them their life, and nice shots too from Manu on the left side flank can constantly pressure out this back line with the idol committed from his Luna Snow, so we'll see if they can find the opening pick with this Psylocke on their side.
Look at the sheer amount of checkpoints that are on the side of Envy as Paint pops early. The thing, clobbering time onto the front line. They are going to find value, making 2 go down as Abs, Chime, and Len fall. Len going to get a turn on NK. NK being the only duelist, but it doesn't matter. Did have res up right back into the fight. Remix going to take out Spenny, and they are going to have a ton of space here to push this point forward.
Yeah, potential stagger going to come through. Oh, that's terrible onto Candy. Everybody else just needs to run back into spawn. They'll have a retouch. But nice stagger from Team Envy, and also in that previous fight, really to pop off all of those Shredder's ultimates at the correct time, really resulted in that win for Team Envy. Now Ran has to come back in with 2 minutes and 35 on the time bank.
Yeah, this is just really, really well done here by Envy. I mean, I've got to show love where it's due. Chime falls, Len falls, and once again, NK gonna pop that ultimate in the sky. Galactic Legend not able to find anyone as they are going to turn around with the Luna Ult. The meatball lands directly on Spenny. NK gonna get rezzed up there by Cal. Cal throwing out that Warlock ultimate. Remember, Warlock's ultimate will pick up anybody around his body, not around the location of the drop. So he presses forward and allows his team to come back into this fight. Space taking out Len again, and this will potentially be enough space for them to take home point 3.
Yeah, Remix looks to be doing so much, getting so much value on the thing. They're still touching though, with the copy onto the Mantis to get that ultimate to sustain on the objective. Spenny though out of that ult now. We'll see if Envy can collapse. They'll have more members here, but if Spenny gets staggered, that's brutal. Eventually will, but Rad, Chime able to get one. This is where Psylocke actually can get work done. However, you just have to deal with the thing in your face right now. Remix has all the support in the world on top of the ultimate from Paint committed, so we'll see if any damage is going to come through. Paint trying to desperately look for those spawn kills, but can't find it. Clobber in time comes back, can't connect onto everybody, but Space and Envy and Crew still are on the objective and are all surrounding that point. Spenny eventually comes back through. How are Rad even holding on for this long? It's been nearly a minute, but without an HP pool to work with, Rad are not going to be able to touch any longer. Envy cap out.
The fight of 3,000 years, never seeming to end, but it does finally end with a minute on the clock for the side of Envy. Really well done there with that composition.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, you know, for Rad Esports, they really wanted to commit to that Psylocke for that long, considering, you know, for as good as Psylocke is and as good of a character it is, I feel like the ultimate doesn't usually find as much value as, you know, some of the other ultimates with the Galactic Legend or, you know, other duelist ultimates, Namor Whale with the damage boost, right? There's so many different things that you can deal with, or that's hard to deal with as Psylocke, I feel like. So, you know, when you look at EU, for example, and you see Sparker having to swap off of Psylocke and maybe play something like a Bucky or, you know, other characters, that's probably when you know the character's not as strong in the current meta. But man, look at that damage from NK. I mean, you pointed him out earlier, Shib. He's been playing so well in the Star-Lord.
Yeah, I mean, that's scary numbers. You can definitely solo duelist when you're doing stuff like that. Not afraid to buy space as a duelist as well. I mean, Star-Lord does a great job of that, just dancing above their head while dealing damage to virtually everyone around, gaining that ultimate charge and then utilizing it. It doesn't even matter if they are forcing out a strategist ultimate. The value in sheer damage alone, getting his ult back just as fast, if not faster, is all that needs to happen as they're going to keep this comp relatively consistent into the defense.
And as a Psylocke enjoyer myself, I want to see Chime pop off, right? He's going to be able to, he has to find those opening picks, but when you play against triple strategists, I mean, you know more than anyone, Shib, it's really hard to single out an eliminated target without a very coordinated push from your team.
Absolutely, as we are again going to hold this high side. NK doing what NK does, dealing a ton of damage into the front line, just gaining some charge, 60%. This bubble coordination is obscene. Really good communication there from Space, doing a great job ensuring that it's not prioritized on him. For those who don't know, Magneto, when that bubble does get popped, if it's dealt enough damage, will immediately recharge his right click, allowing him to put out more damage and get faster ult charge as he keeps using it consistently to allow his Star-Lord to get his ultimate quicker at 70% already.
Yeah, bubble, damage boost into the blaster pistol. So that's insane from NK and crew. They're just going to keep doing it over and over again. Like you mentioned, they're all low too. Spenny falls low, Chime falls low. Everybody's also incredibly weak with Sleepy's ultimate committed, and everybody else is there with the follow-up onto Paint. I mean, that was just beautiful from them. That's a full team wipe that they just got.
Yeah, full reset here. The game's starting over again in your mind. You can't be stressed. You do have ultimates on the side of Rad. You can't worry about anything else besides this next fight. Nothing happened there, as they are going to have advantage in this next fight space. Still holding on to the Magneto, ready to make a play and to at least counteract a little bit of the opposition when it comes to Chime on that Psylocke and manually on that Bucky, but no major plays just yet. The thing gonna run through the back line, just trying to make a immediately with a strangling prison. Great crystals there from Loki on Sleepy, doing a great job. And here comes the dunk. Will it land?
Maybe. I mean, he's looking for it manually. No, that's brutal.
You love to see it though, as you saw Luna popped ultimate and the team just instinctively takes out that shield. Luna, I believe it's 525 HP with that extra health during ultimate, and if the team is coordinated enough, you burn that shield down, allowing your Magneto to potentially dunk on the Luna, getting that off the field, but instead turned around and swept the DPS. The duelist gets out of there, and it does give them advantage as Armed and Dangerous in the sky again. Great crystals there pop to counteract some of these ultimates. Manually still managed to get one on Remix. Did he get the reset?
Yep. And here he comes. Oh my God. Into your face. And hey, oh no, Sleepy with the coffee also committed ult, but it doesn't matter when Manuel's doing as much damage as he just did.
Yep, you love to see these clutch moments as he's gonna keep it going. It's not done yet. Can you get more? Yep, you can. Will he be able to translate this over to the next point if he keeps the streak alive manually on an absolute tear?
This is why Winter Soldier is a priority ban for a lot of players, you know, across the board. We see Winter Soldier played at such a high level. A lot of people think he's, top 2, top 3 duelist in the game at the current moment. You can see why Manually such a great player of piloting this character as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does help tone down things. Oh, wow, Cal is disgusting. Great right click there. It does help tone down things like Venom, right? Bucky, one of the few anti-dive DPS in the game, does have a lot of value with that pull and just sheer damage alone, being able to win those 1v1s with his overhealth when he uses abilities. But yeah, so it does help tone down Venom. Venom obviously in a really strong space, but without Bucky being as strong as he is, Venom is a absolute menace. Space holding up here, creating space, looking to dunk on the entire team. Doesn't manage to do so as it does connect with the card.
Yeah, that's rare. We see Space not connect with the ultimate. Chime as well came back through onto Space afterward, commits the Psylocke ultimate as well. But Born Again will bring back Space into this fight.
And the clobbering time goes out. Cal gonna res up NK with the ultimate there. That's gonna keep them in this fight. 6v6 still, but not anymore as Chime falls. Cal, just an absolute menace here with the Warlock, getting those early picks in the fight and following up. NK takes out Len, still progressing forward, trying to drive them into the spawn door. Not gonna use too many more ultimates. Actually, do not have much to work with besides Sleepy. Just gonna gain some ult charge here off the Vanguards.
I really don't know what the Psylocke is offering to this fight. It's mainly Winter Soldier, I feel like, in the terms of the duelist department, putting the team on the back in terms of ultimate impact. We'll see if Chime can turn it around here. 2 minutes left to go in the Streets phase.
Oh, try to find that off angle, and yep, Chime gets shut down. Cal knew it was coming. Sheer instinct taking this off angle with Adam Warlock. Just that duelist mindset, because he can just deal that amount of damage. Really well done there by Cal, again getting the first pick before the fight even starts.
Dude, oh my God, Cal! Dude, this guy, on any support, he's insane on top of playing a duelist. I mean, this guy could do it all, it feels like.
Oh, man, it's beautiful.
No, please. Dude, if Chime dies one more time, bro, you gotta swap, man. Like, at this point, you gotta do something.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary here. Cal just really is a threat on these off angles. You mentioned how strong Cal can be on the strategist, but imagine a strategist that can play like a duelist and still keep their team alive. Nice pick there by Chime. Getting back into NK. NK might have res up, though. Yep, and NK's back in the fight. Virtually no change, but that is a nice pick again onto Cal. Those are great utilization. Psylocke popping off here as Chime trying to find the high side on to the Guardians. Coming again. No, NK is gonna pick off Chime.
Dude, the cart also didn't push that whole time too, by the way. They finally came back. Okay, they come back in, get rid of NK. That's massive for them moving forwards, but feels bad. Chime POV, I know how it feels on Psylocke, buddy. So Envy Space trying to play around this cart right now, control the objective. Also, they've got the res from Cal to keep them healthy if they do go down.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is an absolutely insane fight. You're right, though. Not on point there. That's tough, right? These fights, not getting a ton of value when you get early picks just because the cart's not moving. The amount of times that you can just sneak back there, change cart angle, make sure it's rotating backwards, and then lose a fight and have that fight really not mean much. Oh, my goodness. Cal, just so confident right now on an absolute tear with these animation cancels with Warlock, showing how strong Warlock can be in this current meta and being ready to throw out that bond, ensuring his team essentially can negate anything they want to, including ultimates at any moment. So well played here by Cal. Oh my God! Again, down goes Chime.
I'm just at a loss for words right now. Remix as well, the big clobbering time in the previous fight, but now manually comes back, right? The Winter Soldier has to put the team on the back right now, but with all of the crystals and also the support from Magneto on top of the Adam Warlock, keeps everybody healthy. So here's the impact. Magneto has done it before, Shib. Could he do it again with a thumb from space? Oh no! Shuts it down!
Oh, in these overtime fights, that means everything. That is a massive shutdown, and they are going to keep this momentum onto the backline. Len goes down as well. Just the Magneto left on the front line. Spin to win is the Star-Lord shielded up, and no! Great pick there by Space to try to even things out. There goes the crystal pop. Oh my goodness, and they're going to win this fight, I believe.
Yep. Team Envy has done it, man. Jesus, I hate to say it, like for Rad Esports, who knows the coaching situation, the whole situation with the organization that they could potentially get in the future, right? Maybe a lot of these things impacted it, but Psylocke's not the play, man. Like, as much as I love that character right now, the ultimate doesn't do as much as the Kraken impact like you saw with Manually, man, or like Star-Lord popping off with the Galactic, right? There's so many different things that Psylocke doesn't do right now. I mean, just unfortunately, you could see in terms of damage, he was just diffed across the board, man. And listen, Chime's a good player. We saw in the previous map, he was playing so well in Winter Soldier Shib, so it's just Psylocke was not the play. You guys would have had a chance if you didn't play Psylocke, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, look at these stat lines. This is insane by Envy here, right? Like, you see, like, NK, 15 final hits, Space with 17 on Magneto. That is just insane. You know that he's getting good dunks on the ultimate, but then you look down on Cal, who ties the amount of max final hits on Adam Warlock. That is so much value. Not only getting 15k healing, which you may be saying, oh, that's nowhere near the healing of someone else. Yeah, that doesn't matter when you have 17 final hits. You don't need to heal when your whole team already won the fight, and it it just seemed to happen like that back and forth. 35 eliminations as well. These KOs across the board are insane, but obviously NK popping off there with 41 eliminations are just an awesome run there for the side of Envy.
Shib, I got nothing new to add, man. I got nothing new to add. It's just, I'm gonna repeat, like, dude, like you said, Cal, he did more damage than the other team's duelists on a strategist. Just think about that, man. Like, that's brutal.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, yeah.
Go ahead, keep going.
I feel like, for Rad Esports, if they just, get an organization, have a a coach that can help them, lead them into the right direction, they'll be in a good spot, man. Because like we saw, Chime is a mechanically skilled player. It's not necessarily the fact that he had 16 deaths to 18 kills. I think there's a lot of things that go into it besides just stats, right? And Rad Esports had a good team overall. They played well, but they're against Team Envy, who was a storied franchise and organization as well.
Yeah, we could talk about any single one of these players. You talked a bit about Rad there. I think Rad has raw talent, right? You mentioned maybe they just need a little direction, and then we'll see how things shake out for them. They absolutely have the talent, but you could see there that Envy just had the team flow. They understood these compositions. They switched things up. They added that Guardian comp and ran it nearly to perfection. Just an absolute slaughterhouse on offense and defense. And I was just impressed with how Envy stepped up here on map 3.
Yeah, for sure. Team Envy overall, they're filled with a lot of talent, as you can see. And, I think a lot of people probably underrated them coming into the tournament, maybe expecting even Rad to get the win here today. But Team Envy showed, they in practice are looking good. They're getting better, and they can easily match some of the top teams. I'd be curious to see if they slingshot up to being able to compete with the 100 Thieves in the future, right? There's a good chance that they could do it. Obviously, they have the talent to do it, right? Cal as well, been going from team to team. He was on NRG before, now moving on to Envy for this Invitational. I mean, he's a standout player that definitely deserves a shot, and you can see exactly why, no matter what role he's playing.
Yeah, you're speaking the truth here. One thing that I personally would love to see, right, is I know these guys are running this Guardians comp, and I know Sentinels is the same thing. I'd love to see that matchup. I know in NA we like to, try to team diff each other with similar compositions. I'd like to see how that shakes out. Obviously, Sentinels are insanely good. Similar to 100 Thieves, we just know that they're up there in the top, but they just played that so well, and I would love to see that,
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. I mean, yesterday we saw. It was the match that you casted too, right? With Shroud-X versus Envy, I believe. They had the chops, right? Team Envy obviously did lose 2-0, but they still, put up a good fight. Were competitive on Digital Path, and throughout the maps, they were looking like a team that, can figure it out, can put it together in a short time, right? They have 2 weeks, right? We have this weekend, obviously, winning another one can put you into that upper bracket. That would be huge for them moving forwards, but it's just the switch stages, Shib. I mean, we're at the very beginning. We could see an entirely different meta. I mean, you brought up, the changes to the patch, right? That we just had literally on Friday. So, that could also shake things up in this upcoming week as teams are given more time to prepare.
Absolutely. I'd be curious to see if we do see Cloak stepping up a bit, right? I mean, we did see that change 60% roughly in their single target healing, which is going to help them burst tanks and get them right back into the fight. But before we dive into this more, I do believe we're going to have a conversation with Cal, and I'm excited to get some questions out.
Oh, my camera's blurry. It's doomed. My camera's blurry.
Dude, your aura is too strong, bro. Your aura is too strong right now.
Is that better? Am I good?
Perfect. Yeah, just cleaned up.
Hello.
Why don't you turn the lights on, dude? Why are you playing in the dark? First of all, first question.
Sorry, I hate the light.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, it reflects off my monitor. It's just, there's too much going on with the light on.
I respect that. Hey, buddy, so real quick, I saw that you've been playing a lot more duelist rather than strategist, but you switch over. Is it just typically when you get the opportunity to play Warlock? Because that was an insane Warlock performance.
Yeah. I don't really like playing support. I did in Overwatch, and I didn't really enjoy it too much, but when duty calls, I guess.
Dude, I respect it. Absolutely.
I'm the same way, bro. Been one trick in Psylocke and stuff, just because it's like once you've played support for so many years, you just want to get some fresh air, right? And hey, good for you as well to find a team that took a chance, be able to pick you up on that duelist in general. And you've been doing really well, I think, in these Invisible Woman compositions with the Hela. I mean, so far, Cal, like, what do you think in terms of what enables you on Hela so far? Is it just this composition, or are you just that guy on Hela?
A little bit of both. I mean, we definitely play to pocket me when I'm on Hela. because I think that's just like the way the game's supposed to be played right now on the comp. But I definitely think that my individual skill definitely plays a part.
Nice. And when you mean pocket, obviously Invis is shield, right? Or just eyes on Loki crystals kind of deal, or is there anything you guys are running that separates that as well?
It's pretty much that. Just like push timings, playing for the angles that I'm taking, just stuff like that.
Yeah, and moving forward, Cal, obviously I think you guys are, how much practice have you guys had in these past couple of weeks leading up to the tournament, Because that's the first question, I suppose, compared to, 100 Thieves who have had so much time, I think, together. Where do you guys think you stand in terms of like tier listing all the teams, or where you could possibly end up?
The egotistical maniac in me wants to say first, but I think that we have a lot to work on, and I think we haven't really had a good showing in our games that we've been playing. But I think that last map, we were playing a comp that we've played plenty of times, and we're kind of done testing stuff. And I think we've I don't know. I hope to cement us as at least top 3 for this tournament.
I love it. Yeah, I can see the confidence shift. Like, you guys just looked like you knew everything. Your off-angle shutdowns on Psylocke, I think you had 3 or 4 of them almost in a row at one point. We were watching you hold down that left lane after point 1 for what seemed like 20 minutes, and you were just absolutely beaming people. So is that come from, I know as a strategist, right, you're not always thinking like a duelist, but you obviously been playing a ton of duelists lately. Knowing these angles obviously is a massive benefit. Is that, you think that playing duelist so much has helped you, with Warlock, shut down these off angles?
Definitely, because I kind of just put myself where the enemy team wants to be, and if I'm there on that OP character, they can't really go there. And so it helps transfer it helps transfer skill from like Hella to Adam, kind of the same play style, and a little bit more damage on the Adam side for some reason, but I enjoy it.
Yeah, maybe it needs to be looked at in terms of hero kit right now for sure. Dude, Cal, obviously we're gonna let you go and you get some rest and get ready for your next matches tomorrow and stuff. Do you have any words or anything last you want to say? Any shout outs to you or your boys over at MV?
I want to thank my team. They've been working very hard, even if they're really busy. Thank you to Tasmo and Hastro for taking a chance on me and the roster that we've developed. And my mental health coach, all my friends, Vision GMG on Shroud's team, definitely a big part of why I've been trying so hard to win. And that's about it.
Oh man,
awesome outro.
Humble King, dude. Humble King, Cal. My God,
for
dude.
sure. Awesome. Well, it's been great talking to you, Cal. I appreciate you spending the time with us. I'm sure you're exhausted after a game like that. Just want to say thanks again for dropping in and appreciate you answering our questions.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Cal, man, Cal from that team, they look good. They're looking better, I think, throughout the tournament. They've said they've maybe finished testing up. Maybe that means they play more triple strategist comp shib. That could mean a lot of things moving forward for Team Envy.
Yeah, showing the power of that, right? Similar to Sentinels, that might force people to start banning that away, right? That's where the bans get into play and it starts getting tricky. And where do you want to run? What do you want to conceal from the other teams? But obviously, when you're scrimming so much in these other teams, it's difficult to have something in your back pocket. But some of these teams have mentioned holding stuff until next weekend when things start getting into those those elimination stages.
Yeah, we'll have to see as things end up, next week. But we've got one more game today. We're going to have Shikigami versus Nightmare. We're going to see some highlights before the next match, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after these highlights.
chopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Plasma burst!
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
Light and the shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone. For those of you who missed it, Envy took home the W on map 3 with the Guardians comp with an awesome performance.
Yeah, they look good moving forward. I think Team Envy has a lot to work with. You know, we mentioned how their team, you know, they've got the players to really make a run for that title, for first place in the Invitational, right? It's an uphill battle for sure after losing on day number 1. But if any team can figure it out, it's probably them. Coming into today's Shib, or in this final game of the day, we got Shikigami versus Nightmare. New Nightmare after, obviously, you know, there's some roster changes with old Nightmare going over to Sentinels, and then obviously Nightmare picking up a brand new roster that's been, you know, honestly looking somewhat competitive. So this should be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the Guardians Cup, Nightmare, I believe, ran the Guardians Cup in their first game, and then, you know, just talking about their performance, they actually took a map against Sentinels in the domination mode. So they've got what it takes to make this happen. I know they're a relatively new team with each other as well, but they've got the stuff. It's just a matter of, can they make it happen in this moment?
We're going to go to pick some bands in a second, but I need to resist, dude. We're talking about Nightmare's whole roster because, yeah, I mean, they had, you know, rank 1 with Mace, obviously, being top of the leaderboards for a while. And then, you know, he had the tryout, I believe, with Sentinels. And then, obviously, Kaluj came in and then replaced him on that roster. So now to be back on Nightmare again is huge. And I know there's a lot of names on this Nightmare roster. For Shikigami's side, right, it's a lot of, you know, somewhat proven names in this space, but obviously in this Invitational, this is one of the biggest stages that they've had to play in yet.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about nerves and being on the big stage, right? We've mentioned that a lot, but it really does come into play. It's a whole nother level, right? You can be nervous before a ladder game, right? And you really don't want to D-rank, or you really want to rank up and you want to make things happen, but this is that times a billion. And you not only have to perform and not make mistakes, but every mistake you make is seen by thousands of people. So that level of anxiety is something you don't know until you're there, right?
I mean, yeah, you bring up amazing points every time, Shib, dude. It's just like, it's so brutal, like, especially the amount of stress that is on these players for sure. Like, I'm sure, you know, you and I have heard, okay, regular athletes, you know, playing sports, playing, you know, football or whatever, there's so much, you know, more tough than playing in esports. But realistically, the difficulty in esports is not the fact that, you know, you're not putting so much stress on your body, you're putting it on your brain, right? Nobody really knows how tiring it is to play, you know, 12, 13 hours a day to get ready for a game. You know, the sports athletes, you know, they get tired after, you know, a 2-3 hour practice. You go home, they work out. Okay, your body can't do much more, right? What else are you going to do except study film or stuff, you know? For these esport players, the standard is much higher because there's so many players online. You have to always be playing, always be doing something otherwise in the game that you main. Otherwise, you know, you're letting your team down. So there's a lot of stress, and I like that you brought it up, Shib.
Absolutely. I mean, we just listened to Cal talk about mental health coach, and that's so, you got to realize how real that is, right? Like, even me, when I go on a loss streak in ladder, I can feel it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel down because I just want to climb. I've got a lot of us is playing this game, have that competitive drive, and you have been in the scene, in the pro scene, so you understand it like no one else. So I can't imagine just being in your brain in these moments and you understanding what a loss could mean, what a win could mean for your mental, and how it would help you perform or not perform in the next game.
I can run you through a day in the life of what the pro players are doing, at least for a LAN, because like I mean, you used to compete in other hero shooters where we would drive an hour out, right? Because we have a little bit before the match starts. By the way, the players are still getting ready, so it's not just Yap Fest over here. We're just you know obviously waiting for the players. Yeah. So we lived in Thousand Oaks in California, right? In a nice mansion. The team bought a really fancy house out there. We lived next to who's the famous hockey player, Wayne Gretzky. So we lived next to him for a little bit. Never met him, obviously. I mean, I'm just, you know, I was a fly under his shoe.
You never leave the house. We don't touch
exactly.
grass. Yeah.
Best I could do is maybe touch the golf course grass, which is not even real grass. But we would drive an hour in the team van just to get to the arena with all of our gear and stuff, right, in our backpack. Immediately after showing up, you know, I had 2-3 cups of coffee in the morning. After showing up, bathroom, right? Bathroom immediately. This is kind of gross to talk about. I'm sorry. But it's just like, that's the amount of anxiety. You brought that up, Shib. I mean, there's so much anxiety going through you and stuff. I mean, you have to have your pregame number 2. I mean, that was just, it is what it is, right? You got to get ready.
Before casting even, brother. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. So you go from there, you go from the bathroom right to the team practice room to get ready, play your game. You play, you know, an hour or whatever it is in front of the crowd. If you lose, man, that's the worst feeling, bro. Like, I don't wish that on anybody. Just like the feeling of an L, you know, after a rough day or in a playoff game or whatever, man, it just feels like you're, I mean, you've been in a competitive situation too, right, Shib? It's just like, it feels, your whole body, you know, just like collapses on you. It just feels like an overwhelming aura just pressing down after a bad loss, right? So I'm sure a lot of these players don't want that to happen. I know a lot of, you know, top athletes in the history say they hate losing more than they like winning. That's 100% true, I feel like, for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, you get the speech that losing is a learning experience, right? And I do agree with that 1,000%, but you do feel it, right? You absolutely feel it when it comes to mental coaches and people to lean on. That's super important, especially in the esports space, because you could really fall down a slope, especially if you're struggling. And you know, I talked about yesterday the confidence that you need when you're playing Duelist, when you're playing actually any of these roles. Confidence is so important. When people lose confidence, when comms start turning negative, you play worse. It's just so apparent. So that's why you always got to try to keep things upbeat, because if you believe you can get it done, you can get it done. But if you think you're gonna not get it done, you won't.
Yeah, that's what I like so much about Sentinels compared to other teams. You know, that positivity, like you said, just keeping your teammates up. You know, not trying to dog on them too much. I mean, there's banter and stuff. But you know, you talked about mental coaches earlier too. You know, that team I was a part of, we had a mental coach. They'll give you, you know, tools or whatever. Because I think something that I struggle with as a player was like kind of getting in the moment. You know, living in the moment or whatever, and trying to make sure you're locked in. Because you know, at times being on a stage, you know, sometimes you can't even see your monitor. It just feels like it's invisible, and you just see the crowd or whatever. So, you know, there's that sort of those tools that a mental coach can give you, like Cal said. And, you know, mental health is no joke, especially for a lot of these players that are looking to take another step and stay focused.
Absolutely. One thing along these lines that I've always been curious about, when you're warming up with your team, is that like a all-day process, or you do a few games before? I know a lot of people, I was hearing Shroud talk about today, 2 hours, you know, when you first wake up, you need 2 hours before your brain's really working properly. Are you guys grinding that all day? Are you know, how does that work for you?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think at points we even had like an hour scrim before, or whatever, hour and a half. It's you know, I think it's a lot like, maybe it's not a lot like, but it's similar to how a UFC fighter would prepare. You know, that week leading up for like a MMA fight, you know, you don't really want to spar hard. You don't want to like really go out there, let it all out, because, you know, you just want an hour warm up just to feel good, basically, because all of the prep work, all of the practice you've done in the weeks or months leading up to this tournament, in the prep work and the VODs, on the match day, it's just about feeling good, making sure you get a good scrim. Maybe pick a team that isn't that good to practice against, because if you play against a good team that just dominates you in the warm up, that's not exactly good for the mental moving forward. So I think it's good for these players to just play like a short, you know, hour warm up or whatever before their games.
Absolutely. Confirmed, every team that Dogman's faced, he just thought you were trash. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, listen, it was like the B team. It was like the B team sometimes or whatever. But yeah, it's brutal. If you're, because like, you know, the esports and in general, right, especially if you're in a league situation, right, if you're playing a whole year, it's a marathon, right? For these guys, each tournament is something new, and it's super exciting. The fact that we have this tournament circuit, you know, with the Invitational, with the Marvel Rivals Championship, I think each tournament is its own thing. But when you're playing over the course of, you know, a year or whatever, your team's not going to be at the top like you once were for a extended period of time. It's hard to stay at the top, right? For Team Mutants, aka now Team 100 Thieves, they've been able to compete, you know, first place, second place, first place for the past year or so. But for Team Sentinels, they won 2 tournaments ago, right? Now coming into it, now coming to the Invitational, they're maybe not the favorite they once were. So it's about how are you going to react to that new situation, right? Your team is no longer the #1 seed by far, and you have to compete against Team 100 Thieves, who look really good in their own right? So it's always a mental adjustment, regardless of if you're the best team or not.
Yeah, peaks and valleys, just like everything, right? I mean, you throw 100K on top of a tournament like that, and then those peaks and those valleys become a lot more important and a lot more nerve-wracking. And it's just like everything, it leads into everything we've been talking about. There's just so much that goes into this, and that's why esports are so intense. I mean, obviously, I've had a passion for this for a long time. I feel like the world's finally coming around to it. You clearly have too, being so competitive in other hero shooters as well. So, yeah, man, I just love being a part of this space and seeing how these teams are performing. A lot of these teams, you know, maybe just their first time in the limelight, getting opportunities to make things happen. I can't imagine, you know, if I was an up-and-comer and I made a big play that one of us was talking over and we got excited over, like how I would have felt in that moment, you know? So, you know, that's just what drives this kind of space forward, and I just want to see more of it.
Perfectly put, man. Perfectly put, Shib. I mean, it's just that fantasy, right? The idea for sure, just be in that moment. And I'm sure a lot of these players, right, like you said, this is a huge tournament. And then obviously moving forward, I mean, you've talked during the breaks of, you know, what the potential of even like an in-person event would be, right? To have the first LAN for Marvel Rivals would be absolutely huge in terms of fan support, in terms of the players being able to feel, you know, what it's like to actually be a pro player, because like you said, you know, us, you know, we haven't really experienced that just yet. Neither have the players, right? A lot of these players barely even know what it's like to be a pro. I mean, like you said, I won't call the exact guy out, but maybe somebody in the tournament, you know, maybe he doesn't really know what it's like to be a pro just yet, and just flames everybody else on lobby. You know, it's just like, you have to understand that a lot of these players, you know, are still young. A lot of them are still, you know, sort of learning what it's like to be a professional, because, you know, a lot of cases, some don't really understand it. I know that there's a famous quote from an NBA player, Charles Barkley, you know, "I'm not a role model," is what he said. So, you know, some of these players maybe don't see it that way. I know a lot of them are role models for a lot of viewers watching. So there is a lot of pressure, I think, in that department, a lot of growing that a lot of them still need to do.
Absolutely. So real quick for me, just because I know we're starting to get these teams ready now, give me the rundown. Do you remember Shikigami? I haven't had much eyes on there. I don't know if you've had any. I think you casted them the other day. Do you have any call outs, any things you remember from that game? Because I know they pushed through at least the first point on that convergence map, which obviously it's a tough, what kind of a convergence map? It's tough to get through on the first point. It's a pretty good defensive map.
Yeah, we're loading in here. And, you know, for Shikigami, I remember them specifically mainly from the Marvel Rivals Championship Series, with a Median popping off a lot on Hela. That's the main thing that stands out. I think so far, not really stood out to me so far. I mean, just overall across the board. It's been tough though, right? They're against some of the best teams in the tournament thus far, right? It's going to be difficult to, you know, prove your worth. So that's why today against Nightmare, another team that got 2-0 yesterday, if they can come in today looking good, that'd be awesome. But they do have a lot of good players in the roster with Kraz. I think he had some stand-up moments, as well as Ricky. So, you know, the overall roster has the tools to make it work. I'd be curious to see if they can maintain you know, some semblance of success here versus Nightmare, who also looked good at points, like you said, versus Sentinels yesterday. So for Shikigami, this is a big game to win.
Yeah, I think these guys they run the group comp, if I remember correctly, and you know how that works. If you are coordinated with a group comp, you can definitely make things happen, especially if somebody catches themselves out and you get those numbers turned around. And right off the rip here, Hela, get her out of here. This is one of the first times we've seen this in a while.
Yeah, Hela ban immediate. Obviously, you can see Pizza Dima maybe hovering that on his team's side. Honestly, not a bad choice, but that probably means we're going to see a little bit of Namor shib instead, considering how strong he is, unless we see some target bans, Loki Protect, Group Protect on both sides. No Star-Lord probably because of the Adam Warlock ban on as well. So Luna Snow ban maybe prevents that Namor from really coming online. So very targeted on these sort of duelist strategist team-ups.
Yeah, it seems like they want to get rid of that Guardians comp we were talking about. A very strong composition, especially with the state of Star-Lord right now. I mean, he is an absolute monster and can hard carry on the duelist front. So getting that out of there, maybe we'll see a change right now. Millennia seems to still be rocking it, at least showcasing it right now. But also getting rid of Hulk, which I believe, if I remember correctly, Luca was running a lot of Hulk during their first map, and I believe helped them take that W in domination on one of the maps as well against the Sentinels. So yeah, that's gone, and we will see the change up.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because, you know, Luca also playing the Venom too, I mean, has had moments. It is interesting because I feel like Venom, for a lot of people, is maybe a little bit of a stronger hero than Hulk is currently, just because the Hulk, you know, plays at the moment very similarly to like the Thing and what he's supposed to do with, you know, his heart engaged and stuff. And like, it's interesting to see that priority banned, but Luca does obviously love Hulk, plays a ton of it, and for Shikigami, they're prioritizing that in this case.
Yeah, when you get Hulk out there, the clap, right? That 2-second cooldown dealing 1 trillion damage under the strategist line is terrifying, but it's just finding that positioning, because obviously Hulk got a ton of mobility, but using, you know, with the invis in here, with the push and pull, shutting down that escape can be tough to handle. And just the raw damage that a lot of these duelists have, Bucky pulling back the Hulk in those moments too. It's just difficult to get a ton of value, but you absolutely can, as they are going to start Shikigami here on the high ground. Similar strategies we've seen from a lot of these pro teams, and we will begin this game.
Yeah, immediately just controlling this high ground, but it's Wolverine kidnapped onto Craze, although he was pushed off by what looks like to be the Invisible Woman on Shikigami's side. So they're keeping their team healthy right now, playing it slow.
Try to get the push up to get back on high ground, but unfortunately unable to do so, as Shikigami does. Craze immediately going to take out Luca, turning that around, as I didn't think it was going to go in their favor. Walls are up. Wolverine about to pop passive. There goes the passive. Well done here by the side of Shikigami on this first fight.
Yeah, Shikigami playing it well. This was the difficulty, I feel like, yesterday for Nightmare. Maybe a little bit off page with Luca, you know, sometimes going in a bit too deep or not having the support. And there it is again. Unfortunately, Luca doesn't have the backup on the high ground, resulting in him getting first blooded.
And we begin the next fight in the sky. Ultimate advantage on the side of Nightmare, where Loki roughly there already. Loki has the power to get that ultimate back so fast. And Wolverine tries to get the tackle. Gonna be pocketed by the Magneto, but no value just yet. Into the sky we go as the invisible boundary gets popped on the side of Nightmare. The fight begins on both sides now, and ultimates are being used. Bucky not able to find anyone just yet, and there comes the Loki copy, another invisible boundary. And they are going to stall this thing as no one has found any value yet. Psych, I lied, as Millennia going to take out 2. Pizza Demon going to drop Crazemay as well.
And Nightmare's composition ending up to be a bit stronger, right? Making sure that Wolverine is picked instead of Bucky in this case for Shikigami. You thought that maybe in terms of ultimate charge, they played it well with Dink's delayed ultimate on Loki copy. But in this case, obviously the Wolverine's damage was too much, even with the invisible boundary.
Yep, and we are going to have one more fight here. Great teleport to give them a chance at taking this. And the Bucky launches as Ken looks for somebody. Yep. Gonna reset off the clones. Mace gonna pick up Scatter. There goes Ace as well. And Kendrick gonna get another as they press on to point 2.
Yeah, ultimate advantage in their favor. It seems like Shikigami just try to go quickly with that Doctor Strange, right, just to get into the point fast. Unfortunately for them, didn't pan out. Maybe didn't get it off that strangling prison, or just in terms of ultimate advantage for Nightmare, they were able to play that super well. So now 4 minutes moving under the streets phase of Midtown. At the moment, Nightmare looked to be in a good spot, but Shikigami, they can get the momentum back off of some good ults.
Yeah, this is a very difficult point to push through, at least in terms of this map, right? This choke right here at the bottom where you can just absolutely respawn and retake as fast as possible. Millennium looking for some sort of angle, and there's the dash right into the backline. Scatter in a dangerous position. Amadian gonna drop on the top side, start spinning to win to gain that ulti charge 99% again as Daze tries to find a pick. Amadian taking out Mace early, and there goes 2 as Daze takes out Kendrick, and the numbers are now in Shikigami's favor as they're gonna push them back towards spawn.
Yeah, I just love how this comp plays, right? It's super simple for Shikigami. Bubble up Amadian, make sure he can get the blasters off while everybody else just kind of follows through. Able to win that fight without any ultimates used is massive for them moving forwards.
Yeah, well done across the board there for Shikigami, retaking obviously the momentum not in their favor. Luca dives in, gets pulled back towards the crystals. Well done there by Pizza as they are going to pop Invis as well inside of Loki. Nice drop from Millennia, taking out Crazemay.
The Legendary over the top side to Amadian is blasting down into it. Can they find even more? It looks like Shikigami's holding on. It looked like Nightmare was sort of in a good spot. Maybe they still are with that pick off on Amadian. And if they play around this choke point, find the picks, and they do so. Kendrick, nice shots, and the team rebounds well.
Yeah, Kendrick did a really good job. I believe was SVP on both maps last time, as we are going to start the Armed and Dangerous. Kendrick looking for more, unfortunately not able to do anything. Luca dives in to try to provide some support. The crystals are popped. Luca using that shield to retake as Venom going to dive back out and buy some time. The sheer amount of HP that Venom can generate is obscene, but no, not going to matter as he does fall early. Millennia going to take out Crazy, even out the numbers, and they are going to continue as Millennia gets 2, and Mace follows up to clean up the last, as we are going to potentially shove this thing into point 2.
And this just proves why you want to play a lot more Wolverine than Bucky, or even just both in this case, right? Millennia able to get so much work done with the last stand, just following up his team. Luca obviously getting picked first was not great, but Millennia comes back in with such a massive ultimate. Also off these Groot walls, you mentioned how it's a scratching post for him. So Millennia doing so much with the kidnap to start it off here too.
Yeah, it's tough to want to run the Groot comp if you're going to keep Wolverine on the fight. Obviously, a good invis, which these players clearly are. Kendrick getting 2, Mace getting 3, Millennia popping in here as Nightmare, just putting on a masterclass on how to clean up these team fights and shoving them back into the spawn again.
3 minutes left to go now. Kraken Impact also available for Ken. So we'll see if Shikigami and both of their Shroud-X ultimates can counter it on their side. They've got so many coming up. Also, Kraz on the thing now to try to mix it up, maybe deal, or maybe go for harder engages onto Millennia on the backside. That would be good for the side, but a nice hook to start it off on a Kendrick, force him in a bit of a weird spot, and force Crystals out early.
Yeah, that's a good start for them, as you're saying early on. Kendrick does have ult ready to rock. Pizza and Mace as well, as the ults are virtually even on both sides. But we'll see who can utilize it a little more effectively. This turn is difficult. And here comes the Magneto, looking to dunk that meatball. No value, though. Great shielding. And here comes Kendrick on the follow-up. They are trying to look for more. The clones are going to fall. Clones are unaffected by these ultimates, allowing him to reset. And here comes the return from Daze, trying to get another pick back, and does turn it on Kendrick, winning that Bucky battle, and is going to press on to the rest of the team.
Yeah, that was a great counter engage around the corner, and a Venom ultimate a bit late there from Luca. But maybe this last stand could be big with the ultimate, goes back into the backline, but everybody's sustaining over here. A lot of ults committed right now from Nightmare. They need to win right here and now. Mace able to get a Madian is huge, but do they have the support around this payload to continue moving forward without Luca?
Yeah, it looks like things have now slowed back up to virtually where they were prior to the pops of all those ultimates. No movement of the cart just yet. Amadian holding on the backside. There goes the dive by both the Wolverine and Luca. And Millennia gonna fall. Good pick there by Amadian, who's immediately gonna dive back into the backline. Gets pushed away by Invis to slow that pace up 65% towards their next ultimate. Amadian just generating right now with 60 seconds on the clock.
Playing it slow at the moment. Right, a lot of ultimates used, like you mentioned the previous fight, but we're already back. Amadian now with the bubble. Goes in early with the blasters. Really does so much damage consistently. Also with the support of the thing is nice to turn him into sort of mini-boss, but immediate crystals used on the defensive side to hold. And then here comes the Meteor and into the boundary.
I really like the change in comp here, as Craze is going to change up into the thing, so Wolverine gets a little less value, holding on to the point for one last take. Mace with a good pick on Daze early. That is, almost dunks it on him out of the sky, but dodge rolls away to get that iframe to stay alive. The thing going to clobber the backline, but no value in terms of picks just yet on the KO front. There goes the push. Well done by Kendrick, taking out Scatter. And once again, they're on the offensive, shoving towards point 3.
Armed Dangerous here now onto the back line. What are you going to do against this? Maybe you can counter it, but the heals are there. The support is there. You're in the spawn to hide for a second. You get Invisible Woman shield. You can maybe touch with no time left and no Vanguards here. How are you going to sustain? You're trying to pull them off the objective. You're back on the Venom to be able to touch. But with Wolverine fully charged up on the objective, it's so hard to live. Can Daze pop off here? Maybe he can. Millennia goes down. The hooks are also back. But how much damage is coming through from Nightmare? There's a Spider-Man back into the fight. The boop off the map. Daze goes flying. You're missing 2 members on your team now, but you're still sustaining somehow. Legendary from the sky. Amadian finds one. Can he find any more? Luca has the follow-up as well, but it's so back and forth. And Kraz is just standing on the thing right now, Shiv. Just able to stall on this payload for so long.
Yeah, this has been an insane back and forth fight. They switch over on the side of Kendrick over to the Spider-Man to get the touch back, and here comes the pop from Invisible Boundary, still holding on the defensive side. Everybody back up now. Rockets on here for the res to try to buy space. Luca with a nice pick on Diggs, and turned right back around as Daze takes out Kendrick. There's that res. Oh my good, Daze gonna take on Millennia again, and Baser. Mace goes down. Daze is on a 3-piece, soon to be 4, and yes, just like that. They are going to hold up on the final point.
Holy crap. That might be the most insane round I've seen in this game ever. That was crazy. Dude, unsung hero, or not, maybe not unsung in this case. You sure saying his name out loud. Daze. Dude, I mean, held that for so long, stopped the snowball that Kendrick was trying to do into the spawn, dude. Like, he was just getting a huge hook to stop that Kraken impact from getting more value, and then just came back with his own, with Kraz delaying the objective. Whoa.
That was a masterclass on a retake, man. I thought it was over for him, if I'm being honest. They switched up on the side of Nightmare to get back to point, but then just out of nowhere, Shikigami just wasn't losing anybody. Great pop there by Ricky on the backside, and just held the team up with that Invisible Boundary, and then just an insane turnaround of plays from Daze, getting a 4-piece. I saw some picks there from Scatter as well. Just a really well done. Craze switching over to the thing, I think, helped a lot, just shutting down that Wolverine, and they ended up, I believe, switching off Wolverine just because they wasn't getting as much value as he was off the start.
Yeah, wonder, I mean, why do you think that is necessarily then, Shib? Why does the thing kind of potentially shut down Wolverine a little bit more than other Vanguards, right? Because,
sure,
obviously, yeah.
he can't be tackled, right? Like, he can't be pulled back towards the team. So yes, Wolverine is still a pain, but he's able to brawl that back, and the displacement from Wolverine is honestly his value. If you're able to pull back in towards your team, just during that animation of you pulling him alone, he's already losing a ton of HP, right? They're already losing a ton of HP on the way back. But with the thing, you can at least brawl back, dash back, get a 200 shield at any moment that you're in danger, but he can never displace you, and that makes it a lot more difficult to get value as Wolverine.
A great point. I mean, it seems like it's doing a good job countering it. In fact, so much so that they've swapped off of it and swapped back to Star-Lord, whereas Mace opens it up onto a Madian. Nice find from them, and also Nightmare put themselves in a good spot. Very aggressive, I think, comparatively defensively to how Shikigami played this, right, Shib?
Yeah, I mean, well, real quick, I got to shout out Mace. He does an incredible job on these poke heroes with his Doctor Strange and his Magneto here. That was a great pick early. But yeah, I mean, I do like the way these teams are playing together right now. We've been seeing a lot of teams holding second tier here, but it seems like Nightmare elects to just let the DPS own that space and let their front line hold the bottom side. Daze gonna start pressing into Luca. Does get a pick there as Daze is gonna put those numbers back on the attack's favor. No res potential here. Ooh. Baser. Good pull. Gorgeous right there, Baser. Even out the numbers again as we are going to start turning this corner. And here comes the legendary. Will there be value? Baser keeping him healed up. That's all that matters in this moment, is making sure Star-Lord can continue to fight. But they are going to pop some strategist ultimates. And Ricky going to keep their team in it. Craze going to take out Mace during ult. And that's the power of Groot when Magneto is using that ultimate.
Yeah, it's been tough for Nightmare's strategists to build up towards ultimate, save the team, but a barrier comes back late. Mace got killed or taken out by Groot ultimate, or Groot melees. Shikigami trying to walk forward even without a Madian, but they've got the Kraken impact downrange. We've seen Daze do it before. It's a counter Kraken impact on their side, but Daze takes the final blow off of some nice Invisible Woman play. It's just able to get so many resets, just get so much damage downrange, and without your own Winter Soldier, it's gonna be super hard for Nightmare to hold on.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here. They are finding their footing. Well done here by Shikigami to press in, but not sure if it's going to be enough on this fight. I don't believe so. Daze goes down. Numbers back in the side of Nightmare as we will proceed with this fight. No ultimates up beside. Shikigami could have a huge Craze main ulti here with the Groot. Will they find a strangling prison? Ooh. That's a tough loss right there.
Yeah, it's a bit far. Millennia over the top left, too. Able to beam down the back line, and unfortunately for Kraz, yeah, that's a wasted ultimate. Now you have a minute and 30 left. They thought they could close it out. Nice recontest there from Shib, from Nightmare. I mean, they were able to deal with Kraz, who I'm assuming got hooked by Winter Soldier and then just tried to go for a deep strangling prison, but you don't have a lot of ultimates for this upcoming fight on both sides. It could go either way with a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate it did get shut down trying to make the play there with Craze. I like the idea of Groot. Unfortunately, just a lot of CC on the opposition, shutting that down early, and some shields out there, obviously, with Mace. Tried to find a way to work that in and was not able to do so. Trying to get a Galactic Legend, 45% here on the side of Nightmare, as Shikigami's probably starting to make sure they're playing a little safer, grouping up, trying to win that early pick. Luca does get picked. Dave's going to get a pick. They're going to even that out again and use the invisible boundary to keep both teams in the fight right on point.
They're fighting towards the point. Kraken impact available. Here comes the Magnetos on both sides. Into the sky. Meteor and Boundary. All the ultimates popped. Unfortunately, Daze hitting the building. Not going to be able to get a reset off of it, but both boundaries out. Both teams kind of staying in their lane. Ultimates about to dissipate. And Kendrick on the other side gets the bubble. Impact. Legendary on the to help him as well for Millennia. Takes down a Madian. Even more to fall with 20 seconds. Shikigami sent all the way back home.
Yeah, Nightmare really showcasing their team synergy. Played it safe, played it slow. A lot of space created there by the Vanguards and immediately capitalized after the fact as they are up again in ultimates with 3 seconds on the clock. That should do it.
Wait, they did touch, though. I mean, maybe a Madian came back through Kraz onto Venom. Or against ultimates, though. So, yeah, you're right. It's going to be tough. Also, Crystals popped here. Unless somebody hard thieves. I don't know. Nightmare, can they close it out right here? And now Shikigami's holding on.
Odds are stacked in their favor, but we all do love an underdog story as we begin to proceed. There comes the ultimate from Venom. Really well done there. Generating its, oh my goodness, Millennium with a great follow-up on the Star-Lord after the Venom ult, and that's going to sweep the whole team, and that should call game one.
Whew. I mean, if that was game number one, who knows what's in store for us later down the line. For the side of Nightmare, they're able to first hold after, what looked to be a bit of a shaky start, right? With Luca, unfortunately getting taken out early on, but You know, Nightmare, in terms of their overall play style, seems to be just let Luca go in, go ham, and then try to follow him up. Obviously, with Millennia playing very well on that Star-Lord towards the second half of it after playing Wolverine for so long, to make that switch mid-series is huge.
Yeah, I mean, 20 final hits, Millennia, like you're saying, following up. Venom does a great job of drawing attention and dealing a ton of damage, especially with ult up. 50% of HP from every target, so you can't be afraid to initiate. You begin with your right click, you link everybody, you use that ult to stun them up and allow the right click to pop, and at that point, all you have to do is have a Star-Lord get in there, start spin to win, and immediately the team will fall, and it was showcase how strong that could be right there.
Yeah, I think Mace had some really well-timed bubbles. The whole team is coordinating it very well right now. We saw Shikigami on their defense ship. They did really good as well, just setting up a Madian with the blasters, with the bubbles on the Magneto. But generally for Nightmare, I mean, it was just so clinical for them just to constantly do that back and forth. It felt like the whole game was under their control unless like Daze had a massive Kraken impact or something.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you know, it was strong performance. I especially liked the defense on point 3. It seemed like the team kind of came into their own, but on the attack front, they won a few fights. They were ahead on a few fights, but unfortunately were unable to capitalize and getting that point forward. The teleport play from Strange really bought them time. They were at the end of point 1, and honestly, I find it difficult in this map to get a Strange portal there in time because, you know, it just feels kind of far away in terms of where you come out of your spawn, or at least you have to walk to the other side of spawn in order to get the portal started. They made it work. They got the touch, and they held on for 2 minutes after that. So it was really well played on the side of Nightmare.
And Nightmare's looking good. We'll see if they can continue it. Obviously, Loser will pick the next map, so we'll see what that is coming up. We have some highlights ready to go for the viewers, so we'll be back after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of Plasma Burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Rivet feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone, as we just finished up game one of Nightmare versus Shikigami. Nightmare did take that thing home and held the point on point one against their attack. What did you think about that?
Yeah, but Nightmare, they came back on their defensive side, right? It did look like their offense stumbled at points probably, but, they on Midtown played it so well towards the end, like you mentioned, with that touch last second. That was huge. Now we go on to a different map, and, at the moment, Shikigami, they could put themselves in a good spot if they've scrimmed Nightmare before and maybe know what map they're weak on.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too, right? Like we did talk about the conversation of teams scrimming each other. Pretty much everyone has played each other at some point or another. Does that knowledge, and I mean, you would know this too, that knowledge obviously comes into play. If you've won against a specific team on a map, for me, that's a no-brainer as the map I choose when I'm up.
Yeah, I think that a lot of these map, win percentage and stuff are tracked by the coaching for a lot of these teams. That's why earlier, that's why we have to give huge props to a team like Rad Esports, who maybe don't have as much as some of these other organizations, because I know a lot of coaches, the good coaches, I will say, like definitely tracking spreadsheets, what their even just map win rate is, right? Your own team's map win rate. And that's probably what they're figuring out. Which map are we winning the most on? What are we best on? What can we take these guys to and give themselves or give ourselves a better chance to win? For Shikigami, maybe they do know those things and understand where Nightmare is a little bit weaker compared to them, because they're definitely tracking that sort of stuff.
Yeah, not only maps, but modes, right? Convergence, Convoy, and Domination. Like, even me, when I look at stats, I'm a better Domination player. Just simply win those maps far more than I win others. So obviously, that's going to be a selection coming into play. But we are going to be making our way over to Yggdrasil's Path, which is a personal favorite map of mine. Strange plays great here. Vanguards get some value here. I like playing this map, simple portal blocking, doing a little bit of the cheese, but we'll see what the bans are going to look like based on from the last game. Do you have any suggestions or guesses of what we might see?
Based on the previous map, I don't know if both teams' Buckies did pretty well, so I don't know if that'll be a potential ban coming through. Probably a little bit more strategist focus, I imagine, maybe, unless they want to focus on Mace. But I think Mace's recent hero pool change to enable himself to play, a lot more of that Magneto has really helped his play style, helped the team. So I wouldn't be surprised if Shikigami maybe prioritizes a bit more of the strategists. We saw Hella being banned, I believe, in I believe it was Luna Snow Protect, and then like a Name War ban come through. So, a lot of things can still be up in the air. I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially see another Hella ban, though, come first for Nightmare as Pizza. Yeah, he's hovering over it. I mean, he's obviously their captain.
Yeah, and immediately, as you see here, it is gone. Hella's off the rails, immediately gone off the game. And I mean, yeah, I do agree. I think that Mace on Magneto is a force. Magneto's sheer damage now with that little buff, it seemed to be just enough, right? He feels a lot stronger, a lot more pressuring when he lands those left clicks. If he gets a right click on you, the combo of the left, right, left, it just deals an insane amount of damage. It can just sweep back line if you find a window. We are seeing some hovers here that I like to see. I've always been curious about seeing Johnny Storm change. Human Torch here, is it going to be worth it after these changes? I know a lot of these teams haven't had time on it yet. We talked a bit, again, just Shroud about it, and he was like, yeah, you know, I don't know if it's enough yet, but we haven't seen the time on it, and I agree with that. I would just be curious, because I have seen a bit of Human Torch and Ladder, but not too much as we entered into Eternity. It just seems like he's not as valuable as something like Storm.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that point. I mean, the only real time maybe you could run it is, like you said, alongside a Storm maybe, and if Hella's banned, so there's a possibility of it. I know other teams, like I know FlyQuest and stuff, practice it. You know, both teams, in terms of the pick ban, in this case here, Shib, just to go back to an earlier point, I mean, it was just the exact same for Nightmare. The only difference here now is for Shikigami, they ban out the Wolverine, but it's the same, you know, they think they're going to do well on the Groot. I like how, Shib, to be honest, I like how that Nightmare, you know, they are not really playing the quote-unquote meta, right? They're not playing the Groot all the time, right? They have Luke on Hulk, or they have him on the Venom. So it's interesting to see them kind of go counter meta.
Yeah, and you see here the Iron Fist, right? We haven't seen that yet in the Invitational. Fist did get a change to feel more like essentially like he's an anti-tank hero nowadays, where he does percent damage similar to Wolverine. So he's a, you know, Wolverine too, right? If you ban Wolverine, all right, I'll just play Iron Fist and fight the front line and make your life, you know, impossible. So I am curious to see how that changes. And as I'm saying, that does switch up and go to the Black Widow, which is
Millennium's a troll. No.
Wait,
nice troll. Nice. Yes, Black Widow can be a super strong hero, Shib. One of the worst characters in the game, you doofus, dude. What are you saying right now, man?
What do you mean? With Mantis, still one shots backline. You can make
you're
it
right.
happen.
You're right. All right, never mind. My bad.
No, but I do agree. It's very difficult to get a lot of value with. But there's a chance with Mantis, you know, a small chance with Mantis.
Oh, yeah, you're right, for sure. I mean, that damage boost can work very well for that hero, and then also for, you know, the likes of Star-Lord and stuff. Just we saw earlier with damage boost and the bubbles come through, but immediately Luca displacing the back line, giving a lot of space for Nightmare on their attack.
And here we go with the first fight. Oh, nice pull there. Incredible pull from Kendrick. Taking out a Median out of the sky. And you love to see that start as Nightmare are going to get a lot of pressure in and own this space. Just a ton of like raw damage off the rip. Throwing around these corners. Usually you see a battle around that corner for 1 or 2 fights. But no, these teams have just been following up after a pick, setting the train in and keeping the train rolling as Mace is going to take out Daze.
Great work from the Rex Club. Nobody else here now. I mean, they throw out a copy boundary. Shikigami trying to still fight this. It might be ill-advised, however. They have, what, 3, 4 people here? I think it's only 3. So now aggressive boundary goes through with the, defensive boundary from Ricky's side. So Shikigami still trying to win this, and Kendrick didn't actually get total value out of the ultimate, as it's going to get fully reset, as well as Mace throwing out the Meteor M to no eliminations just yet necessarily. So Kendrick follows up on the Kraz. That's a nice final blow to get, but a lot of commitment from Shikigami. They're going to need to find a final blow right now if they want a chance to hold at the moment.
Wait, did I just see Kendrick attempt to stuff that? I think he just tried to stuff the ult, which would have been insane on Bucky. He thought he got enough HP from abilities to make it so he could live through it, but unfortunately not able to do it. Would have loved to see it. Luca taking this space here. There goes 3, and they are going to, they should win this fight now. 4 fall as Dinks falls as well. Really well done here by Nightmare, keeping that pressure up with 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, at first for Shikigami's side, you know, I think like, okay, why you want to commit Loki ultimate? Why do you want to commit you know, invisible ultimate ult when you're losing a fight such as that? But, you know, for Shikigami, they're already close to another ultimate again on both of their strategist players, right? Even though they lost that point, and it was a weird ultimate trade for them. So they put themselves in a decent spot in the street space at the very least from earlier.
Nice work there by Millennium, getting an early pick, and they're just following up after this every time, hard committing. That's that team comms we've been talking about over the past few days. You see a play like this, and you fully send it as you go, and oh, almost there. Kendrick trying to make a play, but nice dodge by the Star-Lord on the iframes, using that dodge tech reload to make sure he doesn't take any damage and keeps alive, but they will have one more touch at this. Will they try to get in here with an ultimate? It will depend, or do they think they can touch without utilizing those strategist ults to touch point is obviously impactful, but it does waste an ult, which is a potential game or fight loser. Mace with a nice pick onto a Madian out of the sky. Really good patience on the aim there.
Yeah, maybe thinking he had the crystals to save him in the backside. Mace as well, trying to get a final blow with his meteor edge. Finds Ricky. Don't know if Ricky was invisible there, but Ricky, unfortunately, going down is massive, and Kendrick has been feeling it so far. Cracking impact just to get these final blows here towards the cart. Kendrick kind of on one at the moment right now. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. Say, Drake, what does that mean?
Yeah, man, an absolute masterclass. You know, this team is just on a rampage now. The momentum is palpable. You can just feel it as they're running at the opposition. Shikigami on their heels. They've got to get their momentum shift, and they did change up comp, as we'll now see up in the sky a storm on a Madian, and they're still going to keep up virtually everyone else. No change besides the storm. Trying to get someone in the sky to divert focus a little bit. Still keeping this pressure. The card has just not stopped moving this entire time. As Luka dives towards the back line, trying to, and there's going to be a pick on Ricky, and dig down goes a Madian. Craze and Scatter and Daze, as they are going to be very close to pushing this thing with a very minimal halt on the card at all.
Yeah, this is why I'd be more terrified of Luka on Venom instead of Hulk, right? We see no Hulk ban this time. He's still playing the Venom, right? Luka with no line of sight to deal with his right clicks. Just got so much damage onto the strategist, and they just got to lead it.
Yeah, we are going to have the Galactic Legend ready here for Millennia. Are they going to be able to find some value to make this thing go home? 3 minutes and 25 is a ton of time to defend here. And here comes the all trying to find a pick early on the storm. Nobody in vision yet. There is a change under the Magic now. Magic going to help Pseudo tank the storm. Here comes the tornado. Will it get done? It does take out one as Baser falls, but Amadian going to get traded from Millennia.
Nightmare's backline is so low. I don't know if they're going to totally live. I mean, Mace comes back for the peel. Kraken impact as well. But Kendrick gets removed by Daze on Magic now, which we haven't seen too much of this tournament. They hold on at the moment with 3 minutes left to go. Shikigami.
Yeah, we've been seeing less Magic. Do you think that's a product of just the power of things like Star-Lord now, who are more difficult to handle as Magic? Or do you just think that the changes to her kit, invalidated her in terms of how meta she is now?
Yeah, it definitely feels like across the board, a lot of the characters sort of power crept in terms of patches and stuff, but Magic's still not that bad of a hero, right? I would say maybe, okay, well, Caster Curse, he's going to go down first for a Nightmare.
Yeah, I did also see the new Storm skin. Got to show a lot of love to that. That thing is awesome. Really dope to see the hammer floating around. And here we go as Luka trying to make a play. We are going to be popping in Viz as the boundaries are out on both sides. Trying to find Storm goes down a Madian. Ricky falls from Mace. Millennia and Mace getting these early picks back and forth non-stop. And we are going to keep progressing. Venom going to pop that all in defense, trying to get some shield up. Still holding on his Craze Man. He's about at half HP now as that shield will fall. So putting pressure onto the DPS, and here comes the rain, and no, not able to find value. Millennia gonna keep guessing. Here comes the return ultimate immediately with Galactic Legend, picks off Daze. Still ahead in numbers now, but it has not stopped yet as they're still holding on. Well done by Shikigami with the staggering to still maintain it, but no, Kendrick gonna push Ricky away from the Invis boundary, and it going to fall and take the point.
Yeah, I don't know if composition-wise, what exactly is happening with Shikigami's side. You know, overall, Nightmare looked really strong at this sort of off-meta Venom composition, which not even really off-meta, it's just another choice, I guess, to go for this, like, dive Venom distraction sort of play style. For Shikigami's side, right, they protect the Groot, but unfortunately, they're just getting ran on by Nightmare right now. You know, we see a lot of the really good Groot team, Shib, you know, be able to deal with Nightmare in this dive on Venom, but obviously this is the tough part about, you know, sticking to a meta throughout the whole tournament, even if you can't play it as well as some of the top teams, is you get put in a situation where Shikigami's in now trying to adjust on the fly, as it's been hard to make the Groot work for them thus far.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the lack of final hits, right? It's not a matter of, you know, it's difficult, like you're saying. It's whether each comp can be run more effectively than the other by the other team, but it's also just a matter of momentum. And you could just see Nightmare there for at least the first 2 points, 2.5 points. They did not stop moving the cart. It was not necessarily a stagger fest, but it was definitely a communication issue in those fights. Ultimates being used potentially when not necessary, and that just steamroll just keeps rolling. You know, as these ults are being wasted or not used properly, then you start gaining for the next fight on the side of Nightmare. They have the ult advantage and they win it for free. It's just, you gotta figure it out. You gotta drop back, reset, and ensure everything's being used properly. And if you lose that hope, you lose that faith and the belief that you've got it, it will show and reflect on the stat line.
I mean, it's interesting that they do try to run that Storm. Obviously not against the Hella this time, so Shikigami trying to adapt on the fly still, continue to run this route, make sure it can kind of figure something out here, but Millennia has just been such a nuisance on Star-Lord so far, getting so much value, really timing-wise has been perfect for Nightmare.
Days trying to find an early pull here. Will he be able to do it using that damage boost from Storm? Luca is going to fall early. Days with the nice early pick numbers in their favor on attack as Shikigami's trying to turn this right back at him. Here comes another pull on height. You see the Storm owning that space. Well done there to make sure they don't see an early fall and even out the numbers. Keep this pressure forward. They're going to use those group walls. There they are. Keep the team separated from each other, but no, they are going to pressure right through, break those walls down. Shikigami doing a good job taking this space, but here comes the next fight.
Powers of Mine, also, here comes the boundary, also the impact from Kendrick onto Kraz before any supports could save that front line. Jinx, unfortunately, a little bit too late, but we'll get rid of Pizza Demon on the backside. Even on both sides, meteors into the sky. Will it connect on top of the Storm coming through on the backside? It's absolute mayhem, and Shikigami take advantage of it as they're looking to finally close out. You still have Millennia on the outside, no ultimate in sight, however, and nobody else here. Shikigami get it done in this brawl fight that just happened.
Here comes the Hurricane as 3 go down. Amadian popping off, showcasing Storm can be strong in the right hands. That damage boost is no joke. Protecting the backline by giving them more power is something to be talked about. We haven't seen a lot of Storm. I think this is actually the first maybe time we've seen Storm in this Invitational, but Storm known to be very strong right now. Obviously strong with Human Torch, but not necessary to make her viable. And they are going to keep using this momentum with 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
And they gotta watch that dive, immediately proccing the E as soon as they come in. Good ultimate committed by Kraz. He's too far forward though, man. Nobody was really ready, but same thing with Luca on the other side. Gonna go down, so it's traded 1-for-1 at the very least. Both Vanguard players sort of feeding in this case, and a wasted ult in terms of Shikigami's. And now Kendrick just running down the back line. Ricky's gonna get removed. That's terrible as he was close to an ultimate.
Really well-placed shots there, right? You saw the Vanguards in front, but still, Kendrick able to just make sure that Pixel was right around the shoulder. As Days falls up, takes out one, Mace is gonna fall early. There goes Pop immediately. The invisible boundary to keep everyone up and healthy. Shikigami gonna take it. Oh my goodness, Pizza falls, Luca falls, Kendrick falls, Millennia. So well done by the side of Days and the squad of Shikigami.
These fights are insane, man. Amadian close to that Storm ult, ready to go, but Bazier will be able to match it with the invisible boundary, so we'll see how that plays out. And for Shikigami's side, like you mentioned, Days, great job collapsing with the Kraken impact. Obviously, it's pretty straightforward when there's everybody in such a clumped up space like they were. We'll see if Shikigami can get it done.
Yeah, one more big fight here, potentially, if Shikigami can make it happen, but no. Well done by Kendrick and Luca. Millennia to take out the first 3, gonna force the reset. Millennia taking out Amadian as well. The team knows at this point it's just reset time. Do not waste time. We start again together, and they are gonna take the spawn and try to make this happen one more time.
3 minutes left to go. Dink's coming up on another Cloak and Dagger ultimate. The next fight, Millennia. Obviously, he's been able to do a lot once the Meteor M is not in play. We'll see if he can get something done with Luca on a potential one-shot dive with the blasters and right-click from him.
Yeah, Kendrick trying to get that early pick. Oh my goodness, that is insanity. Terrifying to see as the team does follow up. Luca immediately onto the back line as soon as he sees that pick happen. Not able to get more, but it doesn't matter. That will force the respawn and wait. And down goes Amadian to stagger for a little bit more time.
It's been brutal for Kraz so far on the group. You know, hasn't really been able to deal with Kendrick on those hooks. I mean, just perfectly timing it. Every single instance for Shikigami. They have to come back in now after, unfortunately, a few seconds have been lost in terms of the time thing.
Yeah, here comes another fight. That is just a scary thing to see above your head when you push through those hallways. It's a tough angle, but they do take out Luca early as Dinks with a nice blind there, allowing the team to get that pick, and they're going to try to play off that, and immediately Millennium pops off. Will they have a counter? Yes, they did switch over to the Cloak, as we had talked about earlier, whether Cloak might be more viable post changes, and immediately going to use Invis to take that back and try to hold. The dunk does not connect, but it doesn't matter as it is followed up on Mason with a great job there. Kendrick taking out Craze. Amadian falls, Scatter falls, Daze falls, and once again back to the spawn like nothing has changed.
And Kendrick is so good at this character at Winter Soldier, right? Knew where that Cloak and Dagger was going to end up, hooked them, pushed them away from their own ultimate to get the final blow alongside their support Baser, pulling him forward. So that was just great coordination, and Kendrick's again looking for a hook.
Yeah, kind of a demon. I would be terrified in the front line. Those pulls at max range around a corner, throwing you into some trees. Groot, obviously no stranger to trees, hates those trees though, as he does get picked immediately. Here we go for potentially one of the last fights of this game, if they're unable to do so. But you will see that the ult advantage is in the side of Shikigami like crazy. They need to make something happen right now as Storm hits the skies. Here comes the Hurricane. Where does it land? Immediately going to counteract here, holding on. Baser got that all just in time to keep the team up. And armed and dangerous on the entire team, but the Crystal's keeping the team up. He's going to follow up, trying to get a pick, and yes, does take out Baser, beats it even down, no strategist left.
Yeah, but they delayed the start. I mean, even if they lose this fight, Luca does get dinked on the delay. Shikigami coming back, but they'll be able to have Luca, at least for the next fight, be able to come back because he's on Venom. So this might be a weird spot now for Shikigami. As sure they win that fight, but look how many ults they committed. They committed 5 just to win there, whereas Nightmare only committed about 1 or 2.
Yeah, Craze right now has got to start putting up these walls. This is where you start owning. He's going to wait a little bit until they get close. This is where you try to drive a little bit of time loss, right? You wait till they get close. You don't waste your walls just yet because you don't know where they're trying from. As you can see now, they're taking the height. Try to wall up and buy time. Will it happen? No. Going to wait a little bit, drop back to the team, forced to use those in more of an offensive manner. It can absolutely work. There goes the ball, too. Oh, my goodness, as Kendrick immediately drops a Madian. Here comes the ultimate. Not able to land, though. At least not a pick yet.
I mean, gets the touch onto a member of Shikigami. It's traded 1 for 1. Kendrick looking for a little bit more. No ultimate for Shikigami's side. Pizza with the copy. They've got the boundary. Also overtime kicking down. So they have so much presence here. Can the strategist for Shikigami keep everybody healthy without going down? Dinks is going to fall. Ricky's boundary a little bit too late. Luca looking for that back line. At least has that Abyss ready to go for this fight. Just get more damage on the Crash. Does get back to the boundary, but there might be too much damage now for Mulaney and Nightmare, who have grouped around this payload and just get the final blows on Shikigami if they try to touch. Unfortunately, will not be able to do it any longer in the Streets phase and will win the series.
Yeah, well done by Nightmare. That touch was everything. Obviously, they knew not to head down a group path that would be difficult for them to get through. In those moments, find them enough time. They immediately took height, and that's just that thought process at another level, right? We may not be seeing that. You may not be seeing that in your own ladder games, and you may not understand why, but everyone seems to get walled off by Groot. Oh, Groot is OP. They just took the high ground. It didn't matter if Groot was trying to wall them off. It wouldn't have affected them at all, and immediately got back into that fight, got their ults during the round or during that battle, and just utilized them knowing it was the final fight, and it was a great retake here by Nightmare.
Yep, just absolute perfection. Cloak and Dagger, unfortunately for Dinks, just got countered every time by Kendrick of all people. You know, it's just it was hard for them on the strategist to really get things going on Cloak and Dagger. You know, we talk about how that hero can work, but maybe we've seen why Loki has played a lot more on the other side, right, to potentially deal with it. But man, Kendrick, the shout out to him, man. I mean, just so consistent so far. Was one of the best hooking individuals so far of the tournament is the best way to phrase it. I mean, he just has so good of hooks, just perfectly timed it every time. You know, we see a lot of really good Winter Soldier players, Chib, but I think Kendrick has the title for the #1 hooking man.
Oh, yeah, I could see it. I mean, and not even to mention that, but real quick, we got to throw some love. Millennium, 35K damage, 10K more than almost everyone besides Kendrick, obviously just about 6K over him. But, I mean, that is an insane number. Spin to win over the top, get those ults out and pop. I mean, you force out so much with damage like that. You know, obviously, Kendrick's final hits driven heavily by that ult. But, I mean, if you're getting 19 final hits with an ult, you're doing something right. Like you mentioned, those pulls out of position, getting those early picks almost at every fight. Really well done, man. Just, you the front line too. Luca and Mace popping off, driving space. And then we can't do nothing but show love. Baser, again, I think MVP'd prior. Once again, going back at it with Invis. Just, you may not have as much healing number, but that could be just a testament in terms of you guys just didn't need to heal as much, right? Like, it's like that. It doesn't always have to be numbers driven, so.
Yeah, it's a great point. And, maybe if we do want to, force a number to look at, I mean, they had 38 assists, too. So, Baser just 42. Constantly... Yeah, these Invisible Women players just know how to play around their duelists. We've seen earlier with Cal how Paint and then will constantly go for flanks with the shields from Invisible Woman. And not only that, but now Baser playing, around Kendrick. Any pull that comes through, you're going to pull again, right? Just saving those cooldowns ready to go. And, that's what happens when a hero is as kitted as Invisible Woman, because it really has an answer for most things.
Even things like dropping Storm out of the sky, right, with her orb. Yeah. I mean, you can just do her kit is endless. It's the skill ceiling is crazy. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how these teams play in Viz. It just kind of opens my eyes, and for hopefully a lot of eyes of people in the chat, of just how truly capable that character is and how important she is in virtually every single team count. She's been in every game besides when she's banned.
Yeah, and that shows. I think in terms of like you said with the character strength, right? Just coming out of the rip, immediately being meta basically across all boards when players aren't even that good at her just yet. So like you said, it just has such a high skill cap. And speaking of a player that understands this character already at a very high level is Baser, the MVP of that last match, coming in through with an interview. How are you doing, Baser? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We got you. Congrats Sweet. On the win, dude. How you feeling after that one, man?
I'm feeling better, especially after yesterday. It feels good to get into the midway part of the tourney and make sure that we're solid for this day 3 in the next matches.
Absolutely. I feel like nerves got to be loosened down a little bit. You got some games under your belt. I mean, you played flawlessly. I love to see an Invis popping like that, getting an MVP. One thing I'd be always curious about that I'd like to know from an Invis at your level is what's priority for the push-pull? Is it always pick, or is it focused on just counter-alting and stuff like that?
It really depends on comp. Mostly, especially with our specific comp, you're looking for Bucky hooks. When your Bucky is pulled in, gets a pull, you want to pull him into your team. It's very good. Pushes against things like Hulk or anything that engages, even a strange ult, if they don't time the bubble correctly, it counters a complete ult, which is just amazing. So that's pretty much what we're mostly looking for.
Perfect.
Yeah, I like the way you phrased that, because I think in other compositions, like you said, if you run like a Hela, right? I mean, you're playing a completely different play style on Invisible Woman, right? Just constantly making sure your Hela finds those picks. Can you maybe touch on that, like the idea of, not only this hero is just played in so many different ways, right? So can you explain that maybe like compositionally?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the same with Star-Lord. I don't know if you guys saw a lot, but when my Star-Lord is going for an ult or coming right out of that bubble, I'm looking to shield him, I'm spamming, getting the resets on him. It's the same thing with Hela. It allows her to take an advantage and a really aggressive angle, and if their invis isn't matching it or they don't have an invis, it's just an automatic 200% buff to the character. So, it's perfect.
That's awesome, man. I mean, I've seen you play just a ton of different heroes. If I'm not mistaken, I saw you on Warlock and I saw you on Luna, and now you're playing Invis, all at a very high level. If you had your choice in every game, not looking at composition against you, who would you be locking?
I mean, honestly, Loki, this is the craziest part, but I really only picked up Luna and Adam this past week. This is the first time I've actually sat down and played these characters. So, like, all of that whole roster is very new to me, and I'm more comfortable on, like, the Loki Invis, but this has been fun as well, just learning stuff on the fly.
It's awesome.
I bet in your team too, Baser, like you guys, it's a quite different meta, I think, for you guys for Nightmare, right? Playing a lot of that Venom dive instead of playing Groot like every other team is playing. Can you maybe touch on that, or is there a little bit of a secret strategy there that you don't want to delve into too much?
I mean, I don't want to dive in too much. Just all I have to say is shout out to China. That's pretty much it.
I love that, dude. It seems like every time, like people be watching like other regions and stuff, just like taking notes and stuff. So for you guys, is that just the whole team watching other regions, making sure that you guys can figure things out too, or is that just individual effort?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this game has been super fun to grind and watch, and the fact that there's so many, like you have Korea, you have EU, even Australia in the OS region. There's so many different things, and watching the stuff like their regional MRIs, it's super fun, and it gives you new ideas to try. And especially when you kind of blend them together, it really can freshen up and shake the current meta in your region. So I mean, we kind of took to that, and it's a rough start, but once you kind of get it down, it's really hard for people to adjust to it on the fly. So
I love that. I mean, my question to you would be, if you don't mind, maybe it's giving up too information. You can, refuse to answer, but I'm curious, what's an example of something like, you pulled from like the China teams that you've seen, or do you not want to talk about that?
Basically just the triple support comp. I know 222 is pretty popular and most of the better teams run it. That was pretty much our biggest inspiration. I know it's pretty counterable and it is really rough, but I feel like it's definitely has a really strong skill ceiling. So, I mean, we keep practicing that, and it also forces other teams to really turbo focus on that, and you can have some little secrets in the background. So
awesome.
Yeah, I like it. Super thoughtful interview, man. Baser, I appreciate your coming by. Do you have any like shout outs or things you want to say before we let you go and take a rest for the day?
Shout out my team, shout out you guys, shout out production. Thank you guys so much, and thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it, Baser, man. What a Chad.
Of course.
What a Chad. Thanks for coming.
Bye.
What a sick guy,
awesome.
Dude. We had some awesome interviews today so far.
Yeah, it's been great. I love getting the insight, right? I mean, it's difficult, right? Because you don't want them exposed too much. You want to ask good questions. So I just like hearing their thought processes. These are some of the best players in the game, right? So the answers that you get from these people are the answers that you take to the grave, right? The things that you really want to try to change. So I always try to ask questions that might play into their role, so people in the chat or whoever's watching can try to get a takedown of, oh, all right, this is what I need to be prioritizing. Especially like, for example, the force always, when you got a Bucky, only thing you're looking for is pulling back doubles, and it's a guaranteed pick at that point. Like, and although that may seem natural, sometimes it changes up your priority of where that may be in your list. You know, you may be thinking, I'm saving it for this, for Strange or whatever, but if you get that pick prior, maybe it's more worth.
Yeah, no, it's definitely high level thinking from Baser and crew. So we're gonna take a little bit of a highlight. We're gonna check the highlights of that series, of that map. What a fun one that was. We'll be right back after that.
Welcome back, everyone. That was an insane match to watch. Nightmare really stepping up there. I'd like to see how they played as a team. Took it directly to Shikigami. I mean, the attack, the sheer momentum that they had. They were just following up on every pick, and the entire team was pressing W. You know, you can't be afraid to do that in these matchups, and they really showcased that they're not afraid.
No, yeah, I mean, Nightmare just played that so well towards the very end. On you're just so right. They were pretty good as well on other payload maps. So it was just such a consistent performance out of them moving forwards. And you like to see that if you're them too, considering how things went yesterday, right? To go down 0-2, to come back in today. I think Baser pointed it out, right? To come back, get that win, get a nice little mental reset after, what was a hard game yesterday, truth be told, right? There's so many good teams that won 2-0 yesterday. It wasn't necessarily because any of the teams that lost were that far away in terms of competition level. And Nightmare, I think, proved that today. Obviously, playing a close game versus Sentinels and then coming in today, they're showing maybe that the new Nightmare is on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't run, from my understanding, the Guardians comp. They ran that a little bit yesterday. It shows that they've got some depth and they're not afraid to play other, situations where a lot of teams sometimes get pocketed into one set of play, one style of team. They are definitely open to changing things up. They look terrifying on Bucky. The strategist and Vanguard line was very confident, and just everybody seemed to find a pick prior to a fight. So it felt like everybody was contributing into allowing that momentum to start.
Yeah, I think to go back to Baser's interview talking about the China region, right? The Chinese region playing these Venom triple support, triple strategist compositions. I think it's fun to see that these guys are willing to open up to other regions, understand what they're running, because so far from everybody in other regions, and then so far from the tournament, it feels like after every game, somebody's like, okay, this team is not only the best team in this region, they're also the best team in the world. And it's like, yet to be seen. You know, it's like that meme of those two dogs by the gate barking at each other from across the street. You know, it's just like, bro, we haven't seen yet. You know, none of these teams have competed at LAN, competed in an event together, all in one huge tournament. So we'll have to find out as Marvel Rivals expands.
Yeah, the Spider-Man meme of everyone pointing saying they're the best team. You know what I mean? It is what it is, and we won't know yet. But I do like we talked about the confidence, right? You feeling good with your team. Sometimes it takes a win like this to shift momentum and make things happen. I want Shikigami to turn this as a learning experience. They showed some real power. I like the comp changes, and they had moments where they were absolutely just shellacking. You know what I mean? They were just popping off. I saw no flaw. Like it can happen. It's just a matter of ensuring that happens more consistently.
Yeah, and at the moment, Nightmare are getting better at that, right? We mentioned how, maybe a weakness you could point out is, at points, Luca on the Venom having a hard time staying alive, having the team follow up. But then you could say that's just maybe the team being a bit cold because we didn't really witness too much Luca feed, I suppose, towards the second half, right? On that second map, he played well. The team was ready to go around those dives. So it's obviously intentional out of their team. It's just a matter of, timing, right? Making sure they could support him going in deep. I've seen Luca play other games too, coming into Marvel Rivals, right? He loves to play these super hard commit heroes, right? Like Venom, like Hulk. So, obviously when he's not getting the follow-up, it's a lot harder to play those sort of styles, but, their team is figuring it out as it goes. And you could see Nightmare maybe not running the traditional meta, but have figured their own sort of play style, which is what you'd like to see if you're a fan of Nightmare.
Absolutely. It seems like you're talking about they really do kind of stick to their guns, right? Where Mace does a good job with those shielding forward pokey tanks. It's been his location. It's been where he stayed, but he always finds value. It always seems to work out. So like you're saying, much like Luca with the dive and commit, Mace has always done a good job just holding that and make sure he's anchoring the pointer, making plays, getting early picks with that poke that he's running. So it's just, it's where they're comfortable. And if you run comfort, it allows you to be more confident. Comfort and confidence are hand in hand. And this team really seems to be able to do it, although Baser said not afraid to change it up, just started playing these heroes and still getting the job done, which is awesome to see. But I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more just like niches that people fit, and it's going to be around which team plays worse into that niche. And any match can happen on any day, a win can happen on any day. It's all about what happens in the moment. We had that discussion. I think Vinny mentioned it just depends on who shows up that day, right? And I believe that happens a lot of the time in esports with all the variables that can be in play, and just about how you're feeling as a team that day.
Yeah, that I like how you pointed that out, because I think if there's any team so far that's played today that abides by that rule more than any other team so far, that's Shroud's team, right? That's Shroud-X. I think that, everybody behind the scenes, the coach of that team as well, it's like on any given day we can beat all of these rosters. But today they obviously lost 0-2 to Sentinels, right? So Sentinels having that huge game versus them earlier, playing super well, obviously, even though that maybe people would assume they're slumping a little bit, showing they're still a good team, can compete for first place. They've been looking good as the tournament progresses as well. So, really it's any given day, like you said, Shib, just to sort of continue on your point.
Yeah, we got another day here this weekend of these stages, and then we get into the elimination stages. I just think that it's tough to have a conversation around, which team. Obviously, there's teams that are playing at another echelon that we would consider in the top, but it really just depends on what happens over these next few days. We're going to start locking in those like ranking orders, if you will, as we progress into next week. But for now, it's just, what are we running? Who's feeling good? Who's looking good? Who's making plays? And who's having a tough time? And once we get all that ironed out, then we can start having those conversations. But until then, it's very difficult.
Yeah, right now, I think maybe it probably is too early to say, but I would say 100 Thieves are kind of head and shoulders above everybody else right now, right? The closest game I thought that was going to happen today was the FlyQuest match, right, between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. But 100 Thieves, man, they just look so damn good, bro. Like, they just look so good. FlyQuest, I thought from all of their practice and from watching matches, like, they could have a chance versus 100 Thieves, and they still do in the upcoming weeks. But I don't know, man. It's going to be tough to beat a team like 100 Thieves right now, who are really just so strong in the current meta, in the group meta.
Yeah, and I was surprised by SDX. I think they performed in the MRC. I think they got fourth roughly. It seems like they're just having a good time together and playing well. I've seen some surprising, insane plays by them too. I think they're in the conversation. They're up there. But yeah, 100 Thieves is looking flawless. They've showcased every single match. They've played virtually everybody at some level and have succeeded against every team virtually at some point. They're a name that people are aware of, and right now I think they are the front runner in terms of the ranking situation. But it's just about now. It's essentially show us. It's going to be over this next few days. We're going to have eyes on, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these plays turn out like.
Yeah, and I'm sure Nadeshot and team are very happy with what's happened so far with the 100 Thieves roster, right? To just pick them up before the Marvel Rivals Invitational, to announce and have them in a boot camp as well, where a lot of teams I don't even think are boot camping just yet. So those all really enable the team super well because of the support behind the scenes. I'm sure a lot of other rosters are trying to get a boot camp ready to go. It was super short notice to even get something like this ready to go, because every team was basically just getting signed this past week, right? I mean, there was talks of, certain teams picking up certain players or certain rosters, and then boom, another team comes over, sweeps them, from underneath and just takes this roster and makes it their own. So, there were so many exciting things that happened the past week for the Marvel Rivals esports scene. And, for 100 Thieves to arguably pick up the best roster, that's huge for them moving forwards. I don't know. It's exciting to see as the scene progresses, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, we just for the people that don't know, boot camp, essentially what happened is 100 Thieves flew them all out, got them over, let's say a week, I believe it was like a week, put them all in the same building together, and just builds that camaraderie, that kind of stuff. If anyone's played a sport or even an esport and you meet with your team and you just build those bonds, not only does it help you guys as in terms of friendship, but it helps you as a team immensely. And that's why it's a massive part of every type of sport that you'll ever play. When you got that understanding of how each other plays, it's just, you build that trust and understanding. You understand that sometimes people will make mistakes, but you don't harp on them as bad, because their character, how they play, what their potential's like. And that's what they did. A couple teams have done that here, and you can see that the teams that have had that experience have been performing better. I'm not saying it's one for one for that reasoning, but it does absolutely help.
Yeah, for sure. And it's funny too. I think somebody talked about it earlier. I think it was Cozy on the broadcast earlier mentioned how 100 Thieves and the roster were kind of a match made in heaven, because I don't know. I swear to God, every day on X I just saw Harvey or whoever it was, Delana, just adding 100 Thieves. They're like they play a tournament. They're like, hey, 100 Thieves, pick us up, dude, pick us up. And then finally, after months of practically begging, they got picked up by 100 Thieves. But it makes sense, because they are one of the best teams in the game, so they deserve to be picked up by a franchise like 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a baller way of handling it, right? You can just imagine you could do that when you're growing up, you know what I mean? Just being so good at a game that you just call out what org you want and make it happen. And I know they, like you said, they've been doing it for a while, but when you have the chops to be able to do that and to make it work, that's just awesome. And they're showcasing how strong they are. It goes hand in hand, man. You just love to see it.
Yeah, it's like those people when they're young, or they're just adding they're an actor or an actress, trying to get them to date them or whatever over the course of a few years, but it actually works out. It's you're reaching out to Scarlett Johansson every day for months on end with no response, and then it actually works. Oh my God, you're dating Scarlett Johansson? That's crazy. So it's for them to actually be able to get it done, it's kind of like a dream come true, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, exciting games today. I was my first experience getting to Game 3 with Envy and Rad. I loved that series as well. I mean, this is what we were looking for, right? You can start seeing the talent matching up now, and that's what you want to see as a viewer, at least as somebody casting. I love those exciting moments. We've seen some crazy plays, a lot of Bucky agains. I've heard again a ton tonight. Groot was just locking people down with that prison, and I just, it was what I wanted to see, and it was just an absolute blast to cover.
Oh yeah, I mean we're wrapping up the day for sure, Shib, and I guess on the note of in terms of meta right now, right? I think we saw things sort of pan out where we see a lot more Groot, right? We've seen a lot more of these other characters, and coming back for the Nightmare game, right? They played obviously that Venom composition, and we saw for Shikigami, Shib, they didn't want to play, or they played Groot, but didn't really work out, right? I mean, What do you think this team does in this case, where they've been practicing a comp potentially for the past couple of weeks, but it's just not really panning out? What would you do in their shoes, I suppose, if you were in a weird spot like that?
So it gets difficult, right? I mean, it's similar to, and we're jumping here, but real quick, it's similar to what I would do in ladder, right? If you're really struggling and something's just not working, you have to fully switch as a team. You have to just try something else, go full dive, go full brawl, go full poke, whatever's you think is going to help counter, run that Rocket Punisher comp and just melt Groot walls in the opposition. Try to change it up. If you just repeat the same thing over and over, similar to the definition of insanity, and you expect a different result, it's just not going to work out for you. So we can see the breakdown here real quick. Let's dive into this. Shroud-X getting close to Sentinels. It was a fun getting into the series. Game 3, Sentinels taking home that W 2-1. 100 Thieves 2-0ing FlyQuest being one of the only teams, if not the only team right now, that has a no-loss record. Rad Esports 1-2 on Envy, as we saw as we started casting, and Nightmare taking out Shikigami 2-0.
Yep, that was fantastic day, I think, of Marvel Rivals. I think that the overall invitational has been hyper competitive this time around. In the first one, you know, there was the way I'd like to phrase it is some content orgs potentially, but overall, you know, we see Cal find a good roster too, coming out through and having an interview today after winning their matchup in terms of Envy versus Rad Esports. But that's just day number 2, Shib. Day number 3, which will be tomorrow, are going to feature some incredible matchups. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. We've seen that rivalry fruition throughout the past year, basically. Closed beta, open beta, into the live full game. This has been an incredibly exciting matchup that I'm sure everybody's going to tune into in the Marvel Rivals esports scene. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels to start off the day tomorrow with a bang.
Yeah, that is a crazy lineup here as we see tomorrow's lineup one more time. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. We're going to Shroud-X versus FlyQuest. We got Nightmare versus Envy, Shikigami versus Rad. And I do think all these matchups here are exciting. I think every last one of these is relatively fair in terms of at least the scoreboard, which makes sense for this format. We got one more week of this before we get into the elimination stages coming next weekend. So we're going to get one last chance to see how each of these teams plays against a team they haven't faced before.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly exciting tomorrow at, I believe, was it 4 p.m. PST? Military time is not my strength, Shib, so if I'm wrong, you can flame me. So be there at the live broadcast tomorrow. We'll see you guys at 4, and it's been an incredibly exciting weekend so far, and obviously Sunday, not Championship Sunday just yet, but the final day of our Swiss round.
Yeah, man, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, Dogman, as always. But real quick, let's talk about these skins that just dropped. Loki's Presidential Attire, my favorite one from the beta. I love playing Loki. I think Loki, obviously, as you see in here, is just an insane hero. But my new favorite skin of the entire game, without a doubt, Goddess of Thunderstorm. This is just a crazy storyline, giving her the power of Mjolnir, and it just looks so good in game. And we actually saw it at the end of last game, and I just wanted it to stay on top of it. I think it was Millennia the entire time. It was so cool to watch.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that skin is sick. The hair flows. I mean, I don't know if I could ever get hair like that, considering, I mean, me and you, Shib, I don't know, we're getting those receding hairlines, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so we're getting there. Okay, sorry, my bad. I'm just saying, we don't have the locks that flow like
we're
Storm
boomers
does in that new skin. Yeah, we're boomers.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
Oh, man. All right, well, hey, everybody, it's been an absolute pleasure casting for you guys. Hope you guys had some fun. Dogman, it's been just a blast as always. Great working with you. And I'm sure we'll be seeing each other over these next coming weekends. To everybody else, thank you for being here. I've been Shib.
Oh, I'm Dogman. Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
My fault.
I'm Dogman. What's up, dude? All right. That's us out. Bye. See you guys tomorrow at 4. Don't miss the stream. Bye-bye.
See you guys.